Say again and again, special thanks to the Madam Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President of the Senate of Rwanda for the ambition they had to receive an IPU assembly and for all the efforts to welcome us and host us in a very professional way, giving all the hospitality, the warmth of the people of Rwanda. Again and again, special thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. President. We are very pleased to be in your country and in this wonderful city of Kigali. Allow me also to say thank you to all delegations, more than 100, that decided to come and attending our assembly. It represents the commitment from all of you, from your parliaments, with IPU. And we that believe in multilateralism and in parliamentarism, we register that we are not alone. We have a lot of parliaments that believe in our organization, and so they are available also in these turbulent times to come together, to join with different ideas, as it happens a lot of times inside our own parliaments, but this is democracy works. And so people are coming here to defend their own positions, to deliver all the issues that are affecting the humankind and the international situation. Some of us came directly from Jakarta, where we had a meeting a week ago of the speakers of parliament of the G20 with invited delegations that joined the event. Also there we discussed one important topic: stronger parliaments for sustainable recovery. The recognition from the speakers of the G20 that a stronger recovery will be possible with stronger parliaments. And they are available to defend the parliaments as the key to get a sustainable recovery of our economies, of our countries after the pandemic. But of course, we understood that there are a lot of issues addressing all of us. The climate change that affects, I think, all the countries of the world. I think no one can say that are free of effects of a climate change. The conflicts in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, the violation of human rights in so many countries, the violation of human rights of parliamentarians again. I always, and allow me, sometimes people don't pay relevance to our Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. I will remember forever the speech of His Excellency the President of the General Assembly of United Nations, when he came 1 year ago to the Speakers' Conference in Vienna. And he said, I came here especially to say thank you to the IPU. I, myself, were a political prisoner in my own country. And when I was a member of parliament and a prisoner, I knew there is one organization that will not forget me and that will fight for my freedom. And now, as President of the General Assembly of United Nations, I need to come to say thank you to the IPU. And so the relevance of our organization, the relevance of this committee is essential because we need to defend our colleagues every day of the year. Before we can go on, because we have a long agenda, I will give the word at the stage to the Secretary General also to have a brief message to all of you, and then we will try to adopt the agenda and go forward with the points that we have.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning to all of you. Mr. President, as you have just noted, we're running behind schedule, and so I don't want to take up any more of your time. I just want to join you in welcoming all the delegates once again. We did that yesterday, and on behalf of myself and my colleagues in the Secretariat, we just want to let you know that we have a stake in making sure that your deliberations go on smoothly and that they be crowned by success. So we're looking forward to working with you during this week on issues that are of global import. Thank you to our hosts, represented here by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies. We are here in Rwanda, and we will work towards a very successful assembly, starting with this council this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Allow me to ask you to apologize me, because sometimes, you know, we are looking forward and we forget the people that is on my side. Because if it happened, the commitment of our hosts' parliaments were wonderful, but also the work of the Secretariat was important, essential to achieve the success of the Assembly. Thank you also, Secretary General, and all your staff. So we can try to adopt the agenda. I believe you received all delegations received the agenda of the 2010 session of the Governing Council. I will ask if someone has comments. 1, 2, 3, no comments, is approved. And so we can go to the approval of the summary records of our last session of the Governing Council that happened in Nusa Dua. Also the summary records were distributed to all delegations in advance, and so I will ask if there is any kind of comments to the summary records. No remarks. 1, 2, 3 is adopted. This way we can go directly to all the agenda. We'll go to the point 3, election of the President of the 145th Assembly. And I will ask the floor if you have any suggestion. Someone raise the floor on this issue.
Here. Yes, Mr. President.
I'm seeing United Arab Emirates, yes. But I understood that, okay.
If I may propose the Speaker of Rwanda to be the President of the Assembly 145.
Okay, thank you. Portugal.
Good morning to you all. Mr. President, Portugal is pleased to second the motion for Mr. Donatello Mukabelisa, Speaker of the Rwanda Chamber of Deputies, to be elected as President of the 145 IPU Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Portugal. Turkey.
Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to say welcome to everybody, and we're so grateful to our hosts from Rwanda. So I would like to third that motion. I think it would be best for the Speaker of the Rwandan Parliament to be the head of the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, according to the advice from the Secretariat, Zimbabwe is the one that was supposed to move. Yes, it was Zimbabwe that was supposed to move that the Right Honorable Donatile Mukalisa, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies for Rwanda, as President of the Assembly. But Dr. Ali, I think, suggested that is part of Zimbabwe delegation, so I did allow him to propose accordingly. So I'm going simply to second what Dr. Ali proposed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when we are so well received, all the delegations wish to make the initial proposal. And so, but I see now that Uganda, I will ask the countries when you need to raise the tablet with the name, because I know a lot of you, but sometimes I am trying to understand which other country. I understood that is Uganda. Uganda, please.
Uganda is a good neighbor of Rwanda. I propose that we close the motion and the Rwanda speaker moves to the chair.
Thank you. And so, Namibia?
Somalia.
Somalia.
So, as the Somali delegation, we're here to suggest that the President of the Assembly must elect Somali Federal Republic of Parliament to be chaired the Assembly. Because the Somali Parliament is one of the parliamentarian that the 50% is young people and women. We need that to be elected.
Thank you. Okay. Jordan, thank you. And thank you also to raise the tablet. It's easier for me. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On my own behalf and on behalf of my delegation, the delegation of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan participating in this Rwanda Kigali Assembly, I would like to first and foremost thank you and express what an honor it is for us to participate in this high-level meeting. We would like to express our gratitude for the Republic of Rwanda for the generosity and excellence in its preparations and welcome. We also support the proposal put forth by the UAE delegation and His Excellency Dr. Ali. We support the nomination of the Rwandan speaker to chair this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordan. Dear colleagues, I understood that we have unanimity in our assembly, but before the vote, I will give the floor to Paraguay.
Thank you, sir. It is usual at IPU assemblies to have the speaker of the host country as president of the assembly. So we believe that it should indeed be the speaker of the Rwandan parliament who is president. But we could entertain other requests. Thank you very much. Peru.
President, Peru would like to second the proposal of to have the Honorable Speaker of Rwanda as President of the General Assembly. Most of the countries that have spoken are actually African, but I believe that it's global. It's a global thought to have the president, the Speaker of Rwanda preside this. Not necessarily because it is something that is traditional, but because he actually deserves it, as is shown by the fantastic work that he's done to prepare for this assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. And also to add this point, allow me, not just a tradition, but also because the merit is very relevant in this decision. And so, Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my delegation and the people of Morocco, I would like to commend the efforts exerted here. And from the north of the African continent, I would like to express our support to the Speaker of the Parliament of Rwanda to be nominated as President of this Assembly. We would like to thank the people, government, and Parliament of Rwanda for their welcome, for their warm hospitality and generosity, and for their excellent preparation of this high-level assembly. We are really amazed by this great people that was capable of moving away from a devastating, bloody war towards a developing nation that is capable of standing on its own 2 feet. All MPs that came to this capital saw with their own eyes the level of development that Rwanda was able to achieve. Therefore, we would like to thank the President of Rwanda, the Parliament of Rwanda, and the Rwandan people for their warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. Gabon. S'il vous plaît, vous avez...
You have the floor, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations, sir. I would like above all to thank our colleagues from Rwanda for the extremely warm welcome and the wonderful conditions and facilities which help us in our work. But without speaking at length, I would like to state that there are many reasons in favor of opting for our Rwandan colleague. That is a tradition for some people, and also we are talking about an outstanding parliamentarian who, moreover, is a woman. And I think that the theme of this assembly, the 145th assembly, would militate in favor of promoting women. Our colleague has worked hard to ensure this meeting is a success. She is very much abreast of the situation, and therefore we are in favor of having the Speaker of Rwanda as President of this 145th IPU Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will close the inscriptions, and I have more 3. Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We support fully the Speaker of the Parliament of Rwanda to be the President of the 145th IPU Assembly for the 3 reasons, because you have said the merit has to be taken into consideration. Number 1, she's a woman, and we must get and look forward to it that the women in the world should be given a chance to rise to the top. Number 2, she's a very capable person. I've gone through the biography and her biodata, and I think she deserves to be the President of the 145th IPU Assembly. And lastly, I would say that I'm really touched by the warm welcome that has been given by the people of Rwanda, the government of Rwanda, and the Parliament of Rwanda. I'm really impressed with the reconciliation that has taken place and the economy which is booming. And I think it is one of the most important factor in the development of Rwanda is that the economy is the economy is really growing and at a very fast speed, and which is good for the country. So lastly, I would say that I fully endorse and support the Speaker of the Rwanda as the President of the 145th IPU Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. The last intervention, South Africa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, thanks God you said it will now be the last speaker. There is no contrary view here. I think we've all agreed, all speakers who have taken the floor are actually supporting the nomination of a Rwanda speaker to chair the 145th session. And I rise therefore to say, close the matter. The chairperson now must occupy her seat and proceed with the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I think that we have unanimous decision, or at least until now, interventions to supporting the proposal of Dr. I will say a mixed proposal from Dr. Ali and Speaker Budenda. And so it's easier to, because it is not a joint delegation, United Arab Emirates, Zimbabwe, but they are close friends, they don't mind to be together on this board. And so, dear friends, no one opposed to this nomination? So by acclamation, may we elect the President of the 145th Assembly of IPU. Madam, I will ask if, first of all, if you accept the nomination, because here no one is forced to take a position. And in positive case, if you can address the governing council. Please, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable President. First of all, I accept the proposal. And, I would like to start by thanking my colleagues, sisters and brothers, head of different delegations, United Arab Emirates, Zimbabwe, Peru, Morocco, Paraguay, Gabon, Pakistan, Jordan, Uganda, Turkey, Portugal, for putting forward my name to be President of South Africa, for putting forward my name to be the President of the IPU Assembly. I'm grateful to the Governing Council for believing in my capacity to carry out such an important mission, and I promise to do my best in order not to disappoint your trust in me. Allow me to thank once again the IPU leadership for taking the head of organizing and coordinating our meetings, a task which, let's admit, is not an easy one. So I thank everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. Now, not just Speaker of the House of Representatives of Rwanda, but also the President of our Assembly that will begin at 11 in 1 hour. You will run the works for the next week. Thank you to accept this mission also to the IPU. Thank you, Madam. We go in our agenda to the point 4, report of the President, but because of technical problems, it will need to be postponed to the next session on the Saturday. And if you don't mind, we go to the point 5, report by the Secretary General on the activities of the IPU since the 29th session of the Governing Council. And I will give the floor to the Secretary General.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Maybe, do you want to brief the the Council on the activities of the Executive Committee?
Okay. It's easier.
Yes, it's easier, and then you can do your full-fledged report on Saturday.
Okay. I accept the suggestion of the Secretary General. As you see, we have 4.A and B. The A is IT problem, but I believe it will be solved. But on the activities of the Executive Committee, I just wish to express that the Executive Committee met since our assembly in Nusadua, online and also presidential, in the form of presidential way, here in Kigali. Of course, a lot of decisions were about, and the discussions we have inside, were about procedures. For instance, the work of this assembly. It's something that we needed to discuss. Also, the running out of the house, may I say, the work of our secretariat to prepare the budget for the next year. But allow me to express 2 or 3 points that are really important. The first of one is the decision to establish IPU regional offices. IPU, like all of us, we are parliamentarians, first of all. And so we understand how important it is to be near the people that we represent. And the new technologies will help us a lot, but it is not safe. And so the presence near the people is essential to all of us as parliamentarians. And one organization of parliaments needs to be near the parliaments, because this way may understood much better the needs of them, what are the wish of them, and to put in practice the strategy in straight collaboration with the parliaments. And so we decided to go forward with regional offices in a pilot basis. We need to understand how it works and make one evaluation. And if everything was proved is something good for the organization and to the parliaments themselves, we can try to do it near all the geopolitical groups. We needed to begin for some. And so we received already the proposal of Montevideo from Uruguay to receive one regional office, and I repeat, not board of IPU, no, just the office, as we have in New York and as we have in Vienna, one office to the countries of GRULAC, Latin America and Caribbean. We understood also that this proposal was subscribed by all members of GRULAC that met 2 days ago already here in Kigali. And so the Executive Committee decided to approve a terms of reference that will be now negotiated with the host country to finalize the proposal of the regional office. And we gave the mandate to the Secretary General, we approved the terms of references, and now the negotiations will begin. And if they don't achieve success, it's a pity. We needed to come back to the point zero. But I believe that the commitment of our colleagues of GRULAC and the hospitality of Uruguay are so strong that I believe it will be easier to achieve the agreement and to have maybe next year the first regional office near a geopolitical group in GRULAC. After it, we will study other proposals and make evaluation of that. We received also the proposal of Egypt to receive another one, especially to the Arab world, Arab group, but we need the same, we don't have already the answer from the regional group if they accept or do not accept the proposal. Just a second, allow me, Dr. Ali, and then to begin the process of negotiation. That's why I am not so clear, because we wish to do it, at least these two cases, but we need to have approval of the geopolitical groups. We are not saying to the Asia or to Europe or to Africa, we will create for you and the group will answer us, but we don't need it. It's like to try to force something. We need to have the engagement of the group. And so we will try to understand the position of the Arab group. And maybe Dr. Ali has something that can approach on this issue.
Yes, Mr. President, the Arab group actually support the application and the proposal from Egypt to have an office for the IPU in Cairo.
Great. So the problem is solved. One of the conditions, it's already done. And so we have the proposal to receive the Cairo and Uruguay, Montevideo as pilot projects, because we needed to make one evaluation clear of the success of this kind of decentralization. Otherwise, we can create more problems to the organization, financially, and other points that need to be preserved. I see that Uganda will ask the floor. Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm of objection to have the Arab group in Cairo. So what about the rest of the bloc of Africa?
Thank you. The proposal of Egypt is to the Arab world. It means that one day we can come together with one evaluation of this office, and if they are working well, if the initiative was positive for both sides, to the organization and to the parliament themselves, we will make the proposal to have more office, regional office. And I understood the question. In Africa continent, maybe we will have not one, but two offices. One especially to the Arab League, and then the other one to the African group. But now the proposal was very clear to talk about the Arab, to work together with the Arab group that Dr. Ali also expressed. I see that Speaker Mudenda, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought that the President would report on the decision of the Executive Committee and the Executive Committee makes recommendations to the Governing Council. Now, I recall very well, as a member of the Executive, that the decision of the Executive was to choose Uruguay as the pilot project. So in that regard, the suggestion by the United Emirates for Egypt doesn't link up with the decision of the executive. So we have to be consistent in our decision-making processes. The issue raised by Uganda needs special attention, but this could be for the other day, because Egypt will have to decide whether geographically it is in Africa or not. In terms of the AU Charter, Egypt is in Africa, is a member of the AU. The suggestion that we may have two offices in Africa, one in Egypt representing the Arab group, and the other, which shall be determined in the future, representing Africa, is an awkward anomaly. It's an awkward anomaly. We have to be clear as to which geographical group we are talking about, so that we don't create any misunderstanding of the countries geographically situated in Africa. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I see Egypt raising the floor. Mr. Speaker, you have the floor, please.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس.
President. In fact, in Cairo, we have an office linked to the IPU, and this has been the case since 2014. We want to lend new momentum to this office, and to answer our dear colleague who has just asked whether Egypt, well, in fact, which area Egypt represents, it's part of the Arab group. And yesterday, the Arab group unanimously validated this recommendation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, as I said before, this is not a final decision, because it's to open the process of negotiation. The process of negotiation may finish well or not. When we go to try to negotiate something, we never know how it ends. I understood that there are goodwill from both sides. We wish to have regional offices, and there are countries that are available to host the offices. But we approve, as Speaker Budenda and Dr. Ali, members of the Executive Committee know, we approve a long list of requests, points that now need to be negotiated, a long-term perspective, for instance. Just to give one example to the Governing Council. It is not possible to depend the compromise of the Parliament, of the Speaker of the moment. Tomorrow the Speaker moves, is another person, and the compromises that we got disappear. No, needs to be a compromise of the state, for instance. Just one example that needs to be safe before to go on. So what we are approving is to open a process of negotiation with these countries that are available to and show a long time ago, I repeat, that they are available to host it, and it can finish well or not. When the process is finished, we came back with the results, try to obtain the agreement of the Governing Council in all the conditions that now will be negotiated by the Secretary General and the speakers of the Parliament themselves. I don't know if you wish to add something, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I understand, as far as discussions went, that this item was on the agenda of the Executive Committee as a result of requests that had been received from Uruguay and Egypt to host regional offices of the IPU. And you and your colleagues decided that before you took any decision or recommendation in that regard, you would like to ascertain the advantages and challenges of having such offices, and that you would have to recommend or not recommend the establishment of regional offices irrespective of their location. It comes out of these discussions that your conclusion was that it was, as you say, Mr. President, desirable to have regional offices for the organization according to the need to be closer to the regions for the IPU. And you also were aware of a number of challenges that you discussed in opening such offices. And what you decided was that now that we have two offers from Egypt and Uruguay, you may not take, you council, take a final decision on opening those offices in those two countries until a number of requirements are fulfilled. And these requirements will be negotiated by the Secretary General and those two countries that have offered to host all those offices. If those the consultations are conclusive, then there will be a formal proposal to have those offices opened in those two countries as pilot projects. There would be an evaluation maybe 2 years down the road to see whether it was working or not. And then if it was working, the governing bodies might decide that this is something that could be rolled out to other countries, to other regions in the world. Speaker Mudenda, and to a certain extent the delegate from Uganda, raised a very pertinent question that we want to clarify. In the IPU, we have the possibility for a country or countries to belong to more than one geopolitical group. And they are entitled to the advantages that accrue to them on account of belonging to more than one geopolitical group, except for one condition. When it comes to electing to offices within the organization, those countries that belong to more than one geopolitical group have to indicate formally to the Secretary General which group they belong to for purposes of elections. This means that Egypt, in this particular case, belongs to the Arab group and to the Africa group. For purposes of election, we have on record that Egypt has decided to be in the Arab group. So whatever elections are taking place, and Egypt is representing the Arab group and cannot simultaneously represent the Africa group. But there is nothing that precludes them from reaping the advantages of belonging to Africa, if that's the considered view of the Africans. So I thought that this should be very clear. Mr. President, you have made it very clear that no decisions have been taken. There is a recommendation that the Governing Council adopt the principle of opening regional offices, take note of the offers that have been made by Uruguay and Egypt, ask the Secretary General to pursue consultations to ascertain that those requirements that you have recommended for adoption by the Council are fulfilled. And if that is the case, then the Governing Council can now formally agree to the opening of those offices. So for the time being, you have said it very clearly, no decisions have been taken to open an office in Cairo or in Uruguay, Montevideo. I hope that I've been helpful in that clarification, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Because there is something that I think it is important. The Executive Committee took the decision that is positive to have, because otherwise we don't need to have these discussions. With yes, and the decision was yes, it is relevant to have offices closed to the geopolitical groups. First one, and then a list of procedures to negotiate with countries that for more than 10 years presented the wish to receive it. And these countries deserves. I said there, and I will say here again, in politics, I think people should have an answer always. Positive or negative. Sometimes we don't like to say no, but if it is necessary, we need to take it. Not just put it behind the table and try to forget it. And to think that the time will solve the issue. No. So that's why these two countries that for more than 10 years are waiting for that, we needed to begin a process of negotiation. As I said, can finish well, and we have a marriage, or no, and we will work as we are working now. But without beginning of that, this is not the point. Allow me to again. I am not asking your approval. I am informing you. The decision was taken. Someone maybe don't like the decision of the Executive Committee. Okay, I will sleep same way, because it is not just my decision. It was a decision of the Executive Committee to be open to negotiate with this process. In the end of the day, if we conclude well, we came here on that time, yes, to ask your approval for the decision. But now I am just informing you, not asking your permission to go on. I see that you have Uganda, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Uganda, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, Uganda, we have a long history with Egypt. We provide the source of water for Egypt through the River Nile. We have got a lot of attachment in terms of the connection, the geographical connection and relationship. The way how this has come out is like as if Egypt once ran away from us. And it gives a very, very bad impression, me being a Pan-Africanist and having the African Union to unite Africa as a continent. When I come here and I see the spirit in which Egypt is manifesting itself, I really feel bad at heart, because it really goes against our spirit of a united Africa. And I think this is something which I feel the Inter-Parliamentary Union should not come to divide Africa. Yes. You should not promote this divisionism that we have suffered from for a very long time, because this is a creation of colonialists, and they have made Africans not connect. Our economies cannot link, and when we are struggling at the African Union to unite Africa, then we come and find this kind of scenario here in Inter-Parliamentary Union, then we go in bad faith. So I would really urge you to move carefully on this decision, given its political implications. So let us balance the way how we are handling this matter. If the Arab League have got their unity, that is acceptable. We have no problem about that. But the manner in which this has come out, was a regional office. We saw Uruguay being representing South America. It was understandable. But when it came to Egypt, where we feel Egypt is part of us, even if we have differences in terms of belongings, but in terms of the geography, we are one and united. And that's why we were thinking that why can't IPU link with the structures, the political structures that are in our continent? For instance, we have the African Union with the headquarters in Ethiopia. Why don't we, if we are talking of really having regional offices, why can't these regional offices link with the structures which we have already established on the continent? I think these are some of the things which you need really, Mr. President, to take into consideration. Because I feel when I come and you are just telling me a decision that you have made and it has got an impact on me, then I will really feel this is not a democratic institution. And yet, you know, we are here representing our countries, and we have come here knowing that we are into a highly democratic, sensitive institution that urges countries to democratize and respect the rule of law.
Thank you. Thank you, dear colleague. As I said, it was a decision of the Executive Committee, and there all the geopolitical groups are represented in accordance with the weight of the group, and it was a democratic decision. Sometimes a consensual, sometimes you need to vote. I try always to have a consensual as possible. Before I give the vote, I have three, but allow me. It is not the intention of IPU to divide any country, any continent, of course. We have in our organization geopolitical groups that are our counterparts, may I say, when we talk. This is in our organization how we are functioning for so long. I don't know if it is 100 years old or something similar. And so that's why we talked with the Arab group that involves some countries of Africa, yes, with the African group, with the Asia Pacific, now with Euro-Asia, for instance. And so it is nothing to divide. Otherwise, we can try to go directly to the continents and asking Euro-Asia to all the countries to choose if they are Europeans or if they are Asiatic. We can go to the Australia and said, please choose. You are not in Europe. You are, so forget the 12 plus. You should be in Pacific only, and so on, so on, so on. So the countries decide to organize more freedom. That is difficult, because all the countries are free to choose the geopolitical group they wish to integrate. And so also this is democracy. South Africa.
No, thank you very much, President of the IPU. It appears that the proposal that you are bringing now is being brought prematurely, because what you are saying and what the Secretary General is saying are different things, two different things. And a logical way to could handle this will be to go back to the Executive Committee and develop clear guidelines of what constitutes a regional committee and what features it must, a regional office, I mean to say. I think that you must develop clear guidelines and parameters as to what constitutes a regional office, so that you give clear guidance. And in the process of doing so, you need to take into consideration that the geopolitical groups of the IPU have got countries that belong to more than one geopolitical groups. That includes Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, which belong to both the African geopolitical group and the Arab group. So we might need to deal with that. Maybe it's one of the questions that must be dealt with at a certain level. But the most logical and basic way to handle this moving forward, it's for you to go and develop clear guidelines and principles of what constitutes a regional office and where it can be located possibly. And then only based on that, you can then take proposals from the countries that want to host the office instead of the manner in which you want to entertain it now, where you are checking if Egypt is available to do it now. Please develop clear guidelines, and then you will then guide us in terms of how we move forward. I think that will be a much more sensible way instead of the contradictory process that has defined the engagement thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe the doubts that some colleagues are raised happen because you don't have in front of you the checklist, the roadmap that it was approved by the executive committee, because a lot of questions raised by you were there. So what we decided in general is it was the principle. Are we in favor or against to have offices near or close to the geopolitical groups? It was the decision taken. And then we approved the terms of references, and the executive committee said yes. The principle, we agree. Second, we approved the terms of reference, may I use this expression, with a lot of questions, some of them raised by our colleagues, that needed now to be answered with a process of negotiation. Third, one point there is the agreement of the geopolitical group to accept the localization on the country that offer to receive the office. That's why I said, Grulak, give the easy answer. Yes, we approved. If they approved, it is one of the points on that checklist. The negotiation now will begin. Can we have merit? Maybe yes, maybe not. We never know the end of the process, because the negotiation is very exigent. A lot of requests of safeguards to the IPU themselves, itself as one organization, about the status that our personnel will have there, the financing situation, so on, so on, so on, so on. And in the end, we will see. About the proposal of Egypt, we'll follow the same principle to understand the proposal. If they receive the approval of just one geopolitical group or from the two geopolitical groups, is that Egypt are integrated, and after it, the beginning of the negotiation process. That can again finish with agreement or not. But I think to be clarified and transparent, it's easier to share with all of you, all delegations, the terms of references proposed by the Secretariat and approved at the Executive Committee, and then we came back to this issue next Saturday. If you agree, because I believe that many doubts will be solved when you read the terms of references, because the Secretariat try to not to forget nothing on the paper, and it was what we approved. You can, if you don't mind, we came back to the issue on Saturday, and before that the Secretariat will share with all of you in terms of references to you confirm what I am saying. Please, Mr. Secretary General.
Mr. President, thank you very much for being very accommodating and flexible. We realize, I agree in fact that maybe some of the questions that are coming here they stem from the fact that you do not have a written document in front of you. That document is being circulated on the establishment of regional offices. And I just want, from the point of view of the Secretariat, to be clear and help you to guide your discussions on Saturday. The question that will be before the Council is, one, do you agree that regional offices be created? And this is a general decision for all countries, for all regions in the world, not a particular region. Secondly, on the basis of the fact that there are offers on the table from Egypt and Uruguay, do you agree that the IPU Secretary General continue consultations with these countries to see whether they comply with those requirements that the Executive Committee is recommending to you that are in the note that will be circulated to you? If those those consultations are conclusive and the Secretary General ascertains that the two countries meet those requirements, then a recommendation will be made to Council to open regional offices in those two countries as pilot projects, subject to an evaluation 2 years down the road. I thought I should, with support from the President, clarify this so that this guides your discussions on Saturday, and that we do not come back and ask all those questions that you've been asking now. We hopefully, in that note, will provide you with all the clarifications that you need, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you so very much, Mr. Secretary General. We compliment. I thought that this is what we should do, because we have just two proposals on the table, but the final decision is from the Governing Council, but after the end of the negotiations. It can be positive or can be negative. But I have Zimbabwe, Egypt, and Uruguay, and then we finish this point because we needed to go forward. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. The unfortunate thing is that we do not have a written record of the decision of the Executive Committee. That's the unfortunate part. If that record were there, we would go by exactly what we agreed. That's the first observation. The second observation was that as far as Uruguay is concerned, representing the group, there was no problem. There was unanimity in the Executive Committee that we can proceed accordingly. But as far as Egypt was concerned, we accepted the offer by Egypt. But then the issue of this double allegiance was a matter which Mr. President and the Secretary General would then have some conversation with Egypt to clarify the concerns that were raised insofar as if Egypt accepts to establish an office under the geopolitical group of the Arab League, then the question needs to be answered as to what would happen as far as Africa is concerned, when in fact it is common cause that Egypt is geographically in Africa, and Egypt and the other Arab-speaking countries in Africa have done tremendous work in the liberation of those countries that were not liberated. That has been acknowledged in terms of our history of the independence of Africa. So let us separate the two. Uruguay has no problem. We can proceed. What is required is to propose what type of host agreement you have with the Uruguay Parliament. Number two, the host agreement with Uruguay as a country with IPU. That is the homework which the Secretary General was going to do. And on the other hand, accept the offer by Egypt and come up with the modalities on how Egypt will locate itself in terms of the regional office, vis-a-vis is being part and parcel of the African Union. I think we should separate the two. And I'm not sure whether the criteria or modalities will be ready by Saturday for us to make a decision. For me, it will be premature because the Secretary General needs more time to exercise his mind accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give now, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The decision is, as I said, before I give the floor to Egypt, the decision is if the Governing Council agrees or not with the principle to have regional offices. And second, if you accept the terms of references proposed by the Secretary General to begin negotiations. Just that. The same terms that we approved at the Executive Committee, that Mr. Speaker Mudenda also approved. Then, after it, because it will not, the negotiation process will not take 3 days, maybe not 3 months, more time. And only the final decision, again, sometimes I need to repeat the things, the final decision will happen only if the negotiation will finish in a positive way. And only that moment we will approve officially the creation of the office. Not now. Now we are agreeing, the agreement is in principle, just that, and terms of reference to begin the negotiation. But we have a clarification that Egypt is ready to do. Mr. Speaker, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for clarifying some procedural issues that are quite important and that pertain to the selection of locations to establish regional bureaus, which has to be done in accordance with the rules and statute of the IPU. I will clarify our standpoint on several issues. We do belong to the African continent. We definitely do not object to having a regional bureau in an African country representing Africa. This is not what I said, and whomever understood what I said or construed it that way did not hear the essence of what I said. I only answered the question that you asked. You asked, do you represent the African group or the Arab group? I found myself obliged to answer that question because we represent the Arab group, and our selection for the headquarters of the regional bureau was a result of the Arab group meeting yesterday. I did not say in any way, shape, or form that we will hijack the right of Africa to have an African regional group in Africa. We will support such a proposal. Africa, of course, is very important for us. In our Egyptian constitution, it is clearly stipulated that we are an African country. We have a long-standing history of struggle with our African brethren towards independence, and this is clearly testified for by our history. Our love for Africa, our sense of belonging to Africa is not in question here. I merely provided an answer to the question that was asked. Is the regional office to be established in Egypt, representing the Arab group, or the African group? It represents the Arab group, but our constitution clearly stipulates that we belong to the African continent, of which we are deeply and very proud of. That is on the one hand. On the other hand, according to the procedures and rules of the IPU, no African state or parliament submitted to host a regional office. Should we now question the procedures and the rules applicable by the IPU, stating that such submissions must be put to the IPU, because no other African country submitted such a motion or such a proposal? We only heard of 2 proposals by Egypt and Uruguay, and we adhere to the rules and procedures of the IPU. So I hope that this point will be made clear for all Arab countries, which we deeply appreciate, respect, and commend, and of whom we are proud to be part of. Moreover, Egypt is also part of the Asian group, because we are geographically located on 2 continents, on Asia and on Africa. This is something that is out of the question. But yesterday, according to the Arab group meeting, it was so decided, and the Arab group supported our proposal. Second, of course, there was a headquarters established in Egypt as approved by the Arab Parliamentary Union in 2014, and we do want to re-dynamize this decision, to revitalize it and reactivate it. This is not new. This is not a novelty. We are willing to discuss any criteria, any terms of reference you would like to discuss with us. And the president of the IPU clearly stated that the executive committee is the competent authority to actually determine this reference framework or these terms of reference. If the executive committee approves and goes ahead and decides to establish a regional bureau in Egypt or in Africa or anywhere else, we will applaud such a decision. The regional office will not be an Egyptian office. It is a regional office of the IPU, a regional office that brings together and combines all countries of the region, including our brothers from Africa. We welcome everyone equally, but we deemed it that we have the necessary capacities and potentials to host such a regional bureau. This is a voluntary act. It is not a preferential act. We submitted a voluntary proposal in order to advance and further promote the agenda of the IPU. This is something that we state very strongly. Egypt will be hosting the COP27 meeting in November of this year, and it is a meeting that is open to all countries alike. All parliamentarians are welcome to come to Sharm el-Sheikh, which will host a parliamentary meeting during that conference. So once again, I reiterate, the establishment of a regional office in Egypt does not preclude the right of any other country to host a regional office. Everyone is welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I please ask all the colleagues try to be very short, as otherwise I think we needed to stay until Sunday. Madam Speaker, I'm afraid that you need to host us one more day. We needed to go to Uruguay. I see Uruguay raised. I took note, actually, but I have the list.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. As the Uruguayan delegation, we would like to state that above all, we're very grateful and happy and proud that this aspiration that we presented more than 10 years ago to host a regional office in Montevideo, our capital, is to become a reality. We're very proud to be able to represent our geopolitical group in that way. We'd like to thank you for the trust that you've placed in us in the form of this unanimous vote. We will make every effort as a country to make sure that we provide the necessary resources. Our Parliament recently approved a $2 million budget to be able to host this office in Montevideo, and we will give our very best efforts to discharge this commitment that we've taken to host the pilot project. We will work hard to make sure that this organization enjoys an office that will achieve the objectives laid out and that will work hard in our region to achieve the aims set not only by GRULAC but by the organization in its entirety. So thank you very much. Thank you for the words of encouragement that have been uttered this morning as well.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Something that is not correct, may I say. I proposed, maybe, no, 30 minutes ago, that we will come back formally to take the decision on Saturday, because this way everyone will have the terms of references on the table. So it will not be today, just this small amendment to your speech. The rest is very welcome. I have more three, and then we need to go on. Peru.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the problem is in how we define what a geopolitical group is. For instance, GRULAC, the Latin American and Caribbean group, has been unanimously accepted and actually look forward to having a representation office in Uruguay. That is perfect for all of us. However, we are not a geopolitical group in general terms. In GRULAC, we speak Spanish, English, French, Dutch, and Portuguese as national languages. We have our ethnically different. Our people are from Spanish origin, others from Portuguese origin, others are from British origin, others are African American, others are indigenous to the Americas. So there's no such a thing as a geopolitical group. What we are is a group of countries bound by common languages, common ancestry, but we want to work together. Even politically, we're different. We're not alike, but we are happy to have Uruguay as the office, the regional office, the pilot regional office for IPU, and I hope it stays there. Now, on the other hand, what we have is Egypt. I believe it's important to consider positively the offer by Egypt. Egypt has voluntarily offered to have a regional office. Now, when they ask Egypt, are you African or are you Arab? Of course, they are both. There's nothing wrong with that. In Africa, also, you have a variety of languages, of ethnic origins, even in the Arab world, even in the Arab Africa. For instance, you have Morocco, you have Tunisia, you have Algiers, you have Egypt. They are different. They are all Arab, but they are different. You have the Maghreb. I'm not going to go into details, but I think we should take into consideration the generous offer by Egypt to have a regional office there. If it is necessary for equity reasons to have another regional office, say in Central Africa or in Eastern or Africa or in Western Africa, fine with me. But let's not cut short the generous offer made by Egypt, which is an important country and that actually unites the Arab League and the African Union. Maybe we should revise what a geopolitical group is. And so my proposal is that after these days of reflection, we should accept not only the opening of the office in Uruguay, but also the opening of an office in Egypt and perhaps in some other country as well. Why not? Thank you.
Thank you. I have more three, please. Don't. I will not accept more inscriptions because you need to go forward. Again, the official decision will happen just after, when the Secretariat we came back to say the negotiations with the country were conclusive. Only at that moment we will have the official decision. Until not now, what we approve is, or we'll approve on Saturday, is the principle and to open negotiation with the countries that are available and that show disponibility to receive the help. But, as I said, negotiations, when we begin, we never know how it will end. Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will be very brief. We take note of the offers that have been made by the various countries, and we also take note of the statement that you and the Secretary General have made, that there is no definitive decision as yet. However, there are certain fundamentals that cannot be overlooked. First fundamental, do we need regional offices as a matter of principle? That is a question to be answered by the IPU as a whole. Second fundamental, do we provide benchmarks for the establishment of those regional offices? Again, I submit that is a question for the IPU to decide as a whole. Once you've done that, then those benchmarks should now be provided to the various regional groupings to decide on whether within their groups they have members ready to express an intention to play host to the regional office. Then it becomes a matter for each regional group to take a decision and convey that decision to the IPU. I think if we were to follow that procedure, we would have eliminated a lot of the goings on that I observe taking place at this very moment. But we cannot ignore the fundamentals. The IPU itself has to take a decision in principle, and you also have to define what the benchmarks for the establishment of regional offices should be. I thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, just to express, this is, I don't know, sometimes we are repeating ourselves. I said that since the beginning. We need to agree the principle, yes or no. The recommendation from the Executive Committee said yes. Second, the list that things that need to be respected was approved by the Executive Committee. It came back here. Maybe many of your questions are wise because you don't know the document. It will be distributed. It will come back on Saturday. If it is approved, then the process of negotiations will begin. Just after everyone agrees with the terms of references. But you know, not everyone, the majority, because this is one of the problems. Sometimes it seems we are so bureaucratic that we don't go ahead. That's why they are waiting for more than 10 years for that. It's not something that is possible to accept because we just meet twice a year. And so we need to take decisions and go ahead. Otherwise, it will take more 10 years and without a final decision to GRULAC that wish to receive and to Uruguay that are waiting for that for 10 years. Thank God. Please, I believe that your own governments need to take decisions. Don't waste always to have unanimous decisions. We need to try to find consensus, but after it, we need to work. Argeli?
Bismillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. At the outset, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you all. Allow me to comment on a point that was raised by His Excellency, the Speaker of Egypt. We are very proud to hear Egypt say that it belongs to both Africa and the Arab world. We are very proud to see the proposal of Egypt to host such a regional office. Mr. President, you said that we will have to wait until Saturday to make a decision after the document has been circulated and read by everyone. Until full perusal of the document is done and until we have enough information gathered, we cannot make a decision. But it's been almost an hour now and we've been going around in circles repeating the same things time and again. After the document has been circulated, then any delegation that would like to submit its candidacy to host a country can do so. And perhaps we can make a final decision, as you said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very useful, your intervention. Somalia. Last one.
Yes, Bismillah. And first, thanks for the clarification, Mr. President and General Secretary. Now I think everything is clear. And I want to thank also the Rwanda government for the host. And I suggest this issue should be the concern of our brothers, Uganda and the other countries, to be solved. And also Egyptian people to get their rights because 10 years they are waiting to get this office. And also I have one question, is there is limited offices in the regions. For example, Africa region, if they can get 5 offices, of the Arab region, if they can get another more offices, if that clarification, we need that clarification. If there's no limitation of the regional offices, it will be great. So I think this issue, the concern of the Uganda and the other countries should be solved. And those guys, they have to get their rights, of the Egyptian government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Answer very quickly to the last relevant question you presented. We don't have a limitation, may I say. And so what we approved is pilot projects. Because, as I said, the Secretary General proposed 2 years of evaluation. We can conclude that it was not positive evaluation. It was not a positive project, may I say, to the countries and to the IPU. And so we came back and we say, okay, it was one initiative, we tried, it didn't work. Forget, we came again to all the offices will be in Geneva. Otherwise, we can make a positive evaluation. And just with the positive evaluation of these pilot projects, we can try to spread it to all geopolitical groups. And maybe, why not? One geopolitical group may say, here we are available not to have just one, but 2 because of we are so diversified continent, Asia, Africa. And so we can discuss this issue on that time after the evaluation of this pilot project that we have on the table. Because if we wish to do all together on the same time, maybe we will not wait 10 years, Uruguay. You need to wait 20 or 30 years to take a final decision. That's why we need to go ahead with pilot projects and after it, make evaluation. Positive, we will spread and maybe, again, can see on the way you express. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We can go to the point 5. Secretary General proposed the point 6, financial situation of IPU.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker Mudenda, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really want to applaud your last statement and also thank Egypt for its exhaustive explanation. And in the light of that, I think what we are to decide is not only the question of the principle of opening regional offices. I think the second part is to decide that Uruguay and Egypt become pilot projects. I think there are two issues that we need to marry and then from there proceed accordingly. Did you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes, I tried to say that we'll try to put it in a written proposal for Saturday to be, because I tried to say that, but maybe I was not clear. I need to ask to apologize me. But maybe if we distribute a written paper with just 2 paragraphs, saying that, it will be more clear to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in so doing, let us be guided by Article 27, subsection 1 and 2. And I think in that regard, issues will be clearer. The other modalities that have arisen, I'm sure will be sorted out. So the principle of geographical offices accepted, the principle of having pilot projects accepted, Egypt and Uruguay. And then let's see if we can move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarification. Mr. Secretary General.
Mr. President, I just want to be sure that the Secretariat has recorded what the sense of this meeting is. I would like to clarify from Speaker Mudenda. Our understanding is that no decisions have been taken today. No. That any decisions on all of those issues that you have been raised will be taken formally on Saturday on the basis of a written document. And we have taken your point that maybe in the introduction to that document, we will give an indication of the direction in which those decisions will be taken according to how you've said it. But our records will show that no decision has been taken by the Council today on this matter. It will be taken on Saturday. We just want to be sure about that.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Because we need to take decision on financial issues, it's always a very interesting matter. Mamma mia. Shil, you have the floor. Shil.
Sí, muchas gracias, presidente. Solamente una.
Thank you very much. Just a point of order so that we can set out a few issues and avoid conflicts in future. I think we need to set out what criteria will be used for regional officers in Latin America and the Caribbean. Despite the variety we have in terms of language and ethnic roots and so on, we've been able to reach unity on this. But I would like us to set out geographical criteria that and any other religious or any other criteria that we might have, so that we can really agree on how these offices are going to be defined, because otherwise we might, rather than an office, be looking more at religious or ethnic origin or anything else. So I think we really need to be clear about how we're going to set up these regional offices, whether they're looking at or based on geographical elements or religious elements or ethnic elements. I think that needs to be defined now so that we don't run into problems further down the line. Thank you.
We will discuss project pilots. It was the beginning of my intervention. Pilot projects, and so just one positive evaluation, we may or not to spread it to other geopolitical groups. And so this is the point. The other one that you raised, we work with geopolitical groups, also the Eurasia, or for instance, the Arab group, for decades. We will not discuss if we should not to apply this criteria and we should apply just the continental criteria. Okay, you can discuss it, but we will become crazy. Because we are working with geopolitical groups. One is the Arab group, for instance, for decades. And so we should think about that. But now we are talking about pilot projects with the countries that show disponibility to receive the offices. Thank you. We will go to the point 6, financial situation of IPU. And I will give the floor to the chairwoman of the subcommittee on finance to present the situation. Madam Cecilia Whitegreen asked to put the point 6 and 7 together because it's financial issues, and she will make just one presentation. If there is no opposition, please, Madam Cecilia Whitegreen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies. Multilateralism is on fire, and the IPU is needed more than ever. Members of Parliament from around the globe are gathered here to make sure you are the part of the solution of crises, problems, and challenges. But for that, you need a long-term, devoted organization that is stable, healthy, and strong. And after 133 years of financial issues, you have now a healthy and strong finances. But do not take that for granted. We need, as parliamentarians of this generation, make sure that the next generation of members of parliament also will have strong finances so you can continue these discussions within the organization. I'm here today to present for you an historical package of long-term finances, stable and strong for this generation and for the next. I will present for you a proposal from the Subcommittee on Finance, from the Executive Committee, to the Governing Council, that members and the boards have been working on for nearly 1.5 years now. We have had it on individual level with members. We have had it in the regional groups. We have worked thorough to make sure that we continue to keep the IPU healthy and strong. And I will start to explain the financial situation today, present the budget for next year, and also present the long-term commitment from you and your generation to the next. Let's start with the first part, the financial situation of today. Financial situation is healthy for the IPU. Income and reserves are on target. We keep and stay within the budget, and to say the assembly in Nusa Dua was perfect in budget. Thank you all for that, and thank you, Indonesia, for hosting that assembly. Even though we are in a time of financial crisis, Inflation rises, price rises, tough times on all continents today. Members of parliaments continue to pay. Over 90% of the parliaments of the 178 have already paid their fees, even though you struggle financially. That means the IPU continues to stay relevant and to stay important for parliaments. The voluntary funding of IPU also continue to rise. That is very nice. Parliaments, countries, organizations around the globe continue to pay voluntary to the IPU because they want to support the activities of the organization. And right now, the members' fees is about a third quarter of the total budget, and 1/4 is voluntary funding. And we would like to keep it that way to make sure this is an organization built on parliaments and members of parliaments, not on voluntary donations. The Governing Council already in Madrid, then in Nusa Dua, and here today in Kigali, discussed the long-term contribution to the organization. Just so you know, in the total, since year 2007, we have had no increases. And no organization can continue to work like that. So therefore, we will present a long-term package today along with a budget for next year. So let's move over to the budget for next year, 2023. This will be the first budget that collects the 5 new strategies full-fledged into the budget. Key priorities are democracy, peace and security, climate change, gender equality, and development. This assembly is in person. We have had to have digital assemblies, digital meetings because of COVID. But we have learned something from that too, that we can meet more frequently in the digital world. So we invest now in digitalization for both virtual meetings, hybrid meetings, and of course continue the budget with in-person meetings. We continue to seek savings, efficiency every day, and the Secretariat does a blended job for that. Openness, transparency, and accountability is very important for the budget. And anybody that have a question or a remark or so, we've been discussing during the year for the better of the IPU. The history of the IPU contribution is that it's been on the same level since 2010. And no organization can continue to work like that. That's why it's time for us to look on how we will do the long-term finances. The IPU scale is a pattern of the UN scale. So each parliament pays on the same level as it does within the UN system. We have no other scale, and we will continue to follow that scale that you all know so well about. So please look at the contribution, and you will see where we are today. We are less than we were in 2010, and we need to change that, especially now when you have decided on a new strategy for activities going forward and to strengthen more multilateralism for members of parliaments around the globe. It is the Financial Committee of the IPU that have worked with this budget and the long-term commitment. And please, all geopolitical groups are within the Financial Committee. So these are your representatives that work regularly during the year to prepare, to follow up, to audit, and to make sure that budget and financial situation are on track. Thank the Secretariat also for doing so much for the Finance Committee and making sure that we stay on top of these issues. Thank you, the Subcommittee on Finance, for your fine job. And then over to the third part of this historical financial package, the long-term commitment. We want more of multilateralism. We see that we can be part of the solutions of challenges. And that's why this president to the next president will make sure that there is a gentleman or a gentlewoman's agreement on how we continue this in the long run. And it's for the future and for IPU. We are going to rebalance to the level of contribution where we were in 2010. And we're going to do that during the new strategy period to make sure that we stay relevant in the future going on. We will raise the membership fees with 3% each year during the new strategy period. And after that, we will continue with 2% to make sure that we pay for the inflation, price rises, salary rises, and so forth. That no one else pays for that, each and every one do that. We will also make sure that associate members, observers, from now on will pay to be part of this organization. Everybody who is here will join and also will contribute. And we think that's a very important step going forward. If you as the Governing Council take this decision, this is where it would look like. It will take us 16 years to come back to where we were in 2010 to make sure that we continue with the contributions that the organization so much is needed of. It is a long way, but it needs to be stable, and we would like to continue it from one member of parliament generation to the next member of parliament generation. So in conclusion, you have in front of you the financial statements of today. You have a budget for next year, which is the decision that the Governing Council today will make. And you have a long-term political agreement among this generation to the next that will come back to the Governing Council each year, of course, for commitment. This will give you more multilateralism. This is making an opportunity to make sure that the new strategy will come to place, and it will make sure that you are prepared for the next crisis, staying strong, relevant, and also stable. Without stable finances, an organization is really nothing. You need to have this frame around you to make sure that you can have this lively discussion within this room or digitally. With this presentation, Mr. President, it's an historical package that you will now take over. You will now present it formally for the Governing Council, since I have decided after 32 years of serving people in Sweden to do something else in life. So this is my last budget, and I thank you very much, especially for the trust that you have given me in the Finance Committee, Secretariat, Executive Committee, the 12+ group. You have now a stable organization to continue to work with. I'm very pleased with that. You all are key players for the future. Every day, everyone work with peace, and the IPU can be there as a tool for you to continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Subcommittee on Finance, dear Cecilia Whitegreen. I will ask the floor if you have any question that you should raise. I tried to defend the budget in my meetings with all geopolitical groups, try to answer possible questions that may arise, but of course if there is something. Otherwise, I will ask if it's possible to approve the budget for the 2023. No opposition, it's approved. It's more easy to approve the budget than one regional office of IPU. But now, before we enter the session of the Governing Council, dear colleagues, this is the last moment we have our Vice President of IPU, Cecilia Whitegreen, with us. She decides to turn a new life. And this way, leaving the Parliament that she served for so long, she's leaving all of us as well. For a long compromise with IPU, a lot of discussions, sometimes with agreements, sometimes with disagreements, but always with loyalty. And we may see that Cecilia, allow me to tell just this way, work a lot to our organization, giving the personal commitment to the success of IPU. All of us will miss you, and we should all of us recognize your work with IPU. Thank you so much. Because of that, Cecilia, just something to put in your new office outside the Parliament, the recognition of your work in IPU. Thank you for your commitment, and also the new medal of IPU. Thank you, Cecilia. Maybe here in the middle, Secretary General.
Okay.
We know that you fight a lot.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I need to make a procedure.
Thank you. Thank you, Celia. Good luck for your life, for the new projects you decided to embrace, and we will miss you. But please, we will knock the door a lot of times. And it was one example that the compromise was so clear that it was possible to approve the budget in just a few seconds. Thank you for that. And before end the session of the Governing Council, because you needed to go to the Assembly, I will give the floor to the Secretary General about the procedures.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm going to do something that will put a smile on the face of Speaker Mudenda, trying to comply with the rules and statutes of the organization. I would like to draw your attention to Rule 34.2 of the Governing Council, and according to that rule, for each session of the Governing Council, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of council members effectively participating in the first meeting. That is this one. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. So it gives me pleasure now to announce the quorum for this meeting. At the beginning of this sitting, my colleagues ascertained that the number of council members present in the room was 144, which means that the quorum that would be relevant for all decisions taken by the Governing Council would be 73. So we just wanted this to be on record so that whenever you take decisions, we have to make sure that at least 73 members of the Governing Council have concord with the decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. So we conclude this session of the Governing Council, but maybe in 3 minutes we will begin the session of the Assembly. And so I will invite Madam, the President of the Assembly of IPU, not the Speaker of Rwanda Parliament, to take the seat, and this way we will very shortly begin the Assembly. Madam, you have the floor. Madam Speakers, Mr. Speakers, dear colleagues, may we begin the work, and so the first session of our assembly. Thank you very much. I'm trying to have conditions to begin the work. I will explain to the members of the Assembly that the Governing Council decided this morning unanimously that the President of the Assembly should be our host, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Rwanda. It was a unanimously decision, and so the Assembly will be presided from now on from Madam Speaker. Thank you for your availability to take this hard task. As Madam, as you understood from the Governing Council meeting, sometimes it is not easier. But we believe that your experience and knowledge will help us to have a very productive assembly. So, should we all welcome Madam Speaker to the presiding our assembly. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable President of the IPU. I would like to ask you to take the seats. Please take your seats. Order, please. Would you mind taking your seats, please? Honorable President of the IPU, Secretary General of IPU, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to speak before you today at the opening of the first sitting of the 145th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union to extend to you once again, on behalf of the Parliament and the people of Rwanda, our warmest welcome to the land of Thousand Hills. We are much indebted to you all for having traveled from your respective countries to Kigali to take part in this important assembly. Not only does your gracious presence here exemplify the great importance you place on our great and strong global family, but it also carries with it a sign bearing witness to how we value the deep and distinct bonds that unite our people. The Inter-Parliamentary Union serves as a forum for the discussion and exchange on issues of concern to our globe in the political, economic, social and cultural spheres. It thus goes without saying that the important role we play when getting together to discuss, as is the case today, proves to be nothing more than the means to address the needs of our people, especially now that the duty is on us to take care of the concerns of our people, express and carry their voices to pave the way to decisive actions. Without doubt, and it is my strong belief,
It is with this in mind that a decision was taken to center our general debate on a theme that reminds us that we need to promote gender equality and make our parliament gender sensitive if we are ever to build a resilient and peaceful world. With the 145th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union taking place on the peaceful soil of our motherland, we are glad and acknowledge that the IPU Assembly is as much as a symbol of pride of our country's openness to the world. Playing host of the IPU Assembly provide the opportunity for us to allow you to see for yourself that Rwanda is today a different place than it was 28 years ago, when the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi claimed more than 1 million lives, with a large number of women survivors of the genocide against Tutsi being raped, others being pregnant of unknown fathers, others carrying scares of different kind. All those women have shown a remarkable resilience to build their families and their country. And as you can see, that is the kind of reason why we feel that pride in our heads. An assembly such as this that brings together delegates gathered in our country and which talks about equality, particularly equal rights, equal opportunities, and equal dignity, impels us to make an irreversible commitment to working for a society in which equality and justice prevail in all dimensions, especially we who have suffered a lot, all the ills that come with, and paid a heavy price of an unjust society. Distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, the 145th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union remains an invaluable asset to our Parliament to leverage to fully deliver on its mission. I am sure everyone here present agrees that the different pieces of legislation we enact contribute to the economic and social transformation of our respective societies. In the same vein, Parliament of Rwanda remains committed to its mission of doing its bit towards ensuring that equality remains high on the agenda in Rwanda. This commitment, however, will have no chance of paying off unless our parliament works with other parliaments. And this assembly will make it possible for Rwandan parliamentarians to share best practices with their counterparts from other parliaments and learn more from them, which will enable them to contribute to a more resilient and peaceful world. Turning to the theme of our general debate, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, I consider that our theme is well-timed because we know fully well that engendering our parliament is a prerequisite for succeeding in our endeavors to keep pace with the diverse needs of the different sections of the people we serve. Gender equality in our respective societies must begin in our parliaments because change in our parliament serves as an inspiration for our societies. With more women in parliament working with men, it is more easier to overcome complex challenges of the contemporary world only through joint efforts, and people in all layers of our society can have their voices heard and their concerns addressed. Distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, I remain convinced that this assembly will be unique in that it is a pivotal opportunity for us to share experience on how to tackle barriers to gender equality in our parliament. I shall conclude by my remarks by sharing my strong conviction that the assembly will help us come up with actionable and realistic resolutions as a result of which our parliament will become more gender sensitive and inspire our societies. Let me share one of my favorite quotes from His Excellency Paul Kagame on the International Women's Day 2022. I quote, "Equality is a right, not a favor. We must do even more and better to ensure that the next generations of our daughters and granddaughters inherit a nation where their aspirations have no limits," end of quote. May I once again extend a cordial welcome to you and thank you for your gracious presence. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you for this short video. And now, as a reminder of what gender-sensitive parliaments are all about, may I please invite you, Mr. President, to view a brief video. No, I want to invite you to make your remarks concerning the gender-sensitive parliament. The floor is yours.
Madam President of the Assembly, Mr. President of the Senate of Rwanda, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Madam President of the Board of Young Parliamentarians that are attending online, Mr. Secretary General, Madam Speakers of Parliament, Mr. Speakers of Parliament, dear colleagues, parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to open the general debate of the 145th Assembly in this beautiful city of Kigali. Let me express again and again, because it is not enough to say just once, our gratitude to the hosts, the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate of Rwanda, and especially to you, Madam Speaker and Mr. President, because we need to say thank you for your commitment to bring close your Parliament and the IPU, and for your warm hospitality. You make us feel at home. And so, thank you again. And Madam Speaker, you, a few minutes ago, expressed that you hope that this Assembly will be unique. I will say now, the Assembly is already unique because of your hospitality and because we are discussing the gender issue in a country with a parliament where more than 60% of the women elected are, of MPs elected are women. This is something unique. So we don't need to wait for the end of the Assembly. We are already in a unique Assembly of IPU. We are here today because we all share a common goal, the gender equality. It comes as no coincidence that it is precisely here in Kigali that we are discussing this topic of great importance, where a country in a parliament that we should have something to learn. Dear colleagues, dear friends, for me it makes no doubt that gender equality is a ticket to a more resilient and peaceful world. Take gender equality in politics, as you know, is one of the mottos of IPU, for democracy, for everyone. And it is not possible to talk about democracy if we forget 50% of the population. It will not be a real parliament if 50% of the population will not be represented in our parliaments. That's why we should look to have a more gender equilibrium, because we believe in democracy, so we need to give democracy for everyone, and only this one the people will feel represented in our own parliaments. And yet, the global proportion of women in parliament doubled since 2000, the year 2000. But allow me to say, we just have 26%. We will need more 40 years on the same, if we take the same track, to achieve 50% of representation of women in our own parliaments. So we need to do it in a different way. We need to accelerate the progress. Well, we know that we have countries with, that have successfully reached, and sometimes more than 50% of the women parliamentarians, like here, like United Arab Emirates, that achieved the parity. And so we need to learn with them, with the framework, because only this way, looking for the best practice, and also to establishing maybe more ambitious quotas in other countries, we will reach 50-50% in a more close to our lifetime, but not need to wait for more 40 years. And we understand that now, after the pandemic, after the COVID-19 pandemic, with impact also on the life of our parliaments, on our worries, because it was something that disturbed the way we approach a lot of issues, we need to understand that it's time to come back to the most important issues of humankind. And as parliamentarians, one of the issues is to have a gender equilibrium and a gender-sensitive parliament to have a sustainable recovery for our countries. There is no resilience in any way when women do unpaid care work and work in the informal economy. There is no resilience when violence against women and girls rise, which is this crisis. This creates vulnerabilities for women themselves and for their families, communities, and societies. It happened during the COVID. We know that gender equality in the economy means equal pay, financial inclusion, social protection for all, valuing care work, but also protection from discriminations and violence. Many countries have advanced on these fronts. We can learn from each other and do not only the right thing to do, but also the economically smart thing to do. This is why we came here, to hear the best practices from each other, from different continents, different cultures. But we should always to be open to hear the best practices from the others and then to learn from them as well. In this moment of our life, we need to understand that turning to peace and security is essential. And women and girls play a heavy tool to political instability and armed conflict. Conflict fuels gender-based violence. Women and girls' bodies are used as battlefields, and they face high levels of violence and trafficking with armed conflicts. Violence against women and girls is also often condemned by governments themselves by denying universal prizes and reproductive health and rights and preventing women from exercising control over their own bodies. In all these fields and all other fields, gender-based discrimination, violence, all gender equality back, and by so doing, they all back our societies, colleagues and friends. History has shown that when faced with crisis, societies are better off when they invest in gender equality for peace and resilience. Rwanda is a good example. A new political project for a more peaceful and prosperous society can only be achieved if women and men are equal partners in political decision-making, if women and girls are empowered, and if their rights are preserved. We need to take inspiration to build forward better and more equal. Our parliaments can lead the way. Our parliaments must lead the way. Never forget the power you have as a parliamentarians. My fellow parliamentarians, my fellow colleagues, to advance gender equality and advance our societies towards resilience, peace and prosperity, our parliaments have to be gender-sensitive institutions and institutions that are gender equal and that drive gender equality in society. 10 years ago, the IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments was adopted in Quebec City. It was been 10 years that we have a guide to follow. Many of our parliaments have already progressed, but no parliament can claim to be 100% gender-sensitive today. So, all of us should be open to learn with the experience of the others. Also, the Rwanda Parliament, that is one example, as I said before, to many of you. But we should always to be open to improve ourselves. And so, during this general debate, I call on you to share your success, but also to make concrete suggestions for what you will be doing in the months or years to come to accelerate progress in the implementation of the plan of action of IPU. Only this way we will not need to words, to wait 40 years to achieve the parity in our parliaments. I look forward to hearing from you over the next few days, and if we work hard, we will achieve the success of this assembly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President, for sharing your perspective on the overall theme of our general debate at the Kigali Assembly. Now, I would like to introduce our keynote speakers for this session. We shall start with a video message from Mrs. Sima Baus, Executive Director of UN Women.
Mr. President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Mr. President of the Senate of Rwanda, Madam Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Mr. Representative of the Board of Young Parliamentarians, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU. Excellencies, distinguished parliamentarians, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to join you via video for the opening of the general debate. Allow me to express my deep appreciation for the IPU's long-standing efforts to advance gender equality. The theme for this 145th Assembly debate is further testament to that lived commitment. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, I would also like to recognize the long-standing partnership between the IPU and UN Women. This has been vital to making progress through the work of parliaments. Our partnership goes from strength to strength. IPU has already been a powerful leader in the Generation Equality Action Coalition on feminist movements and leadership. I am also pleased to recognize IPU's membership of the Generation Equality Multi-Stakeholder Leadership Group 2 weeks ago. This will help to accelerate further progress in meeting our common goals. Excellencies, we are celebrating an important milestone, the 10th anniversary of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. This visionary work reinforces the understanding that parliaments can and must lead by example. The institution of parliament can challenge the construction of outdated gender roles, and it must reinforce gender equality through gender-sensitive legislation and allocation of resources. This is urgent. Excellencies, the world is not on track to achieve SDG 5 on gender equality by 2030, and the progress of all the Sustainable Development Goals is in jeopardy. For instance, parity in parliament is projected to be achieved only by 2062. About 1/3 of countries still do not have the legal frameworks required to end discrimination against women and girls in public life. And at the current rate of progress, removing discriminatory laws could take another 300 years. None of us are prepared to wait that long. Ladies and gentlemen, we have work to do. I propose 3 areas for your attention. First is achieving gender balance in decision-making. We have indisputable evidence that temporary special measures, such as gender quotas, are the single most effective tool to increase women's representation in political life. They help overcome the deep-rooted and widespread belief that men are better leaders. They help to level the field for women to overcome decades-old obstacles to elected office or take parliamentary leadership positions. As legislators, you are best placed to help pass new laws or reinforce existing laws to ensure that temporary special measures are ambitious and enforceable. You can ensure that parliamentary rules of procedure support gender balance throughout your institution so that women MPs and their staff have equal access to decision-making. The second area where I ask for your attention is in ending discriminatory norms, laws, and practices. Over 2.5 billion women and girls around the world are affected by discriminatory laws and lack legal protections. Enacting laws that end all forms of gender-based violence, including the harmful practices of child marriage and FGM, and facilitating women's ownership of property are critical for protecting women and their rights. To support your legal reform efforts and strengthen the gender sensitivity of your respective institutions, IPU and UN Women have recently published a handbook on gender-responsive lawmaking. Thirdly, we must urgently work to reduce the impact of the global recession on women and girls and ensure that they are not further left behind. Current ongoing crises continue to sharpen inequalities, even before the COVID-19 pandemic. There was a lifetime of income inequality between women and men that has only worsened. Food price hikes and shortages and increasing energy prices have further widened the global gender gap. Addressing this requires long-term plans with a strong gender lens. You can help put in place and implement gender-responsive budgeting and planning. These are tools that help ensure that governments meet their commitments to serve men and women equally when resources are stretched. As legislators, you can help accelerate the transformation towards more equitable, gender-responsive, and sustainable food systems, climate action, and equitable access to decision-making and markets by women. Honorable members, progress on SDG 5 will remain out of reach without your long-term commitment and bold actions. I urge you to use your power and help legislate a better future for women. I ask that you be the change the world urgently needs. UN Women stands ready to support you. I wish you a very successful assembly, and I thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going to proceed with our second keynote speaker for this session, Mr. Wessel van den Berg, main care officer of Equimundo. Equimundo has worked internationally to engage men and boys as allies in gender equality, promote health, healthy manhood, and prevent violence in partnership with women and girls. We are very happy to have him with us today, and we invite him to take the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam. Mr. President, Madam Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda, Mr. President of the Senate, Madam President of the Bureau of Women's Parliamentarians, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. I would firstly like to acknowledge the value of this debate today and to celebrate the progress made in representation of women members of Parliament, and to acknowledge the Rwandan government for remaining at the top of the IPU list regarding women's representation in Parliament. I suggest that to be more gender sensitive and more gender transformative, a Parliament needs to be more caring. A caring Parliament adds an ethic of care to the ethics of democracy and justice. Crucial to caring parliaments are caring men and caring fathers. I hereby issue a call to men in the House to be part of the gender equality agenda. I am proud to introduce the Men Care Global Fatherhood Campaign, a campaign calling for men to do 50% of the daily care work. Data from our State of the World's Fathers Report 2021 underpins the issue. Only 47% of women participated in the paid formal workforce in 2020 compared to 74% of men. 606 million women were unavailable for paid employment due to childcare responsibilities, compared to 41 million men. And while 115 countries guarantee paid parental leave for mothers, only 71 guarantee paid parental leave for fathers. Care equality facilitates women's participation in the economy. But if care is so important, why is it still undervalued? Care is personal and private. And as we sit here and we go about our day, women here and around the world have made it possible for us to be here. This is the invisible work that happens everywhere, the invisible work that sustains us. Men Care is about having men see this reality and supporting them to play their part in addressing inequality. We need male politicians at the community, local and national levels to be allies to the cause, to care about care. We need to change the entire frame of power by increasing our appreciation of care, currently at low value in the margins, to a true recognition of care work as the work that keeps us alive. In other words, we need male politicians to vote for and enact policies that support care equality and not rely only on women parliamentarians to drive this important agenda. What can you do? 3 specific actions male members of parliament can take are: 1. Provide high-profile and proactive support for gender equality measures and encourage other men to play their part. 2. Lead by modeling equality in your personal and workplace lives, taking parental leave, and actively showing the importance of caregiving and gender equality in your family lives. And 3. Conduct an audit of bills proposed and passed, disaggregated by whether women or men proposed the original bills. This can show women parliamentarians' influence in addition to representation. Finally, as duty bearers, I urge you to take the Men Care 50-50 commitment towards improving care equality by taking institutional action on the following. Number 1, establish equal, fully paid, non-transferable parental leave for all parents, fathers and mothers. Provide state-supported, high-quality childcare that facilitates the full participation in economic activities for all working parents and caregivers. Number 3, enact national care policies and campaigns that reduce, recognize, and redistribute care work equally between men and women. The CARE Act of Uruguay is a good example of this. And 4th, transform health sector institutions to promote fathers' involvement from the prenatal period through birth and childhood. Here in Rwanda, the Bande Bereho program has shown good results and is on track to go to scale nationally. The Bande Bereho partners appreciate the collaboration with the Rwandan Ministry of Health. This is the Menke 50-50 commitment. In conclusion, many leaders have called for the world to build back better after the COVID pandemic. Better must mean that we finally reach the goal of gender equality, including the mobilization of men for equality in care work. My daughter's name is Daisy Boitumelo van den Berg. This is a very international name. If she would like to speak here one day, her children, if she has any, would need to be cared for. I would like it to be an automatic assumption that the men around her will play an active role in caring for their children. I thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. van den Berg, for the great job you are doing. Thank you for your remarks. In fact, women and girls need men as their allies because gender equality is not only women business, but it is everyone's business if we want to advance our societies. As you are well aware, it has become usual practices at the IPU to inform our general debates by both a gender and youth perspective. I would like to start by inviting the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Lesia, of Ukraine, to address this opening session. The floor is yours.
Madam Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda, Mr. President of the Senate, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of the Board of Young Parliamentarians, honorable speakers and members of Parliament. I am addressing you today as President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, and I salute the Parliament of Rwanda and am extremely proud of the IPU that has focused the agenda of this 145th Assembly on the role of parliaments in promoting gender equality. Equal representation in decision-making is key to prosperous and peaceful societies. Both men and women need to have full acknowledgement of this. To do this better, I'd like us to pay tribute to the women across the globe who have to go the extra mile to be in the room and at the decision-making table. I call on this Assembly to stand in solidarity with the women and girls who have taken on the challenge to fight violence and inequalities in their societies, for example, like they do in Afghanistan and in Iran. I call on parliamentarians and parliaments as institutions to stand with women MPs who have to carry out their responsibilities in turbulent environments. We all remember the challenges of the pandemic. In parliaments across the globe, women often found themselves stepping down to care for children, the sick and the elderly. This caused significant setback for gender equality. Wars have a similar effect. I can say this for sure because I am a woman MP from a country at war. From Ukraine, a country which today is forced to concentrate all of its efforts and resources on fighting against the aggression of the Russian Federation, which has been ongoing for 8 years and has escalated to unprecedented levels in the last 230 days. Representing your people is a huge responsibility, but it doubles in the time of war. And for women, it quadruples and becomes next to impossible. You have to choose between saving your children, evacuating your parents, and serving your people. You end up doing all three in the end, but all the while you are physically trying to stay alive. While you know that you are a target on another country's kill list, and while you also know that that country has licensed rape as a weapon of war. And then you come to assemblies like this and you have to sit in the room with the people who actually endorse those kind of decisions. But well, I can tell you that under such conditions, it is no surprise we women, more than men, consider giving up seats and handing in mandates, but we don't. The resilience of women representing their people in times of crisis needs to be recognized and appreciated. And when societies rebuild from wars, pandemics, and natural disasters, they must do so with aspirations of gender-sensitive institutions. Gender parity must be achieved in numbers and equal influence too. It's about shared power. It's about lifting all barriers to equal participation. This includes combating sexism, harassment, and violence against women that none of our institutions are immune from. The IPU and our parliaments must lead by example. IPU studies are crystal clear. We can't say we didn't know, we can't let the women down, and every assembly I am approached by women MPs from different countries reporting abuses in their parties and in their parliaments. And sometimes I wonder, what century are we actually living in? As we begin the general debate, I echo our president today and call on all of you to fulfill the IPU's plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments that was adopted by the members of our parliaments 10 years ago. Through political will and strong collaboration, let us remember that we have the tools to build the societies we wish to live in, the prosperous, safe, peaceful societies that we wish our sons and daughters to live in. Thank you, and I wish us all a fruitful debate.
Thank you, Madam Vasilenko, for your remarks. Now I invite the President of the Board of Young Parliamentarians, Ms. Sahar Al-Zabazar of Egypt, to address us by video message. Can we please play the video message?
Excellencies, members of the parliamentary community from all over the world, let me thank the Secretary General of IPU, Martin Changan, for inviting me to be part of the 145th IPU General Assembly on the theme of gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, and to address all of you today on the crucial role that youth can play in advancing gender equality in politics. According to IPU data, women's representation in national parliaments is only 24.3%. At the same time, although more than half of the world's population is under 30, only about 2% of members of parliaments are under 30, and less than 1% of these are young women. These figures, besides presenting a clear lack of representation of women and young people in politics, and in particular young women, also show that our democratic institutions can and should be more inclusive and more diverse. If we strive for robust democracies, our parliaments need increased gender equality and youth participation, two preconditions that are highly independent. Young women will only be able to access and fully enjoy their right to participate in political spaces that are gender sensitive. In that sense, the gender sensitive approach in national parliaments introduced by IPU needs to include a youth lens that combats both ageism and sexism. The exclusion and discrimination faced by young women parliamentarians curb our democracies in becoming more inclusive, resilient, and feminist. And at the same time, if we truly want to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic, we need political spaces and systems that can shake up the traditional norms and modernize its institutions in order to be attractive for younger generations. Only political institutions that are inclusive and representative of the societies they serve, including diversities that pertain to gender, will resonate with the aspirations and realities of younger parliamentarians, in particular young women. As noted in IPU's report from 2021 on youth participation in national parliaments, it requires that political spaces as a workspace understand, acknowledge, and support the life cycle young people live in. Building a career and a family life cannot be mutually exclusive anymore. If we want younger generations to meaningfully participate, those structural and cultural barriers will have to be removed. Indeed, young people who have been at the forefront in demanding numerous societal changes, including gender equality, cannot be left at the margins of the political spaces where decisions are taken and policies are shaped. This is not only a matter of representation. Young people in all their diversity have a right to participate in public affairs. The Be Seen, Be Heard campaign, recently launched by my office in collaboration with The Body Shop, aims at promoting young people's participation in political life. Let me highlight one key finding from the research backing the campaign. 69% of people think that if younger people had more opportunities to have a say in policy development, our political systems would be better, including more gender sensitive. It is our responsibility as decision makers to make this happen, and at the United Nations, we are committed to working increasingly not just for young people, but with young people in partnership. I would like to end by prompting you a question for your discussion. If gender equality is an imperative for democracies, and so is youth participation, which strategies and concrete actions are you taking in your parliaments to ensure those prerequisites are met? I wish you a fruitful debate and I thank you once again for the invitation.
I was corrected. This was a video from the United Nations Envoy on Youth. We thank her for her intervention. Now we are going to watch a video from the President of the Board of IPU, Board of Young Parliamentarians. Can you please put the video?
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, I am honored to speak to you today on behalf of the Forum of Young MPs. Today, I'm representing the younger generations. The younger generations who think about our institutions as old institutions and think that they are functioning in outdated ways. Is that true or it's not true? We need them to see us in the right lens. Whatever the response is, we need to make sure that parliaments are always in constant evolution and adaptable for changes. Parliaments are mirroring societies, and societies always change. So our expectations are that parliaments also change and cope with the society. We as young people are here to help. Dear colleagues, we are all here in Kigali to better promote for gender equality. Our role in legislation and policy making is essential to correct the imbalances and inequalities. The imbalances and inequalities between women and men. Our role is to give access to women to more power and to empower them. And our role is seriously and efficiently should be done when we modernize our parliaments. So we are here as young people to suggest 3 solutions. The first is being more inclusive of all groups of the society. The inclusion includes women, young people, minorities, and persons with disabilities. We have 3% of the world under the age of 30. Less than half of them are women. We need to change that. The second way to modernize our parliaments is by being better attuned of the interests of women and men from different groups and generations, and sync with youth perspectives. Young people today are asking for parliaments that are greener, more inclusive, and more efficient. By listening to these voices and acting on them, we make our parliaments more modern and relevant to everyone. The third way to modernize our parliaments is to make it become more contemporary. Contemporary as place of work. In other words, we need our parliaments to be attractive workplaces for talented men and women. We don't want men and women be choosing between being MPs or parents. We need to make it easy for them to become MPs and join the political life. So, to be more family-friendly environment, it's about time to see childcare in parliaments. We need to see hybrid meetings, and we need to see misogyny, sexism, harassment, and any form of violence against women kicked out of our institutions. The year of 2022 is now, and we need the parliaments to act like it's the year of 2022. The IPU was pioneer because 10 years ago, they started the gender-sensitive concept for parliaments. It is time for all the institutions to become gender sensitive. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our special guests. And now we are going to proceed with our assembly. But as you all know, item number 2 of the agenda is the consideration of the request for the inclusion of an emergency item in the agenda of the assembly. If you are all would like to remind all delegations that we'll consider item 2 of this agenda this afternoon at 5 p.m. Please allow me to make a few announcements in relation to the organization of our work. First of all, as customary, we shall start the list of the speakers in the general debate with the segment for presiding officers of Parliament. We are greatly honored by the presence of so many delegations from around the world at this IPU assembly. I wish to confirm that procedures have been respected and that the order of speakers, both presiding officers as well as first and second speakers, has been established by the traditional drawing of lots. This list is available to all delegations in the hall. In light of the high attendance of the Assembly, its steering committee decided this morning to allocate 6 minutes as a total speaking time available to each parliamentary delegation, 7 minutes for delegations led by speakers of parliament, and the young MPs who have registered for the general debate will have an additional 2 minutes. Permanent observers will have a maximum speaking time of 3 minutes. I would like to ask all delegations to take this into account when delivering their speeches. So please respect this time of the floor. In light of the COVID-related measures which have been put in place, it is recommended that you wear the mask all the time, even when seated. I also wish to inform you that as there are still delegations which have not yet registered to speak, we'll be keeping the list of speakers open until tomorrow, Thursday, 13th October at 12. So I would also like to remind delegations that they are entitled to nominate one of their members as vice president of this assembly. So I invite all delegations who have not yet done so to communicate the name of their candidate to the IPU Secretariat. I will be very pleased over the coming days to share this presidency with some of these vice presidents during the general debate. Finally, honorable delegates, I wish to inform you that in order to facilitate the work of the assembly on either side of the stage, there is an usher who will be pleased to transmit any message you may have for myself or the Secretariat. So you have before you the list of speakers who have registered so far for the general debate. Finally, I wish to request all delegates to strictly respect the speaking time allocated so that all delegates who have registered to speak may do so within the time available for the general debate. Before we proceed, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General to announce the quorum. Mr. Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President. Yes, I just want to draw your attention to the relevant rules of the Assembly, and that is Rule 33, which provides that a vote may only take place if at least half of the delegations participating in the Assembly are represented in the meeting room at the time. For each Assembly, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of delegations effectively participating at the first plenary sitting. This quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. And my colleagues have now ascertained that we have 115 delegations present participating in this sitting. And on the basis of that, the quorum has been established at 59 delegations, which means that for this afternoon, for instance, during the possible vote on the emergency item, we need to have 59 delegations present in the room for the voting to be considered valid. Madam President, this is just as a matter of procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Now we are going to proceed with giving the floor to different speakers who have already registered. We are going to give the floor to Right Honorable Kachavivi from Namibia. He will be followed by Honorable Jim Kim of the Republic of Korea. Now the floor is to the Speaker of Namibia.
Thank you very much. Madam President, the President of IPU, Secretary General of IPU, fellow speakers, members of Parliament here present, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here at the Parliament of Rwanda, this being one of the few countries in Africa that have successfully hosted the important IPU gathering. Madam President, I wish on behalf of the Namibian delegation to extend warmest congratulations to you as Parliament and the country as a whole for this important achievement. The theme of this assembly is fundamentally linked to sustainable development, which is vital to the realization of human rights for all. The realization of a society where women and men enjoy equal opportunities and equal rights in all spheres of life is cardinal. Gender inclusivity should be our collective preoccupation as members of our ring-pass organization, the IPU. At present, women occupy a considerable number of seats in our various parliaments. However, there is a room for each IPU member states to do more so as to be the drivers for change for gender parity. Madam President, the question of gender equality in our parliaments and indeed in our nations resolves around two key issues: gender representation and gender-based budgeting. Representation hinges on the number of female parliamentarians vis-à-vis their male counterparts. This also boils down to female in position as speakers, deputy speakers, chairpersons of various parliamentary standing committees, female clerks of parliaments, and eventually females leading various departments in our various parliaments. On gender-based budgeting, it is significant that we are gender-sensitive parliaments who endorse budgets that are meant to protect and to empower the girl child, promote youth inclusion in national debate and national building, and also emancipate women. Gender equality is a fundamental human right. Advancing gender equality is critical in the development of any country and societal well-being. It is therefore vital for global village to timelessly attain the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as set out in the objectives of Agenda 2030+. Honorable Madam President, we should strive towards eradicating underlying factors that hinder us from having zero mortality rates at birth. The issue of access to sexual and reproductive health education, proper health care, prevention of children marriages, exclusion of women, eradication of gender inequality in employment opportunities and wages must be timelessly addressed. As a country, we are aware of the challenges that women face. It is for that reason that Namibia is one of the 143 countries that have guaranteed equality between men and women in our constitution. As we normally cite Article 10, subsection 2 of our constitution that states, and I quote, "No person may be discriminated against on the ground of sex, race, color, ethnic origin, religion, creed, and social-economic status," end of the quote. Indeed, we are committed to honor and uphold our constitutional obligation. We are all in need to act in uniform as one IPU family to overcome the challenges facing the girl child, youth, and women in our societies. Our painful history with regard to the apartheid system negatively affected all aspects of development in our country. Nonetheless, in 2019, we witnessed the launching of the African Gender Index report at the 4th Global Gender Summit here in Kigali, which indicated that Namibia has achieved 79.67% gender equality. The index measured parity between men and women across these specific dimensions, namely economic, social, representation, and empowerment. I am pleased to report that our parliament, inclusive of both houses of parliament, currently constitute 46.88% of members of parliament. This is primarily achieved through critical decision taken by the governing party, SWAPO. The party introduced the zebra list that help us to achieve the SADC Protocol of Gender and Development, which aims at gender 50-50 representation in all government political positions in our country. Even through where this done, we are acknowledging the fact that Namibia still experiences comparatively high income inequality across gender. Perhaps this is a beginning that has been made, but we feel a great deal more need to be done. Madam President, as I conclude, I would like to reiterate the fact that gender-based budgeting is extremely critical. And Namibian Parliament is interested in improving its capacity in these two components that are at the core of gender parity and empowerment. I believe that IPU Secretariat has the capacity to use IP manuals and experts to facilitate our capacity building training in this aspect, both at a parliamentary level for parliamentarians as well as the Secretariat. Such skills will expedite our pace towards creating a equal gender-sensitive legislatures. Indeed, such an endeavor will be greatly appreciated, and I thank you.
Now the floor is to Right Honorable Kim, the Speaker of the Republic of Korea. Right Honorable, the floor is yours.
Honorable fellow speakers and delegates, I am Kim Jin-pyo, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. It is a great pleasure for me to attend the 145th IPU Assembly taking place in Kigali, Rwanda, which boasts a great example of gender-sensitive parliament with the world's highest proportion of women MPs in its Chamber of Deputies. At the outset, I would like to express my deep gratitude to President Augustin Iyamureme, Speaker Donatil Mukabalisa, and President Duarto Pacheco for organizing the assembly and giving me the chance to speak. This year marks the 10th-year anniversary of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, which was adopted unanimously at the 127th IPU Assembly in 2012. Achieving gender-sensitive parliament is one of the strongest drivers for an inclusive and gender-sensitive society. It can also serve as a vital tool to resolve multi-layered crises threatening us in a more effective manner. Distinguished delegates, today I would like to share with you the efforts of the Korean National Assembly toward a gender-sensitive parliament and what we have accomplished so far. First, we have been working hard to increase women's representation in politics. Back in 2000, the National Assembly introduced a gender quota of 30% for female candidates on a party list system at the national, provincial, and municipal level elections, and the quota has been raised further to 50% and applied more widely. When it comes to constituency-based elections for provincial, municipal, and county councils, political parties are required to nominate at least one woman per electoral district at the national level. All these efforts have paid off. The proportion of women in parliament has increased by 21% compared with 2012. In the case of provincial and municipal councils, the share has risen by 33.3% from 2010, and at the county level, the percentage has gone up by as high as 50%. The number of women politicians in leadership positions has increased significantly. The first and second half of the current National Assembly saw the election of women deputy speakers for the first time in history. In the first half of the current convocation, women MPs chaired 5 standing committees out of 17. We have witnessed a similar trend in the civil and foreign services. Data in the past 5 years show that in national exams for managerial level civil servants and diplomat candidates, women accounted for 42% and 55% of successful candidates, respectively.
Secondly, we are inspecting and improving the overall operating system of the National Assembly. In 2021, we proposed to install the National Assembly Advisory Committee on Gender Equality under the Speaker's office to make the Parliament more gender responsive. Based on this, 101 MPs tabled a resolution that included the enhancement of women representation at the National Assembly, enactment of a gender equality code of ethics for MPs. and installation of a permanent body to support gender equality at the National Assembly. In addition, we are strengthening the gender quota system in nominating 30% or more women party candidates for electoral districts in general and local elections, and discussing the amendment of the law to establish a legal foundation to install the Women's Committee of the Whole, comprised of all women MPs. We are promoting gender mainstreaming in the legislative and policy decision-making process through the Framework Act on Gender Equality. Continuous efforts are also being made to enact or amend laws to improve job security and work environment for women and protect victims of all forms of gender discrimination and violence. The National Assembly Human Rights Center was installed at the legislature to establish the foundation to ensure everyone working at the National Assembly can do so in a safe and gender-equal environment. Honorable delegates, the Korean National Assembly and indeed parliaments around the world are committed to gender equality and women empowerment, but the achievement of gender equality in a practical sense remains out of our reach. No country has achieved full gender equality yet, which is why more genuine efforts must be made to achieve gender equality and strengthen women empowerment. The Korean National Assembly will not cease until we truly become a gender-sensitive parliament. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Speaker of the Republic of Korea, and the floor is to the Speaker of Guyana, Right Honorable Nadir. He will be followed by the Right Honorable Charumbira, the Pan-African Parliament President. Right Honorable Nadir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable President, Secretary General of the IPU, distinguished speakers, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me acknowledge our host, His Excellency Augustine Lamuremi, the President of the Senate of Rwanda, and Her Excellency Donatella Mukabalisas, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, and the people of Rwanda, for a most enlightening experience for my colleagues of the Guyana delegation and myself. And on their behalf, and on my own behalf, our grateful thanks for your most generous and family-like reception. Today, honorable members, we meet under the theme gender. And this is after years of preparations for Beijing in 1995, and after 27 years of the Beijing Conference on Women itself, that meeting having had as its goal the promotion of women's involvement in development of our societies and humanity. So today, our theme, gender equality, gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, is more applicable to all of us. And I, as Speaker of the National Assembly of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and on behalf of my entire Parliament, we wholly subscribe to this theme. First, my country Guyana and the Caribbean region, with small populations, are way removed from many of you here today. I thus would like to speak to our commitments and actions on the issue of gender. The Caribbean and Guyana have for many decades been in the forefront of women and gender issues and the promotion of gender equality at all levels in our society. Our record with respect to equality in and access to education is among the highest in the world. Also, we have not shied away from women leading our nations. There have been at least 4 female heads of government of international repute from the Caribbean. The late Dame Eugenia Charles, the Prime Minister of Dominica, the Right Honorable Portia Simpson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, the current 2-term Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Mottley, and in 2 successive elections, she won all the seats in her country. And in my own Guyana, the late Excellency Janet Jagan, President of Guyana, who was an American-born, naturalized Guyanese. Guyana had prided itself as the only Caribbean country having legislation which provided for gender quota for candidates in elections. But we are still playing catch-up. I was pleasantly surprised last November when I was guest of His Excellency, the Speaker Sakar Gobash of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, that the UAE had reserved 50% of its parliamentary seats for women. And here in Rwanda, while 24 seats are set aside for women, the reality is that 61% of the seats are so held. Guyana 22 years ago set up in its laws that parties' list of candidates must have 1/3 of its candidates as females. This, while not legally compelling to the parties to include 1/3 of those candidates in the parliament, it has been a guiding policy for parties electing and selecting their members of parliament. Currently, 31% of the parliament are females, and of that 31%, 34% are indigenous women. We have a system where the ministers are drawn from parliament, and 30% of our cabinet are also women. Secondly, while the world may look at the Caribbean and Guyana and say that this is an area of peace and it's a paradise and an example for the whole world, we have had our challenges. In the post-colonial 60 years, we have seen ethnic conflicts in my own country in the early 60s, 176 persons killed and over 1,000 maimed. And we have had the assassination of a minister and an undemocratic regime for over 2 decades. In Haiti, only recently, we saw the assassination of a president. In Grenada, there was political repression and 2 coups. In Jamaica, in the elections of the 80s, over 800 persons were killed. In Trinidad and Tobago, the parliament was stormed by persons with their own agenda. MPs were killed and a coup attempted. And in our region, at least 3 countries have border disputes that can ignite, just like Ukraine, into aggression. So again, this theme of gender equality, gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world is very apt to Guyana and the Caribbean. Lest we forget the past, we will be condemned to repeat it. Guyana has implemented many programs for women empowerment and leadership in several tertiary education areas, for example, social sciences, law, medicine. Females dominate. It is within this history and advances, Guyana will continue to support the equal access of all of our children to education, more women's participation in our workforce, more gender-sensitive programs and legislation, and more gender equality in our parliament and parliamentary processes. I am confident that we are on a trajectory set similarly by the UAE, Rwanda, and we just heard Korea. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Now the floor is to Right Honorable Charumbira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. As I said, he will be followed by Right Honorable Ngoga Karuri, the Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly. Right Honorable Charumbira, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. I respect all the protocols. I want to start by thanking the President of the IPU and your leadership for the invitation to the Pan-African Parliament, and that's why we are here. May I also thank the government of Rwanda, the President of the Senate of Rwanda, the Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, who is currently in the chair, for inviting us, and that we have actually enjoyed your hospitality since we arrived. Madam President, I'm here representing the Pan-African Parliament, for which you all know that you had some stories that were not pleasing in 2021 during our elections for the new bureau and the bureaucracies. But I want to announce that Pan-African Parliament is now back in full operation. Elections were conducted on the 29th of June this year, peacefully, and there's a new bureau of Pan-African Parliament, and the bureaucracies, and we are now a parliament that is rejuvenated, reinvigorated, energized, and fit for purpose. And that purpose is to ensure that all the citizens, primarily of the African continent, have a platform to express their views and make an input into the development agenda of the continent. We are also here, Madam President, to demonstrate and acknowledge the importance of the work of the PAP, and also to show the commitment to strengthening collaboration with the IPU and all other parliamentary institutions, be they regional or national. PAP is participating in this IPU assembly, albeit as an observer, because we feel it is critical, and as has been said, imperative that we also make an input into the theme that is on the table. Madam President, in a book entitled Sex and World Politics by Hudson Varedi, he said, and I quote, "Gender equality is the #1 predictor of peace, more so than a state's wealth or level of democracy or religious identity." The global study on the implementation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, conducted by the United Nations Women, or UN Women in 2015, affirmed that preventing gender-based harm is critically linked to cultivating peace for the home, from the home to the world. It is therefore timely and relevant for the IPU to initiate debate on this theme, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. Madam President, the question therefore, which is critical, is, are we putting our money where our mouth is? That's the question. Gender equality and gender mainstreaming cannot be achieved by mere political rhetoric without the requisite budgetary support, which in itself is a reflection of the political will to promote gender parity. Do our national budgets reflect our commitment to gender parity? As parliaments charged with the power of the purse, are we analyzing these budgets with a gender lens? Do we have the capacity to analyze these budgets in a gender lens and ensure that the differential needs of women, men, boys, and girls are catered for before we pass our respective national budgets? If national budgets can respond positively to these questions, then we will have gone a long way in strengthening the ability and attitude engendering a positive attitude towards gender equality and ultimately fostering peace and sustainable development. The Pan-African Parliament, Madam President, has worked to strengthen and consolidate efforts to empower women through meaningful participation of women and equal participation in driving the development agenda in Africa. In addition to the Women's Caucus at Pan-African Parliament and the Committee on Gender, Family and Youth and People with Disabilities, which seek to advance the common cause of women on the continent, we have created space for an annual women's conference at every October plenary session, through which the PAP is able to harness the enormous potential of constructive engagement of African women to Africa's development agenda. Our theme for this year's Women's Conference, which will be held during the first week of November 2022, the theme is Women Empowerment and Inclusion in Governance. We undertake to use the opportunity to self-introspect, guided by the IPU Plan of Action on Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, and come up with concrete proposals for further promote gender equality on the continent and make the PAP or the PAP as an institution more gender-sensitive. Cognizant of the impact of conflict on women and children, the PAP has also undertaken fact-finding missions to assess the situation of women and girls in conflict areas, including in Chad, May 2006, Central African Republic, April 2007, Burkina Faso, 2008, Sahrawi Republic, July 2011, and Sudan and South Sudan, September 2012. In order to increase awareness and eradicate harmful traditional practices such as female genital mutilation, the PAP has undertaken missions to various member states, including Ethiopia in 2009. It contributed to the launch of a pilot training program for African midwives in Sudan in 2012 towards strengthening health systems, particularly in the provision of maternal health services in Africa. At the October session 2022, we will also debate and adopt, Madam President, we will debate and adopt the model law on gender parity, which we hope will be used as a benchmark by African countries in improving national legislation to ensure that it promotes gender equality. Madam President, I thank you.
And now the floor is to Right Honorable Ngoga Karori, the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, the floor is yours.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, it gives me great pleasure to participate in this 145th IPU Assembly, taking place in this beautiful city of Kigali, the capital of the Republic of Rwanda, my home country, and one of the partner states of the East African Community. I would like to register my gratitude to the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Right Honorable Pacheco Pereira, for this opportunity to address this August gathering. At the outset, I wish to appreciate the selection of the conference theme on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. This theme is discussed at a time when the world is witnessing a rollback of the 4 decades of hard-won progress in the fight against inequalities between women and men. Distinguished delegates, the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report of 2022, although it provides that there has been a gender gap closing by 68.1%, it still provides that at the current rate of progress, it will take 132 years to reach full gender parity. The record further cites that as a result of challenges compounding, women's workforce outcomes are suffering and the risk of global gender parity backsliding further intensifies. We cannot overemphasize the centrality of parliamentary action in addressing the various challenges and to advance gender equality if our respective countries, regions, and the world are to attain the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 5, which calls for achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. I therefore underscore the point that this meeting offers us an opportunity to deliberate openly and share experiences of our respective parliaments, not only in respect of advancing gender equality, but also to ensure a gender-responsive recovery amidst the health crisis, climate change crisis, and security threats at hand. Turning to the 10th anniversary of the landmark IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, permit me to highlight the achievements recorded by the East African Legislative Assembly in its endeavor to drive the necessary change towards gender equality. In the East African community, we are pleased to inform you that partner states have undertaken to abide by the principle of gender equality as one of the fundamental principles of the community as provided for by the treaty establishing the community. The partner states recognizes the indispensable role of women in socio-economic development and in business, and have committed under the treaty to ensuring gender mainstreaming in all the community endeavors and structures. Building on the aforementioned enabling legal framework, the East African Legislative Assembly has continued to discharge its legislative oversight and representation functions to strengthen the East African community legal and policy framework for gender equality. In this regard, key actions have been undertaken by the Assembly, and I mention a few. First of all, the Assembly enacted a law on East African legislative elections stipulating a quota of 1/3 for either gender. At least 1/3 of the elected members of the Assembly shall reflect either gender. The law aimed at improving women's representation and leadership in the regional parliament. It has been indeed observed that gender inequality in politics correlate with the broader gender inequalities in society, and thus improving women's representation and leadership in parliaments is closely intertwined with the supporting parliament's role through their legislative, budgetary oversight, representation, action, and representation. The progressive efforts within our Assembly in improving gender equality has been as follows. Between 2001 and 2006, we had 9 women out of 27 elected members. Between 2007 and 2012, and between 2012 and 2017, we had 18 women out of 45 elected members, which constituted 40%. And currently, between 2017 and 2022, we have 22 women out of 54 elected members, which constitute 40.7%. These developments are still wanting, although the progress has been impressive. To streamline and enhance its actions towards gender equality, the Assembly recently established the East African Legislative Assembly Women Caucus as a forum for members of the Assembly to promote the full participation of women in programs and activities of the community and in our partner states. The membership includes all women MPs and ex-officio members. The Assembly has also continued to engage with EAC other organs to ensure full and adequate implementation of the community gender policy, which was adopted years back but is not fully implemented. Distinguished participants, despite our good regional performance on the front of putting in place an enabling legal and regulatory framework for gender equality, we have not yet achieved the principle of parity, and therefore the collective efforts across the governance structures remain necessary. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We thank all the speakers of this first sitting. Now the first sitting has now concluded its work. We will continue with the list of speakers on the general debate at 2:30 p.m. after the lunch. At 5 p.m., the Assembly will examine the item number 2 of the agenda and consider the possible inclusion of an emergency item in the agenda of our Assembly. So the first speaker of this afternoon sitting of the general debate is Madam Hara, Right Honorable Hara, the Speaker of Malawi. So she will be followed by Right Honorable Abeyewardena, the Speaker of Sri Lanka. The sitting is closed, so I wish you a good appetite. Bon appétit.
the Speaker of the Australian Parliament, and I will be presiding this afternoon. I invite Madam Speaker from Malawi to address this afternoon, followed by Sri Lanka and South Africa.
Mr. President, fellow honorable speakers, leaders of delegation from all member parliaments here assembled, international observers, and all distinguished representatives of various non-governmental organizations attending this assembly, ladies and gentlemen, I feel greatly honored to stand before this honorable assembly, which is meeting in this green city of Kigali to contribute from a Malawi perspective to the topic on the floor. Before any substantive contribution, allow me to thank the Parliament of Rwanda and through the Speaker to the government of Rwanda for the warm welcome and excellent facilities provided in hosting us. Thank you, Rwanda. Mr. President, it is clear that gender inequality is not only pressing a moral and social issue, but also a critical economic challenge, especially in developing countries. Gender norms and power dynamics shape how women and men of different backgrounds experience or contribute to decisions, especially during various crises currently affecting the globe, such as climate change, migration, and pandemics. Mr. President, of late, efforts to decrease gender parity have relatively proved futile as nations have been hit by these crises, exacerbating gender inequalities in households and work environments. Gender inequality therefore becomes one of the big factors that cause conflict across the globe. I strongly believe that empowering women is one major step in building sustainable peace from grassroots level up to decision makers, considering that women are central when it comes to taking care of families as well as being advocates of peace. I stand here with total conviction that we as parliamentarians are critical actors in mitigating gender inequality through our representative, legislative, budgeting, and oversight roles. Members of Parliament are mandated to pass legislation which must ensure equal representation of women and men in Parliament seats and other institutions to ensure gender-sensitive decisions are made. Parliaments can also consider allocating substantial amounts of money in each budget specifically for gender equality programs to ensure that resources are available for research, policy review, as well as implementation and follow-ups. So far, in Malawi, we have noticed a lot of political will led by His Excellency the President through his adherence to the 60-40% gender parity law whenever he makes public appointments. As Parliament, through our oversight role, we will continue to intensify the oversight role in order for us to ensure that all public institutions adhere to the law and follow the good example set by our President. As you know, as legislators, we are mandated to approve the national budget. Parliament of Malawi has been in the forefront in encouraging government to allocate resources in various ministries and government departments that deal with gender equality. However, due to numerous competing needs in the country, these allocations suffer reductions, leaving ministries and departments that deal with gender issues in very challenging positions. In this case, Mr. President, as Parliament, we have intensified our oversight mandate to ensure that even the limited resources that are made available are efficiently and effectively used. Mr. President, as Parliament of Malawi, we have passed the following bills in bid to protect the rights of women and children. The Gender Equality Bill in 2013, which provides for the 60-40 gender balance in all public institutions. The Marriage, Divorce, Family Relations Bill, whose central theme is to protect the vulnerable women and children, and the Trafficking in Persons Bill. Mr. President, as Parliament of Malawi, we have 28% of our members are women. But the question that I think we need to ask beyond these women being elected in the House is, once they're elected in the House, what next? Because what I think is very critical for this House to discuss is how we maintain and keep those women that have been voted into the House. The challenge that we've had is, once we have gone through the process of elections, women have come into Parliament, it's like one tick box done. But how we maintain those women to make them to be the best representatives of the people is a question that I think still needs a lot of attention. Because the figures to get them in Parliament, yes, but I think the critical question is, how do we maintain them? And I think part of the solution is on the girl child education. If we don't have a pool of women who are educated, who are economically empowered, where are we going to get the women to get them into Parliament? So I think we should be discussing this issue together with girl child education. If you get a lot of women educated, more empowered, some of the hurdles that we're meeting today will not be there. For example, if we have bills that need women's support in my Parliament, I only have 23% of the representation, which sometimes can be difficult for bills that support women to pass in the House. If we empower more women, if more women are more educated, we'll have a bigger pool for us to use for members of Parliament for us to get representation from members of Parliament. We also need to look at the issue of economic empowerment, because for us as politicians, it's education and empowerment. For you to be a member of Parliament, there's basic requirement, for example, in my country, of what are the basic education qualifications that you need. You need to have the economic empowerment, because campaigning is not cheap, it's not easy. And these are the true facts that we have to consider. Can we also discuss issues of economic empowerment for the women in order for us to increase the representation as well as the girl child education, where I think we need the women for us to have that representation? We need to start from the grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your address to the Assembly. I invite the presiding officer for Sri Lanka to address the Assembly. And the next speaker will be South Africa, following this address.
President of the Assembly, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. To begin with, I would like to say that we are honored and privileged to be in this magnificent city of Kigali, which sprawls across beautiful hills, ridges and valleys. It's a great pleasure for me to address the 145th IPU Assembly Conference today on behalf of my delegation, and I wish to thank Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Rwanda and her team in Inter-Parliamentary Union, the organizers of this event, for this tremendous effort of the success of this prestigious event. Further, we deeply touched by the warm welcome and the generous hospitality of the organizers of the event, and I would like to thank again for all the arrangements you have done to make this conference successful. Overall theme of the Assembly: gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers to change for a resilient and powerful, peaceful world. It's a relevant and timely valued topic for all of us. Indeed, the IPU will facilitate the exchange of good practices to make parliaments more gender-sensitive, as well as encourage parliaments to pledge transformative action. I think IPU for selecting Rwanda as this host country because this is the first country in the world with female majority in the parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start off the discussion by congratulating the Rwandan parliament for this great achievement and like to discuss the important roles of parliaments across the globe to make the world a better place for all human beings, irrespective of their gender, race, religion, and other various factors. We MPs, as representatives of the people, are bound to provide them with equal opportunities to protect their rights. We all know that in a country there are different communities living together. You can find biological, social, and cultural differences among these groups. Biological difference can be attributed to gender, while race, religion, and other language and other are the main factors of social and cultural differences. What we basically need to understand is that there should not be any division or priority between genders when it comes to rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. We are of the opinion this initiative should be taken by the Parliament. Even in this conference that we are trying to do this, promote concepts of gender equality and gender sensitivity to make it a reality in Parliament and in turn to make the country and the world a harmonious place. A Parliament in gender sensitive when it actively respects the delivers on gender equality. I believe all parliamentarians should respond to needs and interests of both men and women in their composition, structures, operations, and methods and work. I can proudly say that as a constitutional institute, the Parliament of Sri Lanka has achieved great results in this area of gender equality and has marched forward as a gender-sensitive parliament than never before. In retrospect, our parliament has made commendable efforts to secure women's rights. In Sri Lanka has accepted gender equality under 1978's constitution, which protects women's rights under Article 12.2 and Chapter 6, 2716 of the Constitution of Sri Lanka. Any discrimination action based on sex and further states that state is able to take legislative or administrative action for the advancement of women. It has accepted gender equality as a basic right. Furthermore, the Parliament has enacted various legislation to provide gender-based violence, including all forms of sexual harassments. Some of them are Penal Code and its amendments, the Convention of Combating Trafficking in Women and Children for Prostitution Act, the Prevention of Domestic Violence Act, the Sri Lanka Bureau of Foreign Employment and its amendments, the Maternity Benefits Ordinance and its amendments, the Shop and Office Employees Act and the Widows or Orphans Pension Act and the Marriage Registration Amendment Act and other important milestones of the adoption of the Women's Charter to prevent gender-based violence. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a separate state ministry for women and children development. The ministry has functions to develop, implement, monitor, evaluate, and coordinate the policies and programs for the realization of the rights of women. The Parliament has supported establishing other institutional framework for empowering women and ensuring gender equality. The Women's Bureau of Parliament and Children, Women and Bureau Desk are some of them. Apart from the legislative mechanism, Parliament plays a crucial role Ladies and gentlemen, if I speak further importance of Women Parliamentarians Caucus, it has taken another initial step to draft bill for gender equality and women empowerment with the objective of ensuring rights and protection of Sri Lanka women and ensuring gender equality. Further, be able to establish select committees of Parliament to look into and the report to Parliament is recommendations to ensure gender equality and equity and equality in the special emphasis to looking into the gender-based discrimination and violence of women's rights in Sri Lanka. The Select Committee has focused on various crucial matters relating empowering women. Some of them are gender-responsive budgeting. Matters relating to small, medium-scale enterprises, SME, particularly the microfinance, gender-based violence during COVID-19 pandemic, and reviewing progress of the draft national policy and gender development. Apart from this significant achievement, I would like to point out that launching a website of the Women's Caucus and conducting several policy dialogues and outreach programs to motivate to secure women and other remarkable activities we have done. And thank you very much for all this.
I invite the Speaker from South Africa to address the Assembly, followed by Guinea. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours.
The Honorable President of the Assembly, Honorable President of the IPU, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, Honorable Presiding Officers, Honorable Members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome the opportunity to address this 145th IPU Assembly on this important theme. We simultaneously want to thank our gracious host, the Parliament of Rwanda. I want to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, for your election as President of this Assembly, hosted in a country which has mastered the art of gender parity in its representation in Parliament. Being the first country in the Chamber of Deputies to field 61.4% women, it is therefore befitting that you chair this IPU Assembly on Gender Equality and Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. In many respects, the theme of this Assembly is at the heart of how the world pays attention to the plight of women. Perhaps the best place to start should be to answer the question, why is the plight of women remaining precarious despite the numerous pledges, commitments, and undertakings made in multilateral and national levels? Honorable President, there is unprecedentedly a wide convergence of our understanding that gender equality, gender mainstreaming, and women's participation should be placed higher on the developmental agenda of our nations and parliaments. We believe that Parliament's lawmaking, oversight, and enhancements of public participation holds hope for meaningful translation of these ideals and commitments to improve the lives of ordinary women. We all agree that a gender-sensitive Parliament must go beyond women's representation, which only reflects numbers. It is more about improving the lives of women, especially the poorest and the needy. We owe it to the future generation to succeed in building societies that are more fit for women. It should start with empowering of both young girls and boys. The IPU Women in Parliament report of 2020 is not encouraging for a world whose leaders have expressed their commitment to women's empowerment and to ensuring a just and equitable society. The statistics also show that out of its members, more than 80 parliaments have less than 20% representation of women. What is even more disturbing is that the report also shows that there are parliaments with less than 5% representation of women amongst us here, including some reporting 0% representation of women. This must change. Unless the many systemic barriers to women's participation at the apex of political leadership and decision-making are addressed, the status of women will not improve. These barriers include disempowering legislation, patriarchal gender roles in society, conservative traditions that continue to reproduce undesirable stereotypes, and inadequate support and recognition of women in individual households. Honorable President, increased participation of women in parliamentary processes is critical in accelerating the transformation of our society to meaningfully change gender relations across the spectrum. Issues of child marriages, genital mutilation are issues which we should be guard against, if only to protect our girl child and the future of our countries. In South Africa, we have learned that simply depending on the whims of political parties to increase women's representation in parliament is quite inadequate. This is because despite the ruling party having imposed a 50-50 parity in representation in all structures of leadership for itself, the South African parliament still has less than 50% women representation after the last election in 2019. In conclusion, Honorable President, I wish to reiterate what I recently said in one of our international parliamentary fora, that is, whilst we recognize many achievements made by the representation of women in our parliaments, we are still far from the ideal scenario articulated in numerous commitments we made. As I thank you, Chair, I do want to move that we explore as the Assembly a possibility of imposing penalties on parliaments who are members of the IPU who seem not to be moving to ensure that there is proper gender representation in their parliaments. Thank you.
The presiding officer for Guinea to address the Assembly, to be followed by Egypt. Guinea, you have the floor.
Honourable President, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, Honourable Speaker, distinguished guests. This podium is a place for expressing diversity and pluralism. And from this podium, I would like, from the bottom of my heart, to thank the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies as a pivotal individual in the way in which this country has shown leadership through its government and institutions as well. But above all, we have in Rwanda a resilient people, given its history, with an ability to rise to major local and regional challenges. I would also like to express the gratitude of the highest ranking Guinean authorities and express the egalitarian sentiments that have driven Guineans to independence today, based on the deep sense of pride and their experience of a peaceful fight for emancipation, which has had women at the fore. That sentiment is anchored in Republican conscience, and the leader of the Guinean transition, who attaches particular importance to promoting the rights of women. Honourable parliamentarians, distinguished guests, despite the fact that women are in the majority in the global population, we remain in a situation where there is a lack of equality, and yet that equality is in everybody's interest and is one of the prerequisites for true democracy. Women remain victims of discrimination in the labour world and in the fields of health and education. They continue to suffer from physical and sexual violence. That's in spite of their daily fight against underrepresentation in decision-making posts and political and economic positions. They have the same skills as men, and yet they receive lower pay than men. And they more often occupy precarious, more onerous and worse paid jobs. They face more risks than boys when they're girls of not going to school. There are many obstacles then that women and girls have to overcome in enjoying their rights across all aspects of life, whether it's maternity care, health, education, equal opportunities, fair remuneration, or participation in electoral processes, decision-making processes, and access to high-ranking positions. If we look carefully, ladies and gentlemen, we can see that violence and discrimination against women continue in the form of attitudes and legislation. In the Republic of Guinea, our late president, from the outset of Guinean independence, had brought to the fore the moral and political need to ensure equality between men and women by using a number of methods to bring them into political and social life and moving away from traditional ways of doing things. President Mercy Couture sought to promote women without education in occupying high-ranking positions, and that was a key way to improving the image of women in public life. Jean-Martin Cissé also made a major contribution. He also represented our country on the Security Council at the United Nations, and he is in our national memory as a great advocate for the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. He followed the work of the General Assembly from 1961 to 1978. Our legislative body that dealt with the transition, which I have the honour of leading, has also been part of this movement. We've sought to bring women into political life and take measures to ensure that the situation can be improved and that women's needs be respected. We're determined to make our parliamentary body and our other institutions fora in which sexist language and behaviour are not tolerated, because we are aware that in Guinea, every state, economic, social and cultural entity should foster and embrace equal opportunities and fight against poverty. In light of that, gender equality and women's empowerment are drivers of deep change, which is intrinsically intertwined with sustainable development. The reforms that are being undertaken in Guinea are looking to put in place laws that will set up parliamentary institutions and state bodies that will ensure freedom for all citizens and foster cooperation and collaboration between men and women so that they together can meet their respective needs. A gender-sensitive parliament, in our view, means that there needs to be real work on gender equality. We need to look at the extent to which men, women, boys and girls can undertake whatever steps they may need to in political life, and we need to build that into all the work and programs that the country does. Gender sensitivity for a parliament means drafting and implementing oversight and evaluation for policies and programs that will make it possible to ensure that both men and women can equally benefit from those, so that inequality comes to an end. The aim, of course, is to achieve perfect gender equality. We need to take concerted measures as a parliament to bring about gender parity where elections are concerned and where the appointment of electoral staff is concerned. It's not just about the figures. It's also about transforming our institutional culture so that we can really harness the potential that stems from the fact that women are more numerous than men and the fact that we want to achieve an inclusive society where there is no discrimination and no favoritism. It's in light of this view and this approach to gender equal policy making that our Parliamentary Women's Caucus in Guinea was set up. That was organised to promote gender-sensitive institutions in our country. Our efforts and our commitment to promoting gender equality over the course of our transition and ensuring that the Republic be a truly inclusive, strong and efficient place where gender equality is concerned means that we needed adequate legislation and robust legislative framework with quotas and the complete prohibition on discrimination, as well as also ensuring that women can be represented in a balanced way.
Your time has expired. You may continue.
Une institution parlementaire.
We also have sought to foster a parliamentary institution that embraces opportunities for women and men through the ways in which it works, and that's gender sensitive. And that's what we've been working on in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Guinea. I remind all speakers there is a 7-minute limit for speeches. I invite the Speaker for Egypt to address the Assembly, followed by Zambia. Speaker for Egypt, the floor is yours.
معالي السيد دوارتي باتشيكو رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني.
Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Martin Chungong, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Excellencies, Speakers, Heads of Parliamentary Delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like firstly to express the sense of joy that I feel on meeting you all here once again at the IPU Assembly. And I would also like to thank our dear colleagues in the Rwandan Parliament. I'd like to thank them and express my heartfelt gratitude for having organised this assembly for us. Ladies and gentlemen, since humanity began, women have always been key pillars in development and prosperity. Women have sacrificed a great deal in terms of their time, and they've become essential in building human civilizations. They've contributed across every aspect of life, and that is necessary for prosperity and development of humans and civilization. This has also been a prerequisite for the preservation of stability of populations. In light of that, international efforts have been made to promote the role of women and to overcome the various obstacles that prevent them from being truly independent. That began with the adoption of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. And we've also adopted an international action plan that took place in 2020. However, despite all these international efforts that have sought to empower women in different fields, and in spite of all of the efforts that have been made to enable them to achieve their potential, women continue to face structural hurdles which have hampered their efforts and the efforts made in various fields. For instance, COVID-19 has joined forces with a number of economic and social crises to make their circumstances worse. Let's not forget the other crises that are threatening peace and international security. Women are paying a very high price for those crises. We need to do more then to preserve what's been achieved already at the international and national levels where women's empowerment is concerned, to reduce the negative consequences of those crises for women. Colleagues, parliamentarians, throughout history, throughout the history of Egypt specifically, women have been a true pillar of society and a key player in our national project. Currently, the state and government in Egypt have been working to ensure the empowerment of Egyptian women. This came in the form of a constitutional decision in line with a number of other decisions taken in the field, because the political leadership in our country is firmly convinced that it's important to mobilize all resources that women can offer. In that regard, the Egyptian state has sought to ensure that women are able to participate in all administrative positions at the governmental level and do not suffer from any discrimination at any level. In terms of policy making, Egypt has bolstered the empowerment of women. Women have occupied high-ranking positions in political life across a variety of national institutions. In the Egyptian parliament, women's participation stands at more than 25% of seats in the Chamber of Deputies, 28% of all seats in the parliament. That's 164 women in the Chamber of Representatives in Egypt. We've also succeeded in laying out a legislative framework that has enabled women's interests to be defended. We've been able to defend women's rights and ensure full access to all rights. In the Supreme Court, 2 female judges, have been appointed. And we've taken a number of other steps to ensure the development of Egyptian women. We've therefore done a great deal to improve our position in the world rankings where women's rights are concerned. We've gone up by 48 places in that ranking, and now we have a number of high-level positions in the legal sphere that have been filled by women. We've also been seeking to ensure the economic empowerment of women. The same goes for legislative matters. Strict penalties have been brought in to combat female genital mutilation and sexual harassment so that women are able to participate fully in public life. Egypt also ensures that women can enjoy a full measure of their rights, including the right to inherit. Ladies and gentlemen, today we face a number of challenges. We should not tire in our efforts to ensure the empowerment of women at all levels. We must rise to all the challenges that may lead us to take backward steps. From this podium, on the international stage, let me applaud any woman who is participating in the rebirth of her country. Women should pursue those efforts further to ensure a bright future for our world and for our peoples. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Egypt. I invite the Speaker from Zambia to address the Assembly, followed by the Côte d'Ivoire. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I am honored as the first female speaker of Zambia to address this distinguished gathering at the 145th IPU Assembly. Let me also, Mr. President, make a special recognition of the women parliamentarians present here today. Indeed, the well-crafted topic for debate, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments, drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, is a befitting subject to discuss in a country which is renowned for impeccable gender credentials, for having the highest number of female parliamentarians in the world. Rwanda, I salute you. Mr. President, the world is facing a number of crises ranging from the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and armed conflict. These crises have socio-economic and security-related consequences which pose a threat to peace and security and weakens nations' resilience. In addition, these vices are not gender-neutral, thereby exacerbating existing inequalities, and gender inequality is no exception. Mr. President, the COVID pandemic resulted, among other negative effects, in amplifying violence against women and girls and the ensuing economic crisis that has hit women harder than men. Furthermore, in times of armed conflict, violence against women and girls, including arbitrary killing, torture, sexual violence, and forced marriages, are rampant and a common feature. Studies have shown that addressing gender inequalities, including having a gender-sensitive parliament, can act as a drive of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. In fact, it has been argued that gender equality may be the missing link in establishing resilience and peace. Within the phenomenon of conflict and disaster is a window of opportunity to change the societal structures governing gender equality so that women can have much a say as men in ensuring we attain and maintain a peaceful world. It is critical, Mr. President, for parliaments within their legislative function to take deliberate steps in adopting legal frameworks that guarantee women's rights, increase women's political participation by reforming and entrenching affirmative electoral systems, as well as considering gender implications during the budget approval process, including policy implementation. Mr. President, these actions will not only result in attaining gender equality, but also have the benefits of achieving gender-sensitive parliaments. I dare say, Mr. President, there can never be gender-sensitive parliaments if gender equality is not embedded within a society. I repeat, there can never be gender-sensitive parliaments if gender equality is not embedded within a society. Mr. President, the way a society views women is reflected in the composition of its parliaments. Conversely, the emphasis a parliament places on ensuring that legislation passed reflects a gender perspective, the more likely an enabling environment to promote gender equality will be provided and give impetus for the success of initiatives related thereto. Once this is achieved, we then can have an enabling environment to drive the change for a more resilient and peaceful world in the following ways. 1, women's participation in decision-making processes. Gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments respond to the needs and interests of both men and women, which inherently allows their full empowerment and participation in decision-making processes. This promotes legitimacy of the contemporary democratic ideals and enhances peace. The peaceful coexistence that gender-sensitive parliaments uphold, for example, contributes to promoting peace in the world society, and 2, promotion of peaceful and stable outcomes. Gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments are an essential factor in a country's security and stability. For instance, where there is no gender equality, women tend to be exploited and violated, which leads to a disgruntled grouping of women. This state of affairs makes society become unstable and susceptible to conflicts. However, when both men and women play a role in negotiations for peace, they are able to complement each other's efforts. It has been observed that some societies in negotiations for peace, men focus more on political power and settlement, whilst women, on the other hand, focus on sustainable livelihoods, education, truth and reconciliation, resulting in a firm foundation for resilience and sustainable peace. Mr. President, let me at this juncture contextualize what I have highlighted by giving the Zambian scenario on a gender equality and gender-sensitive parliament. Zambia has long recognized gender inequality as a challenge that has implications for the country's peace, stability, and resilience of society. To address this challenge, a number of measures have been put in place at different levels as follows. Enactment of following legislation. There is 1, the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act No. 2 of 2016, Article 231 establishes the Gender Equity and Equality Commission to provide oversight for the implementation of activities aimed at mainstreaming and enhancing the status of women, even in Parliament. Further, Article 62 compels political parties to promote and respect everyone, including women, in all their affairs in order for them to participate freely in political parties. In addition, Article 62 provides for 2 deputies of the National Assembly who are not members of the same political party and are of the same gender. In the current Parliament, the Speaker and the First Deputy Speaker are both women. My presence at this forum is evident of this fact, Mr. President. The Gender Equity and Equality Act, the Act provides inter measures that promote strategic decision-making in all spheres of life, Parliament inclusive, so as to ensure gender equality and integration of both sexes in society. In addition, the Act gives effect to some of the conventions Zambia has committed to, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. There is also the establishment of the Zambia Parliamentary Caucus, which was established for women, members of Parliament, to take special interest in ensuring that women are well represented in Parliament and beyond. There is also the Gender Balance in Parliament Committees. The National Assembly of Zambia provides that unless it is practical impossible, the committee chairperson and vice chairperson shall not be members of the same gender. As I conclude, let me emphasize that unless and until we have strong leadership and political will at all levels, shall we see the panacea of gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change and key enablers for a more resilient and peaceful world. Allowing women the same opportunity as men in seeking solutions to many global and national challenges being encountered is what will give credence to those initiatives and result in sustainable and long-lasting solutions. By providing such a platform, Parliament will be acting as a model that mirrors a peaceful, resilient, and inclusive society. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I invite the President of the National Assembly from Côte d'Ivoire, followed by Nepal. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Monsieur le Président,
President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Presidents and Speakers of Parliament, Honourable colleagues, Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, Ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to be here once again at Rwanda's generous invitation in this beautiful city of Kigali, with all the opportunities that it offers to participate in the 145th IPU Assembly. This is the biggest global summit of parliaments. Before I make my statement, I would like respectfully to convey to the President of the Republic of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, our fraternal greetings, as well as our best greetings from our national president, who shares your president's vision of the role of women and the reconstruction of post-conflict nations. I would like to echo the other thanks that have been extended to Rwanda for its warm welcome and the many preparations that were carried out before we arrived. I would also like to congratulate the President of the IPU for the excellent spirit that he has instilled in our institution to improve population's quality of life. Parliamentarians, 10 years ago at the IPU Assembly that was held in 2012 in Quebec City, Canada, we set up a new paradigm for gender-sensitive parliaments. The aim of those is to ensure gender equality, to meet the needs of the interests of and the interests of men and women through parliamentary structures, functioning methods and activities. 10 years later, following the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis, incessant wars, violence, and many other events, we are increasingly facing challenges. In my country, Côte d'Ivoire, in line with our development plan, our president has established a program to bring women to the heart of our work. This will enable women to benefit from pragmatic help that puts them at the heart of activity that's being undertaken to achieve gender equality. That desire is taking shape in a number of different activities that have been undertaken. Amongst others, we've created a set of women's skills in our 2016 reforms that have set up protection and promotion of the rights of women, particularly where parity is concerned. As well as those key measures, we've undertaken a number of other initiatives to strengthen what was already in place. The aim of this is to assist our First Lady's efforts in ensuring that women can access financial resources and make an income, as well as enjoying training. We have involved more than 250,000 women in this, and the budget for it has been over €1 million and will be €5 million by 2025. Parliamentarians, as well as these actions, our First Lady's programme has also sought to work on school education, as well as children's well-being and mothers' access to health services. We've also sought to contribute more to the empowerment of women and work on the democratic dividend in the Sahel. The aim has been to increase the pace of our democratic transition. We've taken a number of other economic and social measures then, but at the political level we've also taken action. We've been seeking to increase women's representation in our assembly. We can mention the law of the 14th of October 2019, which insists that women must make up 40% of political parties in local and legislative elections. We've also provided additional funding for female candidates. to political parties, I beg your pardon, if women make up more than 50% of their candidates. We've also taken a number of executive measures. Since 2014, the National Assembly has set up a caucus for women parliamentarians, the aim of which is to set up a support framework for women. The creation of this caucus enables us to take into account gender and ensuring cohesion within our parliamentary work. Parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, all of these encouraging measures are very positive, but we need to do more to ensure gender equality across our decision-making bodies and particularly our parliaments. Environmental, security-related and economic concerns must be dealt with the gender balance in mind, because women are the basis of our stability. I therefore stand convinced that the relevance of applying positive discrimination is one of the methods that we should use to encourage gender balance. Colleagues, all the measures that have been taken to promote gender equality are very laudable, but education should be a key focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I invite Nepal and the Chairman of the National Assembly of Nepal to address the Assembly, followed by Botswana. Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, the President of this Assembly, I thank you for this opportunity to put my statement on behalf of the Federal Parliament of Nepal. We are living in a world surrounded by crises, whether it be health epidemic, climate crisis and conflict, or economic crisis. If we analyze these crises closely, we can notice a surprising similarity. None of these crises are gender neutral. Crisis magnifies the inequalities and discrimination prevalent in the society. Gender inequality is no exception. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic led to a steep rise in violence against women. UNFPA has estimated around 30 million incidents of domestic and sexual violence against women in 6 months of the lockdown. If we consider the incidents that went unreported, the real number could be even higher. Many pregnant women and new mothers lost their lives owing to the lack of specialized health care needed at such times. COVID pandemic has affected women more than men in employment as well. The existing social structure left the women with the responsibility to look after the children, which meant they had to leave their jobs. Yet to it, the fact that the most severely affected area happened to be the service sector, where a large proportion of women are employed. Climate change and the disaster caused because of it has also affected women unfairly, as climate change led to reduced productivity, resulting in the shortage of food. The traditionally oppressed women became the first victim of hunger. The women displaced as a consequence of flood, landslide, and similar climate-induced disaster are vulnerable to trafficking and sexual violence. The impact of climate change is higher in mountainous countries such as Nepal. Increasing temperature melts the snow caps, which affect the island countries and the countries at the lower riparian zone too. Thus, the excessive carbon-emitting industrial countries should increase their investment and commitment towards the climate risk reduction. They must compensate the low carbon-emitting countries in the form of development cooperation and poverty alleviation programs. Madam President, Madam President, to rid the world from the largely prevalent health crisis, climate crisis, and conflict-induced crisis, and make the world more resilient and peaceful. The empowerment and inclusion of the women who have borne a huge consequence of this crisis is must. Such complex crisis cannot be resolved without the active and decisive participation of women. Breaking the dominance of men in the decision-making process and including women equally will certainly introduce new ideas and perspectives. The fact that women leadership is capable to face the most daunting challenges has been established by the most excellent performance of New Zealand in COVID-19 pandemic prevention and management. The inherent differences between men and women make them complements. The decision made in the absence or inactivity of one of them cannot be as effective and as mature as those made in the participation and activity of both. It is now time to end centuries world inequalities, to eliminate dissent and use the resulting positive energy to fight against the global challenges. Madam President, Parliament should take a lead to establish gender equality. Significant progress has been made in this regard too. The proportion of women in parliaments globally has reached from 13% in 2000 to 26% in 2022. The output accomplished by today's host Rwanda in this area has been exemplary. Nepal has guaranteed one-third representation of women in federal and provincial assembly in its constitution. Currently, women comprise of 34% of the federal parliament and provincial assemblies. The women MPs raise issues of women's problems as well as issues of global concern such as SDGs and climate change. This July, the federal parliament passed a bill amending laws on sexual violence. This amendment is expected to reduce the unfortunate situation where the statute of limitation expires by the time the victim recovers from the trauma and goes for legal remedy. The strong voices and initiative of women MPs played a big role in this amendment. Madam President, it is imperative to end all forms of inequalities to achieve a sustainable solution to world warning problems. Gender inequality is a common problem of every country. We need to unite a common pledge to ensure effective role of parliaments to solve this problem. I thank the Rwanda Parliament and government for warm hospitality offered to me and my delegation in this beautiful city of Kigali. I thank everyone for your kind attention. Thank you.
Followed by Rwanda. Mr. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to address the Assembly. Our speakers and leaders of the delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a pleasure for me to join you this afternoon on the occasion of the 145th Plenary Assembly of the IPU here in the beautiful city of Kigali, in Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet under the rubric agenda item, gender equality and gender-sensitive parliament as a driver of more resilient and peaceful world, it is clear to me that what we are dealing with is something which has been endemic for centuries. Equality has not started now. What is fundamental, though, is that in order to achieve global peace and realize and sustain inclusivity and equality in our parliaments, the representation of all women and men should be not just aspirations, but should be achieved. We, however, have to first address inequalities, especially those related to gender, gender-based violence, economic inequalities, reproductive health inequalities, harmful traditional practices which remain most pervasive and persist forms of inequality. We need to address as parliaments the plight of women and children who usually have to bear enormous hardship during and after pandemics, forced migration, and humanitarian emergencies, especially armed conflicts. The centrality of women's empowerment towards reducing poverty, promoting development, and addressing the world's most urgent challenges remain pertinent. However, gender equality remains work in progress for most of us. One of the significant challenges modern democracy faces is the inclusion and increasing of women representation in parliament. The 2012 IPU Action Plan for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments provided a roadmap in dealing with key issues on gender as parliaments and in assisting and supporting parliaments' efforts to become more gender-sensitive institutions. In taking stock of our progress today, we should proclaim in a single voice that gone are the days when advocacy and defense of women's rights and gender equality in parliaments was championed by women MPs alone. It is our focus and responsibility as parliaments to collectively shoulder that burden as institutions representing interests of all citizens. On the African continent, equality, including gender equality, is fundamental to our developmental agenda. The African Union Agenda 2063 requires us to live in a more inclusive society where all citizens are actively involved in decision-making in all aspects, and where no child, woman or man, is left behind or excluded on the basis of gender, political affiliation, religion, or ethnic affiliation. Promotion of gender equality and non-discrimination is also a key factor in achieving universal access to sexual rights, health, realization of reproductive rights, reduction of poverty, prevention of HIV and other STDs, and achievement of sustainable development. It is therefore crucial that as modern parliaments, we have legislation and policies that support the principles of gender equality
and that starts with ensuring that our parliaments are more gender sensitive. Part of our responsibility as speakers of parliaments should be to ensure that our parliaments are family friendly, more especially that we are also attracting youthful members and women in parliament. We should shun sexist language and behavior in parliament, and we have codes of conduct to guide members and staff of parliament. We should ensure our parliaments meet the requirements of both women and men in the way they are run, structured, and where women and men have an equal right to participate without discrimination or recrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, Botswana takes very seriously the issues of gender equality. I must admit, however, that we still do have to do more in areas such as political participation of women, which remains very low for us at only 11%. Allow me here to also congratulate Rwanda for their achievement on women representation in parliament. We all stand to learn from their lessons. In Botswana, we have an opportunity as a country, as we are in the process of reviewing our Republican Constitution, and we should take this opportunity to put in the Constitution relevant provisions to achieve this equality which has been elusive for quite some time. I believe members will use that opportunity to further strengthen issues of rights and equality, including gender equality. Botswana has made significant progress in promoting gender equality. We have achieved various pieces of legislation to strengthen among our people. While at the political level, progress has been slow, women's representation in decision-making positions, including political office, senior management in both public and private sector, and in traditional male domains such as chieftainship and priesthood, has risen. We can now report that Botswana has managed to attain over 60% of women representation in middle and senior management positions. Botswana continues to recognize gender equality as central to socio-economic, political and cultural development through its national policy of women in development and National Vision 2036. The National Development 11, powered by Parliament, also provides for gender mainstreaming and prevention and elimination of gender bias violence under the governance, safety and security thematic area as aligned to sustainable development goals. At Parliament level, we have established a parliamentary focus of
Speaker,
women.
please conclude your remarks.
Yes. As a standing committee of Parliament with a mandate in the area to always promote equal representation of women in all elective bodies as decision-making positions. Our members, Parliament has enacted Domestic Violence Act, Children's Act, Affiliation Proceedings Act, Abolition of Marital Powers Act, Penal Code, Amendment Act, Sexual Offenders Registry, and Economic Inclusion Act to try and move forward in this respect. Distinguished delegates, at the regional level, we are trying to comply with SADC Parliamentary Union Forum to further strengthen parliamentary focus on sexual health and reproductive rights. May I, Mr. President, thank you and all members for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite the President of the Rwandan Senate to address the Assembly, followed by Georgia. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President of our Assembly, President of IPU, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of Parliament and administrative institutions, words fail me to express the great joy of the Rwandan delegation to see you all gathered here after 2 years of delays of this assembly. There's a proverb which states in Rwanda, the longer the pregnancy, the more the child will be strong and healthy. We hope, therefore, that the fruit of this assembly will be commensurate with the time you waited to come to Kigali. So once again, thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you for traveling here to be with us. The Rwandan people, the Rwandan authorities are truly thrilled and grateful for the kindness you have shown in coming to see our country. Now, as to the theme under discussion, gender, after what was said by the President of the Republic of Rwanda, after the statement made by the Speaker of the Assembly, and even after the observations made by those who spoke before me, I don't really have much to add. In terms of gender, my country has made huge progress, but this is not a gift that we men have given to women. Rwandan women deserved this place. First of all, because after, unfortunately, the dark period of genocide against the Tutsis, the country was totally destroyed, broken. We might have no longer had a nation or a state had it not been for the efforts made by women. At the end of the genocide, more than 53% of women became heads of household, and they therefore became responsible for the household, for the children. And what children? Many of them were orphans. The women shouldered their responsibility. Most of the men had been killed or imprisoned or fled to neighboring countries as refugees. The women who stayed in Rwanda literally rebuilt the country. So it was absolutely normal that they become the frontline citizens of the country. After the government was reestablished, Rwanda provided for equality between men and women. It became one of the pillars of its policy for survival and the process of transformation. And over the last 28 years, we have constantly given thought to matters and innovated with a view to reducing differences and gaps between men and women. First of all, we had to banish from our vocabulary and our way of thinking the old patriarchal patterns which prevented women from inheriting from their parents in the same way as men or boys. Similarly, in terms of institutions, we rid them of sexist practices. And this proved a very good policy because women shouldered their responsibilities, and this had a significant impact not only on our economic recovery, but also social stability and national reconciliation. They played a vital part in the area of education, education for orphans, support for widows, and institutions as well, because we had to punish the guilty, find those guilty of the genocide. And these women very bravely testified, and we were able to learn about what really happened. Distinguished guests, this would not have been possible had we not changed our laws, starting with the Constitution, which was revised and made gender sensitive. It was decreed that at least 30% of positions in terms of decision making would be filled by women. And we've gone beyond these 30%. We usually have gender parity, even in political parties and in private companies, as in Parliament. As you know, men are now in a minority. More than 60% are now women. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our experience in Rwanda has guided us in our bilateral and multilateral commitments in favor of women around the world, and above all, in favor of the most vulnerable women. When it comes to peacekeeping missions and decisions taken after the war in Afghanistan, we welcomed a women's corps, which works very well. Of course, we haven't reached 100% equality between men and women, but we're doing our best, and we have set up a monitoring center which ensures that in all institutions gender parity and equality is respected, even in our national budget. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like once more to reinform the commitment of the Rwandan Parliament to give its full support to the implementation of the plan of action of the IPU in favor of increasingly gender-sensitive parliaments. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. I invite His Excellency, the Chairperson of the Parliament of Georgia, to address the Assembly, to be followed by His Excellency, the Speaker of the Economic Community of West African States. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. President, dear colleagues, I'm glad to participate in today's forum for the parliamentary community and demonstrate our commitment to continue delivering on gender equality. Parliaments can indeed make a substantial contribution to women's empowerment. Gender-sensitive parliaments can be drivers of change and make our societies more equal and more resilient. Considering various contemporary crises, including armed conflicts, health crises, and its social economic consequences that especially affect women and girls, addressing issues of gender equality gains more relevance. Let me share with you some important steps of Georgia in promoting gender equality and women's empowerment. In 2014, Georgia adopted the law on the elimination of all forms of discrimination, a celebrated move in Georgia's modern history towards better and further regulating the gender equality issues. Since the ratification of the Istanbul Convention in 2017, Georgia has worked on harmonizing national legislation. Georgia has strengthened its national institutional framework and created strong institutional mechanisms, as well as introduced amendments to several laws, including introduction of the criminal liability for stalking, new definition of sexual harassment, clauses were enforced outlawing forced marriage, etc. The principle of equality was enshrined in the Constitution of Georgia in 2017, shifting the emphasis towards combating structural inequalities and mandating the state to establish and implement special laws, policies, and programs to ensure that women enjoy equality of opportunities. In 2020, we made important changes to the labor code. The issue of paid leave due to pregnancy and childbirth was defined. Furthermore, employer is now obliged to ensure equal pay for equal work performed by women and men. Perhaps the most significant step was the introduction of mandatory gender quotas to increase women's political participation in 2020. Because of these legislative changes to the electoral code, the number of elected women almost doubled. In order to achieve progress on gender equality, Parliament should be gender sensitive by its composition, structure, and everyday work. The Parliament of Georgia has adopted methodology for assessing Parliament gender sensitivity. The assessment helped us determine our future priorities, including gender budgeting. Georgia's efforts have increased even more since our country moved towards the European Union membership. In the frameworks of the European Union membership process, the Gender Equality Council and the Human Rights and Civil Integration Committee have worked jointly to amend and update the state concept on gender equality, as well as the law of Georgia on gender equality. Parliamentary deliberations focus on significant legislative initiatives, including introduction of the gender impact assessment for all draft laws, which will be provided to the Parliament, and widening the cycle of individuals eligible for single-parent status and others. Moreover, as we pay great attention to women's economic empowerment as well, we pledge to initiate and adopt women's economic empowerment concept. The Parliament of Georgia is ready to cooperate and share the best experiences with and from any interested partner parliament on this matter. I'm grateful to the Parliament of Rwanda for hosting us in a professional manner. I wish great success to each of you in attaining the goal of gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I invite His Excellency the Speaker of the Economic Community of West African States to address the Assembly. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. President, honorable speakers, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I am highly honored to be attending the 145th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. I'm very delighted to be standing as the voice of the Parliament of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. On behalf of the entire ECOWAS Parliament, I would like to extend fraternal greetings to each of the distinguished representatives of the national and regional parliaments invited to this important meeting. I also extend warm greetings to the President of President of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, and the beautiful people of the land of 1,000 hills. I would like to start by stating that the vision of ECOWAS stands in solidarity with equal rights for all, irrespective of sex, ethnicity, religion, disability, and social status. ECOWAS principles establish that they promote human rights, equality, and a just distribution of power and resources between all individuals including women and men. This policy lays out ECOWAS' commitment to strive for a world free from discrimination based on gender and where every human being can fulfill their potential unhindered by discriminating laws, economic and social structures. Furthermore, the policy provides a framework that will accelerate the realization of gender equality, fairness between men and women, non-discrimination and fundamental rights in Africa. Mr. President, honorable speakers, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, in the ECOWAS Parliament, we firmly believe that gender equality needs to be at the core of our work to engender democratic societies with a just distribution of resources. Discrimination does not only harm individuals, communities, and countries, but also hampers development and economic growth. Gender equality is a fundamental feature of a better world for everyone. The theme that was chosen for this meeting, which is gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, is particularly close to my heart because of the importance it holds in enabling a prosperous society. As you know, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, provide us a roadmap to a better and more sustainable future for all, set the promotion of gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls, and the defense of their economic, political, and social rights as the fifth priority for the world. ECOWAS, on its part, has made a clear commitment to prioritize gender equality and women's empowerment in the frameworks of a regional integration process. Moreover, the Supplementary Act on Equal Rights between Men and Women for Sustainable Development in the ECOWAS region serves as a strong legal tool that can be used to champion women development. This instrument was adopted by the 47th Ordinary Session of the Authority of Heads of States and Government held in Accra, Ghana on the 19th May 2015. Furthermore, the election by direct universal suffrage of the community's parliamentarians, which we are resolutely committed towards achieving in the next legislature, will make it possible to definitively implement the provisions of the Supplementary Act on an enhancement of the powers of the ECOWAS Parliament, which requires each member state to ensure that at least 30% of its parliamentary delegation is composed of women. Mr. President, honorable speakers, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, socially, women's fundamental rights are still being overlooked. In many of our countries, women are still unable to exercise their freedom, including the right to live without the fear of violence, the right to education, the right to family planning, the right to own land, and the right to choose their own destiny. With all of the above in mind, it is obvious that we must now go beyond proclamations. It has become urgent to move from words to action. At the ECOWAS Parliament, we are matching our words with action. The strengthening of ECOWAS Female Parliamentarians Association, ECOFEPA, to function as an independent parliamentary group is part of the resolve of the Fifth Legislature, in which I head, to advance parity in the Parliament and give women more opportunities to expand and make more impact. Presently, we are pursuing 30% representation for women, yet we believe that is not sufficient. Our hope is that soon we will have 50% seats and more, or more for women. At this juncture, I would like to implore everyone to work towards achieving concrete progress in improving the status of women, including improving their economic opportunities, recognizing and strengthening women's legal status and rights, and facilitating women's participation and inclusion in decision-making, as well as political processes. We must endeavor to carry them along in every aspect of our undertakings. We should see them as the ones who complement us and not compete with us. We must see them as our right-hand persons and not rivals. We must see them as collaborators and not contenders. In this regard, we have an important role to play as parliamentarians. we must remain aware that it is our responsibility as legislators and politicians to promote and protect legal and policy frameworks that not only prevent and combat all forms of discrimination against women, but also promote their empowerment. In addition, the exercise of Parliament's oversight function is an important tool in monitoring the implementation of the legislative framework at the national level and in the application of regulatory provisions adopted at the regional level. We are the guarantors of the implementation of these national and international legal instruments. Mr. President, honorable speakers, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by noting that we in West Africa are committed towards gender equality. We regard it as a bedrock of fundamental human rights and believe that gender parity, when attained, will lead to a more peaceful society where development and strides will easily be attainable. Our world will be surely a better place to live in when everyone's rights are respected regardless of gender, race, color, and caste. I thank you all and wish you a fruitful celebration.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I invite the Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles to address the Assembly, followed by Zimbabwe.
Mr. President, officials, honorable speakers and colleagues and members of Parliament, good afternoon. I am honored to add the voice of my country, the Republic of Seychelles, and its Parliament to this debate. Although we are a very small country in the middle of the Indian Ocean, we pride ourselves on taking our part in the international forum that debates on the issues relevant to our destiny. I hope that my contribution to this debate will add to the general picture of the situation relating to the theme of this conference, which concerns gender balance and gender sensitivity in our world, in our parliaments, and in our society. First of all, I want to acknowledge the vital importance of this theme. Our parliaments need gender balance because we are representative of our people. We need to reflect who our people are. Since half of them are women, we need Parliament to have half of its number being women. We also need equally gender sensitivity because gender sensitivity is fundamental to our role in the defense and promotion of the rights of our citizens. Gender rights are human rights. In response to the calls that have been made to us, I feel relieved that our own Parliament and our country are on the right track. I must say that our national and parliamentary legal frameworks are in place to ensure equality of women and to ensure their participation in the processes of decision-making. We have been engaged in strengthening these legal frameworks, and we will continue to do so. I am conscious of the shortcomings that we face, but I am also optimistic. The reason I am optimistic is that in my country, women have done a lot to claim their rights and will continue to do so. Our educational system has shown very high performance of girls and women. A large number of our professionals are women. Around 70% of the officials in the public service and in non-governmental organizations are in the top positions are women. Now, there is one confession. Our parliament lags behind. Only about 25% of our members of parliament are women. So we ask ourselves, why is this so? Now, here I come to the first shortcoming that I want to address, and that is the lack of security in the jobs and careers of parliamentarians. Politics is a risky business. You can be in one day and out the next. And ironically, as much as we hold on to the rules of democracy, which allows popular choice, parliamentarians always are at the risk of being out of the job in a few months or in a few years. I want to say that for me, this is first and foremost the explanation why we don't have more women in Parliament. We just don't have more women in politics to provide that base to fulfill parliamentary duties. In my view, my belief is that by nature, because of their responsibilities and because of cultural reasons, women are always reluctant, more reluctant than men, to take the risks that you need to take to be in political life. There is a saying that says only fools jump in when you do not see the bottom of the water, and women are not fools. Men also are not fools, but they are more foolhardy. They are more willing to take risks. So what I believe is that there is a job for our legislature to address in securing the position of women when they get into politics and become parliamentarians. I believe that our system does not sufficiently address the risk that a woman takes to go into Parliament and how to exit if she needs to exit. To achieve gender balance in the natural process, we must facilitate the participation of women in Parliament. We must facilitate, first of all, the participation of women in politics. As leader of a political party, I feel it is a huge challenge to recruit enough women to be candidates to parliamentary seats. And I believe this is what we need to address in order to fill the ranks of women in Parliament through a natural process rather than by a system of quotas or other artificial means. When you address the need for youth to be in Parliament, this is a fundamental requirement that there needs to be an interchange between the parliamentary world and the rest of society so that the movement from one to the other can be smooth and fluid. And this, I believe, will help to recruit more youth and more women into Parliament. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe to address the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the floor is yours.
I hope the floor is mine forever. Thank you, Mr. President. It is a great pleasure and an honor to address this session on the critical theme of the 145th Assembly, namely gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. To that extent, Mr. President, Rwanda has achieved the phenomenal feat in achieving gender parity within its parliament, wherein 61% members are women. Rwanda is therefore a torchbearer ahead of the global average of only 26%. Congratulations to Rwanda, especially yes, you applauded before I finished. Congratulations to Rwanda, especially when this sterling achievement has been attained after the debilitating genocide. Now you can applaud. Rwanda has concretely proved that adversity can be a springboard of wholesome human development that is cognizant of gender parity. Mr. President, there's no doubt that nations that promote gender equality are the more likely to use diplomacy before force in conflict management and are less likely to get involved in violent crises. The vital role of gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments in achieving peace and development, promoting resilience and propelling societal change is recognized in a series of UN resolutions on women, peace, and security. Among them is the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which affirms that the central role of women in peace building, while at the same time stressing the criticality of equal participation and gender perspectives in all conflict resolution processes. Mr. President, the Parliament of Zimbabwe has developed an institutional gender policy whose principal framework lays the foundation for integrating gender perspectives within our Parliament. In fulfillment of the 2012 IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliament, Zimbabwe's new 2013 Constitution espouses gender parity in its Bill of Rights. Accordingly, 60 seats in the National Assembly are constitutionally guaranteed up to 2030 on the basis of proportional representation in addition to constituency representation. As a result, Mr. President, our Parliament now has 34% female members of Parliament since 2013, as opposed to 26% then. Mr. President, the exigencies of COVID-19 resulted in a worrying spike of the number of school-going children who fell pregnant during the pandemic-induced hiatus and were expelled from school. In fact, these pregnant girls were ostracized and alienated. Our gender-sensitive Parliament amended the Education Act in 2020 so that the Essenwald pregnant schoolgirls return to school after giving birth. In tandem, our Parliament promulgated the new Marriages Act No. 1 of 2020, which unequivocally disallowed early child marriages, wherein it became legally impermissible to marry a girl before 18 years of age of majority. The establishment of the vibrant Zimbabwe Women's Parliamentary Caucus in our Parliament in 2001 is another milestone in the quest for gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. Its mandate is to capacitate women parliamentarians to be able to contribute meaningfully to national and international discourses. In the same vein, the Zimbabwe government has established a fully fledged Ministry of Women's Affairs, Small and Medium Enterprises, in order to practically address gender parity challenges, whereby women are supposed to be socio-economically empowered. It is that ministry which runs a Women's Empowerment Bank to economically empower women through business ventures. Parliament passed the law to establish this bank. Accordingly, gender parity without economic parity will remain a mirage. Equally, our President, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa's mantra of leaving no one and no place behind has resulted in the creation of the Youth Empowerment Bank in order to ensure youth inclusivity in our national development. These efforts are in line with Sustainable Goals number 5 and 17. In that regard, our Parliament has striven to fight inequality, which is anathema to gender parity, and thus enabling our parliaments to be gender sensitive as well as being a driver of change towards a more resilient and peaceful world through positive legislative processes. Mr. President, I conclude by urging all of us to follow Rwanda's inspiring example, which has achieved greater heights in gender parity within a short period of time because of Rwanda's political will that has permeated its national party political architecture and in its governmental structures. The private sector must also encompass fully gender parity mainstreaming in its leadership. However, and above all, we must sanitize the chauvinistic mindset of our male members of parliaments who are the majority legislators so that they can bend backwards in making laws which dramatically enhance gender parity. The gender parity struggle is a composite struggle where men and women should walk side by side in establishing the gender parity matrix together as comrades in arms. Marukoze, merci beaucoup, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite the Speaker of the House of Parliament of the Republic of Sierra Leone to address the Assembly, to be followed by Mali. Mr. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, colleague speakers, distinguished delegates, I bring you all warm greetings from the Parliament and people of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and we thank the Rwandan Parliament for playing host to this important meeting. The theme before this Assembly is timely and undeniable. It captures the main prerequisites for a thriving democracy. Gender equality radiates strength, resilience, and peaceful coexistence, and must therefore remain on the agenda of the IPU until it is achieved everywhere. Driven by this goal, the Australian Parliament, being the fulcrum of our relatively nascent democratic governance polity, has been playing the pivotal role of transforming into progressive legislation our nation's development aspirations. Added to gender equality are human capital development and free quality education, national unity and cohesion, accountability, radical inclusion, youth participation, empathy, and compassion. All these have not only acquired flagship preeminence in our annual budgetary appropriation, they are the bedrock that anchor the visionary leadership of Julius Maada Bio since he attained the presidency of Sierra Leone in 2018. And today, I can announce to this august assembly with unbridled excitement that the Parliament of Sierra Leone on July 27 this year finally broke the glass ceiling. For the first time ever, it passed a new electoral law in the Public Elections Act 2022 that prescribes a mandatory injunction for all political parties. And it reads, for every 3 candidates they nominate for election to Parliament, one of them shall be female. It also penalizes any political party that fails to comply with the rejection of its nomination by the returning officer. This new law is as historic as it is revolutionary. If the composition of the 6th Parliament, whose election is slated for June next year, remains the same at 132 ordinary members as for the 5th Parliament of the Republic, we can reasonably predict the following outcome. 44 female and 88 male ordinary members of Parliament. This result would mean a quantum leap in the parliamentary representation by women from the present 17 members, or 13%, to a minimum of 44 members, or 33%. Naysayers who may be tempted to challenge the constitutionality of this new law as discriminatory in that it accords advantages to women under Section 27 of our Constitution, which are not also accorded to men, they are advised to be better prepared to meet with the stiff and resolute resistance of Parliament, which can take refuge in that same Section 27, which also provides that any law that is reasonably justifiable in a democratic society shall enjoy immunity from chastisement. So, distinguished delegates, by granting this incremental and stronger legislative voice to the women of Sierra Leone, our Parliament has spoken, and it has firmly and irreversibly set itself on the salutary path towards the goal of gender equality like never before. Similarly, the executive branch of our government has refused to be outshone in this glorious endeavor and demonstration of political will. Although the President's power to appoint heads of ministries, departments, and agencies is constitutionally unfettered, there is a palpable momentum within the executive itself urging the President to give due consideration to the possibility of giving women as much as 30% of appointed positions in government. And this proposal is now before Parliament for enactment in a new Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Bill 2022. This is not all. There are many other ambitious proposals. Public and private employers are required to reserve a minimum of 30% employment to each gender and to ensure a minimum of 30% of each gender are in decision-making capacities. Employers are also prohibited from dismissing female employees solely on grounds of pregnancy, as well as from subjecting them to sexual harassment at work, in addition to granting all employees equal pay for work of equal value. Furthermore, on the vexed question of granting equal access and rights to credit and financial services to both male and female, there are new proposals on this, accompanied by stiff penalties for violations. In conclusion, distinguished delegates, we can say without equivocation that our world will be a better place when gender equality, inclusivity, and accountability receive the full recognition they deserve. And certainly, our resilience and well-being will be as strong and peaceful as fairness and inclusivity receive more and more normative prescriptions rather than just mere exceptions. There is no better place to start than from us, the people's representative, and the time to start is now. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite the Speaker of the Parliament of Mali to address the Assembly, to be followed by the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament. The floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président.
President of the IPU, Secretary General of the IPU, Speaker of the Parliament of Rwanda, Head of the Senate of Rwanda, ladies and gentlemen, honorable parliamentarians, I would like, above all, to convey the greetings of the Malian population and thank the leaders of the IPU for its cooperation with the Council, Transitional Council in Mali. It is with great pleasure that I'm taking the floor at this 145th Assembly of the IPU on the theme of the general debate, which is called Gender Equality, Gender-Sensitive Parliaments as Drivers of Change for a More Resilient and Peaceful World. Parliamentarians, this assembly is being held in a context marked by the persistence of tension and terrorist threats in Africa and around the world. For this reason, the theme chosen for our work is of particular importance for Mali, because in all respects, this complies with the steps taken by Malian authorities in order to achieve gender equality and peace and resilience. Mali gives great importance to women in life and in society in general. In the course of our history, women have always proved very courageous. They have stood out on several areas and have played a forefront role during people's demonstrations for the advent of democracy in Mali. Of course, they play a big role in households, as people producing crops and food, and in our political life. Gender equality is based on equal rights, equal responsibilities, and equal opportunities between men and women. The idea is to ensure that women and men's rights must be equal. It doesn't matter whether you're born a man or a woman. Rights are equal. Mali, in its constitution, has enshrined the principle of gender equality. All inhabitants of Mali are born free and equal in terms of rights and obligations. Any form of discrimination based on social origin, color, language, race, sex, religion, or political opinion is banned. Mali has adopted all the international treaties to promote gender equality. In terms of gender, most international institutions plead in favor of gender equality and also equal rights for women, the banishing of any form of discrimination against women. In Mali, several legal texts have been adopted to foster the emergence and a socio-political fulfillment of women. I would recall, inter alia, our national gender policy adopted in November 2010. It aims to include gender in public policy and governance, national programs and policies and budgets. They are all gender sensitive. National gender policy in Mali calls for a paradigm shift. We move from the promotion of women to the systemic integration of women in all administrative and government levels. We have a special policy to monitor gender equality. We have gender-sensitive finances and budgets. The idea is to create an equality between men and women in terms of budgetary performance indicators, in results, and in the assessment of political, economic, and social consequences when it comes to gender equality. Gender-sensitive planning and budgeting does not provide for a different budget for men and women. It clearly highlights the impact of any budgetary line on the status of women and men. Another historic initiative has been taken in our country, namely the adoption of Law 2015-052, which dates from December 15. It sets up measures to ensure gender parity in elections and at all levels. The idea is to increase the number of women present in all levels of decision-making. Pursuant to this law, the proportion of one or other gender should not be lower than 30% when it comes to the institutions of the Republic or the various public services. Furthermore, when MPs are elected, national councillors and councillors at territorial level should call for gender equality. A political party or the groupings of political parties are only valid if they comprise equal numbers of men and women. Thanks to this law, the number of women in Parliament has increased greatly. Between 1960 and 68, we now have many more women. We now have 32 in the National Transitional Council. We intend to reinforce the status at the next general elections, which will put an end to the transition in Mali. In this respect, I would like once again to add the new code for the family and the person, where we've made great headway in terms of women's rights in Mali. We have a law on support for the independence of women and support for children and their welfare. And we have many other tools. The fulfillment of women can be seen at all levels of the Republic of Mali currently. This has lent a new momentum to political affairs, both at a national and local level. Of course, society moves slowly. However, we have the weight of traditions, prejudice, biases vis-à-vis African women in general. Hence, we continue to raise awareness of the population, particularly the religious and customary leaders, traditional leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable parliamentarians, we recognize that the gender proportion is extremely important for peace around the world. In Mali, for example, the involvement of women in general in the parliamentary reforms have moved us greatly forward in terms of peace in the management of the wide-ranging crisis in Mali. Women have spontaneously created various groups and associations in order to raise awareness and mobilize various community leaders in terms of peace and social cohesion. Furthermore, they are deeply engaged vis-à-vis national authorities with a view to combating insecurity, and they are militating for the right to return to their local villages. I wish to thank the IPU for the great support given to Mali. Ladies and gentlemen, the aim is to restore peace and security. This is a global approach, including all components of society, whence the absolute need to promote women and strengthen their presence in Parliament. Gender parity can indeed help to promote civic sense, peace amongst the population. Parliamentarians, we are resolutely engaged to view women and their rights as a fundamental.
Mr. Speaker, your time has concluded. I now invite the Speaker for Latin American and Caribbean Parliament to be followed by Gabon, the Speaker of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours.
Muy buenas.
Good afternoon, everybody. President, dear parliamentarians, it is an honor for me to speak to you for the first time, to speak to this assembly as president of Parlatino. I know I don't have much time, but I want to take this opportunity to say that we want to work towards greater representation of all citizens who place their trust in us with a view to improving their quality of life. This trust has been broken simply because we are failing to resolve their problems. In Latin America, only 20% of the population trusts Parliament. 80% disapprove of our work, and 60% consider that we are corrupt. Dear colleagues, this is alarming. We are faced with a crisis in representativity, and we need to rebuild this link with our peoples, recover their trust. And to this aim, we have to listen to people and listen to ourselves. Above all, we need dialogue, inclusion, and cooperation. These have to be our guiding principles. We need to create bridges, provide answers to the problems in this world. We need to find a new balance between the role of the state, the private sector, organized civil society, and the community in general, placing emphasis on transparency and the highest level of inclusion. Dear parliamentarians, we must foster fraternity, the right of all human beings to be included in a common project, placing emphasis on dignity, diversity, and each individual's freedom. We should not leave anyone behind. It is necessary that the historically marginalized group, owing to a gender, their status, or geographic location, or ethnic group, a religion, or sexual orientation, we must enable them to fully participate in political, economic, and social life in our countries. The world is in a process of major social changes which open the door to social inclusion or exclusion. I would venture to say that I am prepared to open all these doors. We want to bring about a world economic order that is fairer and aims to overcome the gaping social inequalities. We cannot condone the fact that billions and billions of human beings suffer from hunger. Parliamentarians, 828 million people suffer from hunger. Let us not remain indifferent to the pain and suffering of these people. It's calculated in the world that there are over 38 million migrants, people who cannot even live in their own countries. They shouldn't have to become displaced. We shouldn't build walls or have plans to expel them. We have to give people the opportunity to live in their households in a dignified way. In other words, one of the main factors which lead migrants to leave their countries are corruption and impunity, because this is to the detriment of access to basic services for the population at large. Do you know how much corruption costs Latin America? $220 billion a year, the equivalent of the entire GDP of Peru. Look at the number of schools, roads, or hospitals that could be built with this money. How can we improve the quality of life of people while allowing migration to be an option? We have to put ourselves in the service of our societies. We have to consider policy as being the real response to inequality and suffering. We have to work towards sustainability as a guiding principle. All our actions have to be rooted in the care for the environment. And women, of course, we have to empower women. It is indispensable for women to be able to raise their voice and vote in all areas so they can participate on an equal footing in dialogue and decision-taking. Above all, we have to promote the access of women to economic and financial resources. There is ample proof of the fact that when women can gain access to finances, they're more likely to provide education, food, and health for their families. This is all fundamental to break the cycle of poverty and achieve a social equality, encourage the economic growth of our peoples. For these reasons, dear colleagues, Parlatino is convinced that the path is the sum of efforts by all. We need to commit ourselves. We need to exchange information. We need to listen to each other and achieve proper legislative organization. And above all, we have to enforce our legislation, because we already have very good standards and legal frameworks, and the IPU has tremendously contributed in this task. However, we must ensure that laws are actually applied. There's no point having a law if this law is not respected. We need a strategy to efficiently and effectively overcome these challenges in all sectors and across all borders to ensure that this world is a fairer place in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I invite the Speaker of the National Assembly of Gabon to address the Assembly, to be followed by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Mr. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Merci.
Thank you. President of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen, President of the Assembly, Secretary General of the IPU, dear colleagues, parliamentarians, it is always a pleasure for me to be here in Rwanda, in this beautiful country rooted in tradition, which affords such African hospitality. It is hosting the work of the 145th IPU Assembly. May I first sincerely thank the Rwandan people and the authorities of this country. Above all, His Excellency, President Paul Kagame, to whom I convey the fraternal, friendly greetings of the President of the Gabonese Republic, His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba. I would also like warmly to congratulate our dear colleague, Donatil Mukabalisa, who is Speaker of the Lower House. She was elected President of the 145th IPU Assembly. Indeed, we supported this nomination, given the merits of our colleague, and we would also say the same of the President of the Senate. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about this crucial question, equality between men and women, together with action that can be taken by parliaments to bring about greater resilience and peace in the world. To quote a South American proverb, we are convinced that a house does not rest on the ground, but it rests on women. In my country, Gabon, we are working hard for equal opportunity in general and gender equality as well. I'm talking about our laws and standards. We have defined quotas in favor of women and young people. And also, we are trying to promote things from a qualitative stance. The President of the Republic has implemented a policy to promote equality between men and women. Indeed, that is one of his battle horses. From a family stance, we are bringing about collective management of households with equality between men and women. We have banned any form of violence against women. There is, in fact, a toll-free number to denounce any forms of violence. We try to protect vulnerable women, particularly widows and orphans. We have universal health coverage for the poor. These are social and legal measures which protect women and promote them. Our parliament, which comprises two chambers, has quickly adopted almost unanimously all the texts which the government has drafted to this end. Thus, over and beyond legislation, the role of women in Gabonese society is key and pivotal. And this can be seen in decision-making processes within the state, because most institutions are actually run by women. They're headed by women, together with certain key positions which have been given to women in government and also in the senior civil service in our country. The President of the Senate, the Constitutional Court, the Appeals Court, The presidents are all women who are very experienced in these matters. The Prime Minister, head of government, number 2 in the government, the Ministers of Defense, the economy, the budget, work, justice, and national education, the mayor of the capital of our country, and our port city, just to quote a few examples. All of these people are very capable women to whom I wish to pay tribute. And we have also the First Lady, thanks to whom many of these initiatives have been taken. Our current battle focuses on introducing equality in all the elected positions. At least 30% of elected people have to be women. This is quite complex to implement, but we are moving forward resolutely thanks to awareness building amongst the leaders of political parties and the population, and the involvement of women and young people in increasing numbers. On the strength of all this, here we undertake to speed up the implementation in our Parliament of the IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. In this spirit, a working group chaired by a woman has been set up. Also, next month, we will be organizing a sub-regional seminar on gender-sensitive budgeting in conjunction with others. Like other countries in the world and our brothers and sisters in Rwanda, the Gabonese Parliament will be one of the leaders in terms of gender-sensitive parliaments and gender parity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could ask the Assembly to lower the level of audible noise as I invite Afghanistan. As a sign of solidarity with the democratically elected Parliament of Afghanistan from before the Taliban takeover, the IPU governing bodies here have decided to allow the membership of the Parliament in exile. And they are participating of our Assembly in an observer capacity. Afghanistan, you may address the Assembly.
In the name of God, Mr. President, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be among you today in such a warm and friendly environment. Unfortunately, this year's parliamentary meeting is held at a time when Afghanistan is under the control of an extremely self-centered regime, which came about after the withdrawal of the US and international partners and the subsequent collapse of the Afghan Republic government. Afghanistan has once again plunged into the hands of extremist categories and is becoming the safe haven of international terrorist groups. The 2 decades achievements of the Afghan people have been destroyed, and the country is now on its knees. Poverty, unemployment, insecurity, closure of girls' schools, discrimination and deprivation of half of the community, namely women, from work and education, are major challenges facing Afghanistan. It is certainly that the Taliban have not changed at all, in spite of their initial promises of changing their behavior and respect for human rights and women's rights. If anything, they have become worse. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a dire humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, and the country's social, economic, and security situation is increasingly deteriorating. The Taliban are ruling with disobedience and totally disregard the will and legitimate demands of the Afghan people and the international community. Taliban's brutal rule caused a flight of capital and talent, the collapse of the banking system, lack of any meaningful governance, and the disappearance of the constitution and parliament. The regime has stagnated the country's educational system and does not allow girls to go to school. National unity and nationhood have been undermined by the Taliban's policy of discrimination and single ethnic rule. Their Excellencies, despite all this, the Taliban regime seeks recognition from the international community and wants to benefit from political, economic, and commercial interactions with the region and the world. But the Taliban have failed to realize that today's world is like a small village due to globalization, under which interdependence and cooperation are critical. Not only did the Taliban regime not fulfill its obligation to fight terrorist groups and cut off relations with Al-Qaeda, but the killing of Al-Qaeda leader in the heart of the Afghan capital is a clear sign that the Taliban are an extremist movement that support international terrorism, endangering regional and global security. With the presence of more than 20 terrorist active groups inside Afghanistan, it is certain that Taliban are not able to provide guarantees for the security of the region and the world. And the absence of international attention to the problem of terrorism, the world will soon face a wide range of security concerns. Another catastrophe like September 11 will occur if we ignore the Taliban's actions and the threat they pose. In Afghanistan, the intensity of terrorist attacks is only increasing, as seen in the recent horrible attack against the Kaj Educational Center, causing numerous lives of innocent people. The world must strongly condemn these attacks and boycott the sources of its funding. While the world is trying to provide humanitarian aid to the people of Afghanistan in these difficult times, which we are very thankful for, there are some serious doubts about the Taliban's way of distributing the aid. Credible information obtained shows that the Taliban keep this assistance to their supporters and cronies and do not distribute it to ordinary Afghans. The Taliban and their regional allies continue their brutal rule and do not allow the Afghan people to benefit from these aids. We request that international institutions and donor countries find effective and transparent ways to ensure that these aids are not wasted and that the Taliban are not enriched. Ladies and gentlemen, the Taliban's failure at governing and their repressive rule has forced Afghan people to rise up against the regime through different means and show defiance. Afghan people, especially the brave Afghan women, are fed up with the regime and have taken to the streets and social media platforms to demand their rights. The Taliban have harshly cracked down on these protests. It is through these forms of protest that Afghan people hope the world to hear their voices and to assist them in this legitimate cause. The international community should fully and unconditionally support the people of Afghanistan in this fight, particularly Afghan women who took to the streets to demand their rights. To address the current Afghan problem, we recommend the following. First, under no circumstances the Taliban should be recognized. In fact, recognizing the Taliban means giving legitimacy to a selfish regime that provides safe haven to the terrorist groups. The international outline is taking refuge. In the meantime, the Taliban regime violates the fundamental values of the Afghan people and ignores women's rights. Recognizing such a regime will be contrary to the values of a modern international world. Second, the existence of extremist groups in Afghanistan has great risks to the security of the region and the world. The world should pay attention to this problem before it is too late. Third, the ongoing acute humanitarian crisis, the collapse of the Afghan economy, the lack of security, the closure of girls' schools, and women's rights are major challenges facing Afghanistan. The world should pay close attention to the Afghan problem and do not forget the cause of the Afghan people. Fourth, the Taliban must be pressured to let girls' schools open and not deprive Afghan women and girls of their basic rights. Fifth, the Taliban should be held accountable for widespread human rights violations, including the killing of civilians and persecution of religious and ethnic minorities. Sixth, all humanitarian aid should be delivered through transparent means. Thank you for your attention.
I invite the President of the Parliamentary Association of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean to address the Assembly. Mr. President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, dear colleagues. Let me thank, first of all, the Rwandese institution for the warm and friendly welcome, and IPU President and Secretary General for the perfect organization. It's a great pleasure for me to address you today as President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Our world is facing the resurgence of conflicts, a new confrontation resulting from the brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine that, on the other hand, and it's important to underline it, it's already failing thanks to the extraordinary resistance of that people. We know that this war causes energy and food crisis, but also jeopardizes, firstly, women's rights, women's integrity, and women's equality. Women are more vulnerable because, as seen in temporarily occupied areas of Ukraine, they are regularly targeted by war tactics such as rape and sexual assault. They are also more victims of forced migration or displacement. And although they are the first systemic victims of the resurgence conflicts, they are much less integrated than men in spheres of power, decision-making and conflict resolutions. The peace and security we aspire to will only be possible when women's voices play an equal and central role. Women are vectors of peace and stability and are major actors in the achievement of sustainable development's goal. With regards to these crucial and systemic challenges, an increase in women's parliamentary representation may be viewed as a linchpin of a broader strategy for advancement of gender equality. But more fairly, the increasing presence of women in political institutions should be seen as a mirror of the cultural and socio-economic realities of today. According to 2022 UN Women and UN DESA report published a month ago, at the current rate of progress, it will take up to 100 years to close the gender gap in terms of legal protection and remove discriminatory laws, and at least 40 years to achieve equal representation in national parliaments. Since its inception, PAM has put gender equality at the top of its priorities and values. Last year, our Assembly amended its statute to ensure fairer representation among its delegation. Recently, and I conclude, our organization launched its Women Parliamentary Forum, which was inaugurated in Lisbon this July. In July's focus was given to women displaced and made refugees in our region and in pandemic era. The PAM Women Parliamentary Forum is a new regional tool to enable the sharing of the best policies and legislation implemented by our member state in close cooperation with IPU for a more resilient and peaceful Mediterranean. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And I would like to thank the Speaker of Australia for the great job he has done for chairing the afternoon session of our general debate. So as we conclude the high-level segment, may I invite you, Right Honourable Speaker, as Speaker of Parliament this time of Australia, to address the Assembly. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. and thank you for your hospitality and leadership as Speaker of the Rwandan Parliament, presiding officers, members of Parliament, fellow delegates. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the fundamental issue on behalf of the Australian Parliament. I agree gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments drive change, such as better decision-making and policies. We know this leads to resilient countries and ultimately a resilient world. As we strive towards gender parity in our parliaments, we must make changes to ensure the appropriate mechanisms support the well-being of our parliaments. In June 1902, more than 120 years ago, most Australian women achieved suffrage. We were the first nation in the world to grant women the right to stand for election, and the second nation to grant women the right to vote. Women have been represented in the Australian Parliament since 1943. Since then, the number of women elected to the House of Representatives and the Senate has continued to rise. This year we saw a record number of women elected to the Australian Parliament. Now 45% of all members of Parliament are women. Similarly, the percentage of women holding ministerial offices in the Australian Parliament has increased, where nearly half are women. And this year, our first female of Islamic faith and our first female First Nations person was appointed to serve as ministers. These statistics and recent appointments are significant events within the Australian Parliament. It demonstrates the growing trend of increasing diversity amongst our parliaments. With this trend towards gender equality, we must ensure the appropriate changes occurring in our workplaces to ensure they become and remain gender sensitive. A gender-sensitive parliament provides support and mechanisms to enable equal participation for all people. Our parliaments have traditionally been set up for a male-dominated workforce, with features of long hours, lack of support for caregiving arrangements and codes of conduct that do not consider power imbalances in diversity inclusion. 1 year ago, there was significant media attention around the work, culture and environment of the Australian Parliament. This media attention highlighted the substantial changes needed to make the parliamentary workplace a safer and more supportive environment. Across the country, women and their supporters marched against gendered violence and gender discrimination in the workplace. We have an obligation as the Australian Parliament and workplace to ensure our working environment is respectful and allows parliamentarians and those who support them to perform at their best on behalf of the nation. The Australian Parliament commissioned an independent review into the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. This independent review made recommendations to ensure Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are safe and respectful, and that the nation's parliament reflects best practice in the prevention and handling of bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault. The report made recommendations focusing on 5 key areas: leadership, diversity, equality and inclusion, systems to support performance, standards of behaviour, reporting obligations, safety and well-being. All the recommendations were agreed to, and the responsibility for their implementation is shared across the parliamentary leadership, government, political parties, presiding officers such as myself, parliamentary departments and a joint select committee on parliamentary standards. With bipartisan support, the Australian Parliament has already made several changes to its workplace this year. Both houses have made changes to the sitting calendar and order of business to provide greater flexibility and balance, being more responsive to the needs to balance work and family responsibilities. A joint statement of acknowledgements was delivered by the presiding officers to both houses of Parliament in February. The statement has set the tone for the Australian Parliament to commit itself to the highest standards of conduct, respect and inclusion. Some of the changes include scheduling parliamentary sittings outside school holidays and procedures to reduce late-night sittings. A parliamentary committee is currently investigating how to improve safety and respect by reviewing sexist or otherwise exclusionary and discriminatory language in the practices and procedures of the House of Representatives. We recognise these reforms are just the start in ensuring that the Australian Parliament is responsive to the growing trend of women. Particularly in these times of change, we must continue reforming our systems and mechanisms to ensure we are responding to the needs and interests of all parliamentarians regardless of their gender. This is the expectation of all Australians, and it is a shared responsibility for all people to drive the change. As Speaker of the Australian House of Representatives, it is my honour and privilege to oversee the Parliament as it undertakes these changes for the benefit of our country and our citizens. I know there has been much debate both in the Assembly and outside, and we will shortly be debating these issues further. I wish to again express Australia's parliamentary condemnation of the illegal invasion of Ukraine and reaffirm Australia's strong support for the people of Ukraine. The theme for this Assembly is gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers for a more resilient and peaceful world. Australia stands strongly, particularly with the women and girls of Ukraine. Their voices are heard as we fight for a more peaceful world. I thank the Assembly.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for your remarks. And we are going to close our afternoon sitting here and continue with item number 2 concerning emergency item. This session will be chaired by the President of IPU, but I would like, first of all, to ask everyone to take his or her seat and listen to the different speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President of the Assembly, dear colleagues. We came to the point 2 of our agenda. We make one interruption in our general debate. Tomorrow we will come back to it. And item 2 is consideration of possible requests for inclusion of an emergency item in the agenda of the Assembly. And so we received on time 4 requests that I will present. But I believe that all of you know that so well. But to the minutes, I will repeat them. After it, I will give the floor to Secretary General to explain how we will vote and choose. This is not an easy process, and we needed to repeat every day during our assembly because we have always new members. And so it is not a stable assembly. In each meeting of IPU, yes, some are coming back, but a lot of new members are present. And so it's very important to explain in the beginning of the process how we will vote, because it is not an easy one. So the first point of order that we received 15th of September was from Pakistan. And the item proposed is the creation of a global fund or finance facility for climate vulnerable countries to address loss and damage associated with climate change. Then, later on the 11th of October, from Chile, we received the second request that the item proposed condemns the invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent annexation of territories, defending the territorial integrity of every country. The third one, also at 11, is from Iraq, preserving Iraq's sovereignty, rejecting repeated attacks, and not interfering in its internal affairs. And finally, the last one, also at 11, I believe it's just a problem of ours, came from Ukraine. Condemnation of the illegal annexation of Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk regions by the Russian Federation, the targeting of civilians and other war crimes resulting from the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. So, this is the 4 items that the Secretariat received again on time. And so, to explain the way we will vote, I will give the floor to our Secretary General. Please.
Mr. President, thank you very much for giving me the floor. In response to your request, I just want to draw your attention to the relevant provisions of the Assembly rules, and those provisions are contained in Rule 11.1 of .2 of the rules of the Assembly. And I will just proceed to read out those provisions very slowly so that members have time to digest. As the President has said, there may be members here who are not familiar with the procedure that we will follow for examining and adopting the emergency item for this Assembly. And Rule 11.1 states that any member of the IPU may request the inclusion of an emergency item in the Assembly agenda. Such a request must be accompanied by a brief explanatory memorandum and a draft resolution which clearly define the scope of the subject covered by the request. The IPU Secretariat shall communicate the request and any such documents immediately to all members. This is what has been done. As the President has just indicated a moment ago, we received those 4 requests that have been circulated immediately to all members of the organization, especially those who are present at this Assembly. And then we have looked at the conditions under which items can be accepted, and let me read out the provisions of Article or Rule 11.2. It reads: A request for the inclusion of an emergency item must relate to a recent major situation of international concern on which urgent action by the international community is required and on which it is appropriate for the IPU to express its opinion and mobilize a parliamentary response. Such a request must receive a 2/3 majority of the votes cast in order to be accepted. B, the Assembly may place only one emergency item on its agenda. Should several requests obtain the requisite majority, the one having received the largest number of positive votes shall be accepted. C, the authors of 2 or more requests for the inclusion of an emergency item may combine their proposals to present a joint one, provided that each of the original proposals relates to the same subject. The subject of a proposal that has been withdrawn by its authors or rejected by the Assembly cannot be included in the draft resolution submitted on the emergency item, unless it is clearly referred to in the request and title of the subject adopted by the Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the procedure that you're called upon to follow as you make a determination on whether or not an emergency item will be placed on the agenda of the Assembly, the 145th Assembly. Mr. President, the rules also say that for each of the proposals that are tabled, there will be one person speaking in favor and one against if there is objection. but it's not a requirement that somebody or anybody object to a proposal. But you will listen to just one person proposing the item, and if possible, another person objecting. Once you have listened to all the proposals, you will then now proceed to a vote on the item that will be placed on the agenda of the organization. If at the end of the process there are many proposals still on the table, then you will proceed to a roll call vote according to a procedure that my colleague, Ambassador Philip, will explain to you and administer on my behalf. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I see that South Africa has the wish to raise something. I believe it will be just a point of order, not more than that, otherwise
yes,
we will not
yes, thank you very much, Chairperson, the President of the IPU. I thought that as per what has been read here in the script that has been circulated, we've got two motions which, although we do not have insight of the details of it, they relate to an issue which was discussed in the 144th Assembly in Nusa Dua in Indonesia, where we established a task team to go and conduct a fact-finding mission and engagement with the parliaments of Ukraine and Russia. And I think it will be premature and it will be misleading to want to entertain issues that relate to Ukraine and Russia first without having received a report from the task team that was established by the 144th Assembly. I would think that for...
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Before I give the floor to the Secretary General, all the countries are free to propose everything. We don't make a censorship.
Speaker,
I need to say, for instance, about Palestine, we have, in all meetings, are proposals against Palestine. And never this problem was raised.
But the basic logic was that, can we please get a report first, so that we engage in an informed discussion.
You explain your position, very welcome, but we need to go forward. Mr. Secretary General, and we will begin the votes.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Maybe I was not very clear when I explained the procedure for holding a vote on the emergency item. I said that we had 4 proposals, and the regulations stipulate that for each of the proposals, you will have one person who would speak in favor of that proposal, and another person who, if they prefer, to object to the proposal. When I hear what the honorable member from South Africa is saying, and I understand that he may object to the proposals that relate to an item that have been discussed before. He is at liberty, when those proposals are tabled before the Assembly and the proponents have spoken, he is at liberty to express his disagreement with that, and the procedure allows him to do that. But he cannot do that until he has listened to those proposals that are tabled. And I remind you, only one objection can be entertained by the rules. So, Mr. President, you may wish to proceed now with
that's clear, Secretary General. We please note us on the objections, so that we're the first ones to deal with it.
The rules of IPU. And now I will give the floor to the first proponent.
On a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. It's just a point of order, please. Don't begin the discussion about the issues.
No, I respect the chair. we need also to address the rules. There's no point of just reading the rules. The rules must guide us as to the acceptability of the item. First and foremost, you cannot lay before the table where a matter does not meet the requirement of the rules, particularly Rule 11, 2A. That must guide us. It's not a question of coming with an item, then you speak to it. I think the Secretary General should advise accordingly. It's not a question of tabling an item. It's a question of tabling an item that fits the bill of the statute. In this case, it must be an item that relates to recent major situation of international concern. You cannot ask for tabling before whether you have got to scan the item whether it complies with the rules. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that all the proposals, and this is the decision of the President, that all the proposals are in accordance with the rules. But I will give the floor to the Secretary General, because I understood that the Secretary General at the steering preparation explained it to all members. But allow me to say, I really believe in parliamentarism. And I should be in my parliament at least, because it's a very democratic parliament, we discuss all the issues. Sometimes, a lot of times, I don't like the issues we are discussing. But we need to discuss everything. And my position will be demonstrated by the vote, not by a veto from the President or from the Secretariat of my Parliament. I will give the floor to the Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like, in response to the concern raised by Speaker Mudenda, to confirm that this matter was discussed this morning during the steering committee of the Assembly, which is the body that looks into all the procedural matters and make sure that all those matters comply with the relevant rules and provisions of the organization. It was the considered view of the steering committee that all four proposals complied with the criteria set out in Article 11.2a or so, 2a, is it 2a? Yes, 11.2a of the Assembly rules. And it is on that basis that they are before the Assembly today. Of course, you may disagree with the views of the steering committee, but I would plead that you listen to the proposals first. And if you do think that any of those proposals do not comply with Article 11.2a, you are at liberty to vote down that proposal. That is the purpose of this vote. But procedurally, all four comply with the criteria under 11.2a. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And so I will give the floor to Pakistan to present the proposal about the floods that affect the country and so many others with this climate change. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable President of IPU, Honorable President of 145th IPU Assembly, Honorary Secretary General of IPU, distinguished speakers and members of Parliament, good afternoon. It is an honor and privilege for me to present on behalf of Pakistan emergency item titled Creating a Global Fund Financing Facility for Climate Vulnerable Countries to Address Loss and Damage associated with climate change. Climate change is a common concern of mankind. Effects of climate change are felt across international borders. An entire human race is in danger, regardless of political, economic, social, cultural, linguistic, ethnic, and racial differences. I want to draw your attention to the fact that Pakistan has only contributed 0.4% of the world's CO2 emissions since 1954, but it is suffering greatly from climate change. Climate Risk Index currently places Pakistan among top 10 most vulnerable nations. With unprecedented floods in 2022, Pakistan has experienced worst effects of climate change. Disaster has affected one-third of the country. Disaster struck 84 districts, with Balochistan and Sindh being worst-hit provinces. Nearly 33 million people have been directly impacted, and more than 1,600 people have died as a result of harm done to agriculture, livestock, and infrastructure. Recent estimates place flood losses as high as $30 billion. Most heart-wrenching impact is on people of Pakistan who have become homeless, no shelters, food insecurity. Their crops have been destroyed. Difficulties in sowing and harvesting crops due to fields still inundated with water. They are struggling to lead a reasonable life as basic necessities are not available to them, including clean water and meals 3 times a day, with schools vanishing away, education becoming compromised. In these circumstances, Pakistan struggled to grapple with this new reality, which has become immense with misery. I may add, but what has happened to Pakistan can happen to any country situated in any country, any continent of the world. Government of Pakistan is leaving no stone unturned in its relief and rehabilitation works. Prime Minister's Relief Fund 2022 and Pakistan Flood Relief Plan, launched on August 30, 2022, are two initiatives by Government of Pakistan as a response for flood victims. In addition to this, Prime Minister of Pakistan announced targeted cash relief of $106 to each affected family through Pakistan's Benazir Income Support Program. So far, 2.7 million families have received this targeted cash relief, but many more await assistance. Dear delegates, we appreciate recent UN resolution expressing solidarity and calling on international community to increase aid to Pakistan. But I urge that these resolutions be given practical shape to minimize the hardship of affected people of Pakistan from havoc or floods, as current climate finance is insufficient. I therefore urge international community to maintain its focus beyond current emergency relief efforts, particularly rehabilitation of flood-affected areas, reconstruction, and assistance in disaster risk reduction. In the end, I would like to urge to this August gathering that an emergency item proposed by other parliaments are equally significant, but it is an undeniable fact that as far as the flood is concerned, there's climate change, whereas the only recent and major happening as far as the global climate change is concerned. And no region of this planet is safe from the climatic catastrophes. As far as the Iraq emergency is concerned, it can be resolved through dialogue and negotiation. And as far as Ukraine is concerned, it is not a recent and major happening which comes within the ambit and within the purview of Rule 11(2)(a) of the IP rules. Thus, I therefore call upon the people, our fraternity, to consider this global climatic disaster as a wake-up call and join hands for a combined and collective response to this global threat for securing the future of our generation, for which Pakistan has moved this emergency item for good of the world and not simply for its selfish needs. I thank all of you again for your unwavering support and wholeheartedly cooperation towards people and Parliament of Pakistan in this hour of need. May God bless all of you. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, Mr. Secretary General, I think I will not go against the rules, but now I will try to give to the others the same time that our colleague from Pakistan have. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And so this is to be more transparent, because I don't want that someone will try to say to me that I prefer this or that one. So, as the first speaker use 4 minutes and 10, now the others will have, I will say at 3, but I will let them until 4 minutes and 10. Please, try not to do more than that. And I will ask if someone wish to use the floor to present opposition to this proposal of Pakistan. As the Secretary General said, it is possible just one country, one person. No
Yes,
one.
yes.
I see. Nigeria, please. So you have until 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Secretary General, President of the Assembly. I represent the good country of Nigeria. Of course, everybody knows that flood is a natural disaster. It can happen everywhere in the world. Of course, there are some African countries that this flood has happened. But of course, the magnitude is not up to that of the Pakistan, and that's why it was not reported. So therefore, we have to look at it and then support it, and then the IPU should look at what to be done, of course, after the resolution. Therefore, I'm not against it, I am for it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Excuse me. I think you don't hear the Secretary General. And if it's necessary, I will ask the Secretary General to repeat everything he said. Because it seems that some colleagues don't have the opportunity to hear what Secretary General explained. We have the presentation, is possible, win intervention against. That's all. Your intervention was out of order. So, I will go to the second country that has the point
Mr. President,
that presented.
Mr. President.
Is a point of order, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I hope so.
Yes, we are in a democratic space.
Yes, but Mr. Speaker Mundenda, you are the first one that always talk about the rules.
Yeah.
You should know that you need to give the example and to respect the rules as well.
That's why I'm speaking, Mr. President. As we tackle and give opportunity to the second item, and if you read that second item and the fourth item, they read more or less the same, they are on the same subject. And the rules here indicate that where there are two subjects or items with similar subject matter, they could be combined.
It could be.
I stand to be guided because item number 2 and number 4 speak to the same issue.
Thank you. You are right. They can be joined, can be recombined after the presentation, and if the supporters decide that. And so I will need to give the floor to Shield to present their proposal. We have 4 minutes and 10 seconds, please. Where is Shield?
Mr. President, here.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, now the time starts. Mr. President, dear colleagues, it's my honor to put forward this proposal to this Assembly, representing Chile but also the GRULAC, approved unanimously. War in Ukraine is now in a different stage, and it needs our renewed response, because after a series of referendums, Russia has decided to annex several Ukrainian provinces. So the question is, why do they do this at this stage of the war? So now, if Ukraine attacks troops stationed in Kherson, for example, would that be the equivalent of attacking Russia itself? Would that be, in the future, a justification to launch a nuclear response? Are the rest of us living in a safer world after this? We therefore propose in this emergency item to call for an immediate end to the military aggression against Ukraine and the immediate restoration of its integrity within the internationally recognized borders. The world cannot become a hostage of this war, and it must stop. Mr. President, the killing of civilians, soldiers, gender violence must stop. The shelling and bombing of cities, of hospitals, churches, residential areas must stop. Those suffering this conflict deserve justice, and we have to investigate possible mass rapes, violation of human rights, and possible war crimes. Stopping this aggression, Mr. President, is about humanity. And it's about humanity also because this war is spreading suffering everywhere else. By disrupting the supply chain, but especially supply of fertilizers, of fossil fuels, and food production. Increase of food prices is the second most important social issue in Chile at the moment, and I suspect in many other countries. Heating homes might become very expensive, Mr. President, for those living in the northern hemisphere as they enter the winter. And we also cannot rule out a food crisis. Hopefully never starvation, God forbids. Some countries in Africa import most of their food from Russia and Ukraine. Hopefully no family all over the world won't be able to bring food to their tables as an indirect result of this conflict. Mr. President, some of us could visit yesterday the Genocide Memorial here in Kigali. One of the things that we learned was the non-existent response of the world to come and help stopping the genocide. Killings happening at the day of light, yet we did nothing. The war in Ukraine and the event described at the memorial and the museum, I know, are completely different. Yet if we do little about this, we risk making a similar mistake. And that is why, Mr. President, I value so much the work that IPU has undertaken to this regard. We have to continue as IPU on this path, and approving this emergency appointment and is what we can do today. I truly believe, Mr. President, that the non-action by the international community to stop the Rwandan genocide is probably one of the deepest scars humanity carries along from last century. And GRULAC and Chile ask for your support to do whatever is in our power to make sure this war does not become, in the near future, a new deep scar of our times and of our civilization. Let's give peace a chance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. 3 minutes 50. So, inside the time that the first proposal had. In accordance with the statutes, it's possible to have one intervention against. I will ask South Africa wish to use the floor. You have 14 minutes and 10 seconds. At 3, I will say that as I did with the others, to be completely neutral and manage the time. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. So we, as South Africa, officially object to the inclusion of this emergency item as proposed by Chile. The basis is because in the 144th Assembly of the IPU, which was held in Indonesia in Swadua, we took and adopted a resolution which, amongst other things, said we call on the IPU to use its good offices to encourage dialogue between parliamentarians in both countries in support of diplomatic efforts under the framework of rules-based international order, respecting the principles of sovereignty and complete avoidance of interference in the internal affairs of sovereign nations, and recommends to IPU that we must establish a task force on the situation in Ukraine to facilitate the role of parliaments in formulating feasible, peaceful solutions. I would think that if we were to engage in this proposed motion, emergency item, we are traversing the same discussions that we had in the 144th Assembly, which took a correct decision that we must establish a task force which must then present a report, and then if they have not completed their work, we can then expand the framework of operation, because if the new resolution says we must establish another task force on top of another one, that will be illogical. It doesn't make sense that we have taken a resolution in March to establish a task force to make the necessary interventions, and already we want to entertain a different motion. Whatever are the material and factual basis of what is being raised now, I think that the IPU has taken a correct and sensible approach in terms of how we interfere and intervene in relation to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and that framework is adequate. There is no need to discuss that issue again, because there's already an engagement that we're involved in, which this Assembly is going to receive a report on, and if the report is not yet concluded, we can then expand the framework of operation of that particular task force without repeating ourselves. So we officially object for inclusion of this emergency item, because although some of the aspects highlighted are said to be recent, this is an ongoing war which has been occurring, and the IPU has got mechanisms to intervene on it. We so move, Honorable President. Thank you.
Thank you. We took good note of your intervention. 3 minutes, it was inside the time. I will give to the Iraq the first proposal. So Iraq, may you make your presentation as the others. At 3, I will tell you, and then you are available until 4:10. 4 minutes and 10 seconds, like the first intervention. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, sisters and brothers gathered here, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you all. Iraq is the country of civilizations. Preserving the security of Iraq is a duty for us all. The Iraqi constitution preserves the interests of neighboring countries. Therefore, neighboring countries and all countries should preserve the interests of Iraq. Our dignity, the dignity of our nation, is just as important as the dignity of all other nations and the dignity of international community. In Iraq, we have witnessed the worst terrorist acts perpetrated by the terrorist organization known as ISIS. Therefore, the international community must stand alongside us. We must all engage in protecting the security of our country. Our country lies at the very core of our hearts. It is very dear to us, just as your countries are dear to you. Therefore, the Iraqi delegation deemed it appropriate to withdraw the proposal on water and the protection of its sovereignty in order to conduct more consultations and make more calls and communicate with all relevant parties. We have pinned our greatest hope on international diplomacy in solving such sensitive matters. We must make enough room before you, ladies and gentlemen, to select the emergency item that you deem to be most appropriate and most convenient in the current circumstances. May the peace, blessings, and mercy of Allah be upon you all.
Thank you. Inshallah.
Order, please. I would like to ask the people to switch off their microphones so to allow the president of the IPU to. Okay.
Thank you, Madam. 2 minutes 50, but was I understood that Iraq decides to withdraw the proposal. And so now you have not 4, but just 3 proposals to appreciate and vote. Also, in accordance with our statutes, when a proposal is withdrawn, there is no possibility that to express opposition because it's not possible to oppose something that did not exist. But I understood that Turkey is raising the floor. Dr. Hafsa, please. In what condition, please?
Yes, please. It's as a point of order. We find that it's valuable that the Iraqi delegation withdrew. However, this is in the records of the IPU. So I just want to take a moment that it is important, as Turkey, we respect Iraq's territories, sovereignty, and political unity. However, Iraqi people have unfortunately dealing with terrorism themselves, and those terrorist organizations are also attacking Turkish territory. So this is why we are concerned about this. I just wanted to state that. And
thank you.
Every country should also control their territories. I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Dr. Hafsa. If you have anything that you wish to join the minutes, you can send it written, and we will take good note of that.
I'll do that. Thank you.
We go to the point 4, to the 4th proposal. Ukraine, you have the floor. At the same time, at 3 minutes I will say that, but we have 4 minutes and 10.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, Ukraine wants to put on the record that this resolution is also co-sponsored by Poland, New Zealand and Canada, and this is a resolution condemning the very recent, unfortunately, illegal annexation of 4 different regions of sovereign Ukraine, and condemning the targeting of specific civilians resulting from the aggression of another IPU member from Russian Federation. Very, very unfortunately for me, just a number of days before our coming to the IPU, another parliament of an IPU state has passed a vote on annexation of our territories. After already IPU condemned the aggression, after already previously in Bali in Indonesia there was a resolution of the IPU asking to stop the illegal aggression and asking to take back the forces. Unfortunately, the Russian parliament still a number of days ago voted unanimously to annex our regions. This is why it is very urgent and it is happening right now. Also, unfortunately, on our first day here, when we were all here already in Rwanda, on Monday, we had one of the biggest ever attacks from Russian Federation in Kiev and in our capital and in our cities. Russia took full responsibility for 84 missiles, cruise missiles, that attacked Kiev that attacked other cities and hit only civilian targets and only civilians. Russia officially took responsibility that they targeted and wanted to kill civilians. I think this is a matter completely not about Ukraine, but about all the values of IPU, about Geneva Convention, about international humanitarian law, which I still, even after 8 months of this horrible aggression, believe in. Unfortunately, we are all hostages of this aggression. We are all there because it has been done to the food crisis. It has come up to energy pricing rising up. It has come up to the prices of living rising up for everybody. And we are incredibly, incredibly grateful to the group of Latin American and Caribbean partners, GRULAC and Chile, for stating that even in the continent of Latin America, in the continent of Asia, in the continent of Africa, we feel that. Ukraine has been feeding and providing food in exchange of partnership for more than 400 million people all around the world. We are not able to do that right now. Prices of wheat in Africa and Latin America has been doubled. Prices of fertilizers has gone up all around the world by 300% because we are not able to export anything and not able to do as we usually did because our ports are blocked by an aggressor, by another member of the IPU. We are all hostages of this aggression. And now I think that because it is a global challenge, because it is a global food crisis and global migration crisis and global prices rising up, we will withdraw our resolution and ask you all to support a global big resolution provided by the GRULAC group and by Chile. And Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Believe us that Ukraine wants nothing more than peace, and Ukrainian children and kids and women who are right now hiding in the bomb shelter wants nothing else than this war to stop. Let us support, please, the Chile resolution and the resolution of the Latin America group. I believe it is a full one. I believe it is a global one. It talks about food crisis. It talks about migration issue. And let IPU speak loudly to the aggression and the criminal act of aggression of one IPU member should be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 minutes 44. And so, same situation happened with the Iraq's proposal. It was withdrawn, and so there is no opportunity to speak against the proposal. And so I will give the floor again to the Secretary General or Ambassador Anna Philip, I don't know, Secretary General, to explain how we will vote immediately.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you shall now invite the delegates to proceed to voting, and the rules provide that this voting shall take place by roll call vote. So you will invite my colleague Ambassador Philip to go ahead and call that roll call vote. The rules you have all received in your package a table showing the allocation of votes of participants at this assembly. Each delegation has an indication of how many votes they are entitled to. And so what we will do is there will be a single vote roll call for the 2 items that are still in the race. That, Mr. President, you may wish to invite your colleagues to tone down their voices so that our explanation can be very clear to everybody.
Thank you, Secretary General. Please, the procedure is not easy. As I said in the beginning, it is not as, at least it is in the Portuguese Parliament, it's completely different, and I believe it's so different from your own parliaments. That's why it's important to understand the rules. to be clear to everyone, to avoid complication during the process. That's why you should hear our Secretary General, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the screen there you see the relevant rules governing the roll call vote that will take place now. As I was saying, you have all received a table with an allocation of votes per delegation, which allocation takes into account your current status within the organization. There are some delegations whose parliaments are being affected by the fact that they are in areas of contribution to the budget of the organization, and their voting entitlement has been reduced accordingly. Those participating in a capacity as observers are not entitled to vote. So, as I was saying, there will be a single roll call for the two items that are still in the race, the proposal from Pakistan and the proposal from Chile. My colleague, Ambassador Philip, will now proceed to that roll call. For each country, the delegation is called upon to indicate how they want to vote for item 1, which is Pakistan, and they are entitled to split their votes. And for instance, they may say 2 votes for, 2 votes against, 1 abstention. They can do that, they can split their votes, and then they will then be called upon to indicate how they want to vote on the second item, that is the one that has been proposed by Chile. So clearly, Madam Ambassador Philip, please proceed to this roll call. I hope that it's very clear. Each delegation will vote on each of these 2 items separately, and they are allowed to split their votes. I hope, Mr. President, this is clear to all the participants. If it's not clear, we stand ready to explain again so that it leaves no doubts in the minds of the delegates that are present here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good evening to everyone. It's 6:10. We're hoping to finish this roll call vote as smoothly and as quickly as possible. We will start in alphabetical order with the delegation of Mexico, and you will be voting individually on the 2 proposals, the proposal by Pakistan and the proposal by Chile. So Mexico is entitled to 20 votes. They are absent. We move on. Monaco, you are entitled to 10 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please. I think I need earphones. Can you speak into the microphone? I'm not sure colleagues can hear you. Can we turn up the mics in the room, perhaps, so that everyone can hear clearly?
10 voix.
10 against Pakistan.
10 voix pour le Chili.
10 votes for Chile.
Thank you. Morocco, absent. Mozambique, 13 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
Abstenção.
Well, abstention?
It's on the proposal by Chile, please.
Ambos.
Did you get that? Can you repeat, please? In favor, against, or abstention?
Abstenção para...
Abstention on both proposals. Abstention.
Namibia, 11 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
11 votes for Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
Proposal by Chile, abstention.
Thank you. Nepal, absent. Netherlands, 13 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
13 against.
Proposal by Chile.
13 in favor.
Thank you. New Zealand, 12 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
12 votes against.
Proposal by Chile.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. Niger, absent. Nigeria, you have 20 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
24.
20 in favor. On the
Yes.
proposal by Chile,
15 in favor, 5 against.
15 in favor, 5 against.
Making it 20.
Norway, you have 12 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
12 votes against the Pakistan proposal.
And on the proposal by Chile?
In favor, 12 votes.
Thank you. Oman, 11 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
8 votes with Pakistan and 3 votes with Chile.
So you need for each
11,
proposal
okay, it's clear now.
to
11
cast
votes,
the full amount of
11
votes.
11 votes for Pakistan. Proposal
11
of Pakistan.
votes in favor for Pakistan.
And for the Chile, abstains.
11 abstentions on the proposal by Chile. Pakistan, you have 21 votes. Proposal by Pakistan, please.
Votes in favor of Pakistan.
And on the proposal by Chile?
Against.
21 against. Palestine, absent. Paraguay, you have 8 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please. No MPs, no votes. We move on to Peru. Peru, you have 14 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
14 votes in favor for the proposal for Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
14 votes in favor for the proposal for Chile.
Thank you. Poland, 15 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
15 against.
On the proposal by Chile.
15 in favor.
Portugal, 13 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
13 against the proposal from Pakistan. And 13 votes for the proposal from Chile.
In favor.
Qatar, 11 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
11 vote for the proposal for Pakistan, 3 vote for 0.
Qatar, you have 11 votes.
11 vote for Pakistan. Yeah, 11 vote for Pakistan.
Second one?
3.
Second one from you?
Yeah.
3 in favor?
3 in favor.
3 in favor, and the other 8?
Abstain.
3 in favor, 8 abstentions. And please, on the proposal by Chile, how do you vote? 11 votes, how do you cast them? It was clear? It was Chile, I'm sorry. Okay. Republic of Korea, 17 votes for the Republic of Korea. On the proposal by absent. Korea is absent. Romania.
Ambassador Philip, sorry. It seems that there is some confusion with the vote of Qatar. Maybe it's better to repeat, please, to be transparent until the end.
Okay, we are explaining the voting procedure. Just your patience for a moment.
Ready? Yes. 11 for Pakistan, and 3 for Chile, and 8 abstentions.
Is it clear? Yes? Thank you. Republic of Korea is absent. Romania?
Yes, 0 vote for Pakistan, 14 for Chile.
Okay, so 14 against Pakistan, 14 in favor of Chile.
Yes.
Thank you. Russian Federation, 20 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
20 votes in favor of Pakistan, 20 votes against Chile.
Noted. Rwanda, you have 12 votes. Proposal by
Ambassador
Pakistan,
Phillips,
please.
I'm sorry, I ask silence, please, otherwise it is not easy to the ambassador to understand the positions of the countries.
12 votes for Chile. Zero votes for the other proposal.
Understand. On the proposal by Pakistan,
Just a second. We need...
I'm sorry, I did not understand. We noted the 12 votes in favor of Chile. What is your position on the proposal by Pakistan? Are you for, against, or abstention?
We abstain on the proposal of Pakistan, and we vote for the proposal by Chile. That's understood. Thank you. 12 abstentions on Pakistan.
Arabia?
Thank you.
Saudi Arabia, you have 14 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
14 vote for Pakistan and abstain for the second.
And 14 abstentions on the proposal by Chile.
Yes.
Noted. Serbia, you have 12 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
12 votes for Pakistan.
And on the proposal by Chile?
Abstention.
12 abstentions. Seychelles, 10 votes on the proposal by Pakistan, please.
10 votes in favor.
On the proposal by Chile?
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Sierra Leone, 11 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan?
Abstention.
On the proposal by Chile?
11 votes
In favor?
in favor.
In favor, thank you. Slovenia, 10 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
11 votes against.
11 against. Proposal by Chile?
11 votes in favor.
Thank you. Somalia, 13 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
13 favor for Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile?
13 favor.
13 in favor. South Africa, 17 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
Pakistan 14 in favor. Abstention 3.
Noted. And on the proposal by Chile?
Chile 10 against. In favor 3. 4 abstain.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. South Sudan, 13. South Sudan absent. Spain, 16 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
16 votes against.
On the proposal by Chile?
16 votes in favor.
Thank you. Sri Lanka, Suriname. Suriname, you have 10 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
Yes, Pakistan 10 in favor, Chile 4 in favor, 6 abstentions.
Proposal by Chile, 4 in favor, 6 abstentions. Sweden, 13 votes on the proposal by 10 votes, 1 MP in the room. On the proposal by Pakistan.
10 votes against.
Proposal by Chile.
10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Switzerland, 12 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
12 votes against Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
12 votes in favor of Chile.
Thank you. Syria, Thailand, you have 18 votes. On the
18.
proposal by Pakistan, please.
18 vote for Pakistan.
And on the proposal by Chile,
Abstention.
18 abstention. Timor-Leste, Togo, Turkey, you have 19 votes.
Timor-Leste, sorry, Ambassador, Timor-Leste, it's here.
I'm sorry. We apologize. We were looking in this side of the room. Timor-Leste, you have 11 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
11 votes against for proposal of Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
Chile, 11 votes in favor.
11 in favor. Togo. Absent. Turkey, 19 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
19 votes in favor of Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
19 votes in favor of the proposal of Chile.
Thank you. Uganda, you have 15 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
15 votes in favor of Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
15 votes abstentions.
Thank you. Ukraine, 17 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
17 votes against Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
17 votes in favor of Chile.
Thank you. United Arab Emirates, 11 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
11 in favor,
And proposal by Chile.
11 abstain.
Thank you. United Kingdom, 18 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
18 votes against.
Proposal by Chile.
18 votes in favor.
Thank you. Tanzania, 17 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
Yeah. 17 votes in favor of Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
17 votes abstain.
Thank you. Uruguay, 9 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
11 votes in favor of Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
11 votes in favor of Chile.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, Vietnam. Vietnam, you have 19 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
19 yes for Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
19 abstention.
Yemen, 11 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
11 صوتا مع باكستان و11 صوتا معارضا ل
10 votes for Pakistan and 10 votes for the Chilean proposal.
Yeah, all our votes for Pakistan, all our votes against Chile's proposal.
Noted. Thank you very much. Zambia, 13 votes. Proposal by Pakistan, please.
13 votes for Pakistan, 13 votes abstention for Chile.
Thank you. Zimbabwe, 13 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
13 votes Pakistan and 13 abstention Chile.
I understand there is only one parliamentarian in the room, therefore you are entitled to 10 votes. I understand there are 10 votes in favor of the proposal by Pakistan.
No, you give, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, is there any other MP, member of the delegation, sitting with you at the desk? We are just checking badges because it's only members of parliament that can vote.
No, it will be 10 because they've just gone out.
So 10 in favor of Pakistan, and on the proposal by Chile,
Abstention, Chile.
10 abstentions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albania, absent. Algeria, absent. Andorra, 10 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
10 voix pour le...
10 votes against the proposal by Pakistan and 10 votes in favor of Chile.
Merci.
Thank you. Angola, 14 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
14 in favor,
On the proposal by Chile.
7 in favor, and 7 abstention.
Thank you. Argentina, 16 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
Abstention.
Abstention on Pakistan and 16 in favor of Chile.
For Pakistan, 16 in favor of the proposal by Chile. Armenia, Australia, 14 votes. Proposal by Pakistan, please.
14 votes against,
Proposal by Chile.
14 votes in favour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Austria, you have 12 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
12 votes against,
Proposal by Chile.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan absent. Bahrain. Bahrain, you have 11 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
11 in favor of Pakistan,
Proposal by Chile.
11 abstention.
Thank you. Bangladesh, Belarus. Belarus, you
Yes.
have 8 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
So the 8 in favor of Pakistan,
Proposal by Chile.
Chile 8 against.
Noted. Thank you. Belgium, 13 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
13 votes against,
Proposal by Chile.
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. Benin, vous avez 12 voix.
Benin, you have 12 votes. Pakistan,
Bolivia, 12 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
Para la...
Pakistan, 1 abstention, and the other votes are in favor. For Chile, 1 in favor, and the others abstention.
And 11 abstentions. Botswana, 11 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
Abstention,
Proposal by Chile.
11.
11 in favor.
Yes.
11 in favor. Thank you. Brazil, 10 votes. Burundi. Cambodia, 13 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan.
Cambodia, 13 votes in favor for Pakistan.
And proposal by Chile.
8 votes in favor and 5 votes abstention.
Thank you. Cameroon, 13 votes on the proposal by Pakistan. Cameroon, if you, yes. Microphone. 13 in favor. It seems the microphone is not working. Can you speak up? And on the proposal by Chile, please. 13 abstention. Thank you. Canada, 15 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
15 votes against,
Proposal by Chile.
15 votes in favor.
Thank you. Chad, 13 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
Pour le Pakistan,
13 in
13 absents.
13 abstentions for Chile.
Noted, thank you. Chile, 13 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
10 abstentions, 3 in favor.
10 abstentions, 3 in favor. Proposal by Chile.
10 in favor, 3 abstentions.
3 abstentions. Thank you. Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire, vous avez 13 voix.
Côte d'Ivoire, you have 13 votes. Silence, please, in the room. Côte d'Ivoire. 13 in favor of Pakistan, 13 abstentions for Chile.
In favor of the proposal by Pakistan, 13 abstentions on the proposal by Chile. Croatia, you have 11 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
11 votes against.
Proposal by Chile.
11 votes for.
Thank
in
you.
favor.
Thank you. Noted. Czech Republic, 13 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
13 against.
Proposal by Chile.
13 in favor.
Denmark, 12 votes on the proposal by Pakistan. Do we have Denmark in the room? Yes? Thank you. How do you vote on the proposal by Pakistan?
10 votes against.
And 2 votes?
Excuse me. 12 votes against.
And proposal by Chile?
12 votes in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Djibouti, 10 votes, absent. Ecuador, 10 votes on the proposal by Pakistan. Ecuador, absent. Egypt, absent. Equatorial Guinea, 11 votes on the proposal by Pakistan, please.
Pakistan, 11 votos a favor.
Proposal by Chile.
Chile, abstención.
11 abstentions.
Sí.
Estonia, you have 11 votes. Proposal by Pakistan. Seems the microphone is not working. Just a moment. $11 against. Proposal by Chile. 11 in favor. Thank you, Estonia. Eswatini. 11. Do we have Eswatini in the room? The microphone is not working. If you could speak up, please. On the proposal by Pakistan, we have a flying mic. Okay, that will be helpful.
Yes, 11 in favor of Pakistan.
And proposal by Chile?
11 abstention.
Thank you. Fiji, 10 votes. Proposal by Pakistan?
10 votes for Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile?
10 votes for Chile.
10 votes in favor. Finland, you have 12 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
12 votes against.
Proposal by Chile?
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. France, vous avez 18 voix. La proposition de Pakistan?
18 contre.
18 against. Chile, 18 for.
Gabon, 11 voix.
Gabon absent.
11 votes. Proposal by Pakistan, please.
Come again?
On the proposal by Pakistan, how do you vote?
11 votes for Pakistan.
11 in favor. Proposal by Chile?
11 vote in favor of Chile.
11 in favor. Georgia, you have 11 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
11 against.
Proposal by Chile.
11 in favor.
Thank you. Germany, 19 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
19 against.
Proposal by Chile.
19 in favor.
Thank you. Ghana, you have 14 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
4 in favor, 10 abstention.
4 in favor, 10 abstention. Proposal by Chile.
14 in favor, thank you.
14 in favor. Greece, 13 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
5 in favor, 8 against.
Proposal by Chile.
13 in favor.
Thank you. Guinea, 13 votes. Do we have Guinea in the room?
Oui, la Guinée est présente.
Guinea is present. Pakistan, 11 votes. Is it 11 or 13? You have 13 votes. Pakistan, 13 in favor. Chile, 13 abstentions.
Noted. Thank you. Guyana, you have absent. Hungary, 13 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
13 against.
Proposal by Chile.
13 in favor.
Thank you. Iceland, 8 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
8 against,
Proposal by Chile.
8 in favor.
Thank you. India, 23 votes on the proposal by Pakistan, please.
We are splitting 12 votes in favor of Pakistan, 11 votes in favor of Chilean proposal.
For each proposal, distinguished representative of India, for each proposal you need to be casting all 23 votes. So on the proposal, again, by Pakistan, do you vote
12 in favor of Pakistan,
23 in favor of Pakistan, and on the proposal by Chile?
Chile 23.
In favor?
Yes.
23 in favor. Thank you. Can we have please quiet in the room? Mr. Deputy Speaker, so we are on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are on the proposal by Chile. You have 23 votes that you need to cast.
Yes.
All votes in favor of Chile as well.
Yes.
Yes. For both proposals, you are voting in favor.
For both, you say 20.
On the proposal, we want to note this very clearly because it wasn't clear to my colleagues. On the proposal for Pakistan, we go back. You have to cast 23 votes.
Yes, 23 votes in favor of Pakistan.
That's what I thought. 23 in favor.
Of Chile.
Perfect. So we have noted for the record that India has voted 23 votes in favor of the proposal by Pakistan and 23 votes in favor of the proposal by Chile. That is correct. Thank you very much. Indonesia, 22 votes. Proposal by Pakistan, please.
22 votes in favor of Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
22 votes against Chile proposal.
Thank you. Iran, 19 votes. Proposal by Pakistan. Do we have Iran?
Yeah.
Yes, I see you. Thank you. On the proposal by Pakistan, how do you vote, please?
19 votes in favor.
19 votes in favor. On the proposal by Chile?
19 votes against.
Noted. Thank you. Iraq, you have 15 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
14 Pakistan, 1 for Chile.
So, distinguished representative, for each proposal, you need to cast 15 votes. So we vote individually. On Pakistan, do you vote all of the 15? Are they in favor, against, or abstention?
15
votes in favor of the Pakistani proposal. 15 in favor.
with Chile.
Thank you. So we have noted 15 in favor of the proposal by Pakistan. On the proposal, distinguished representative of Iraq, if you could just listen to me. On the proposal by Chile, you have to cast the 15 votes. So how do you cast the 15 votes when it comes to the proposal by Chile?
Only one.
Okay, we can have quiet in the room now. Just a moment, please.
Against. 14 against Chile.
You have 15 votes, so 15 against. And 1 in favor.
1 in favor, 1 in favor.
Yeah? 14 against and 1 in favor. Is that correct? Yes. Yes, thank you. Ireland, 11 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
11 against.
Proposal by Chile.
11 in favor.
Thank you. Israel, 12 votes. Proposal by Pakistan, please.
12 votes Pakistan against.
Proposal by Chile.
12 votes Chile in favor.
Thank you. Italy, 8 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
8 against.
Proposal by Chile.
8 in favor.
Thank you. Japan, 20 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
Pakistan 20 abstention. Chile 20 in favor.
Thank you. We move on. We're almost done. Just a little bit more patience, please. Thank you. Jordan, 12 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
Please, I ask silence, otherwise it's difficult for Ambassador Philip to understand the position of the countries.
12 votes. We have 12 votes. 12 votes in favor with the first proposal.
Okay.
And 12 votes abstention for the second proposal.
Noted. Thank you. Kazakhstan, 10 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
10 in favor.
Proposal by Chile.
10 abstain.
Thank you. Kenya, 15 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
15 votes in favor of Pakistan proposal and 15 votes in abstention of the proposal by Chile.
Thank you. Liechtenstein, 10 votes. Proposal by Pakistan.
10 votes against.
Proposal by Chile.
10 votes in favor.
Madagascar, 12 votes. Madagascar, you have 12 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, how do you vote, please?
Sorry.
While we are explaining, there is a request that we come back. I will ask at the end if there are any delegations that have not voted. We will give Madagascar just a moment. We will move on and come back to them. So Malawi, 13 votes on the proposal by Pakistan.
13 votes abstention for the proposal for Pakistan.
And on the proposal by Chile?
13 votes in favor on the proposal by Chile.
Thank you. Malaysia, you have 12 votes. Malaysia, 1 MP, 10 votes. On the proposal by Pakistan, please.
Malaysia, proposal for Pakistan, all 10 votes in favor.
And on the proposal by Chile?
By Chile, all abstains.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maldives, 10 votes. Proposal by Pakistan?
10 votes in favor of Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile?
10 votes in favor of Chile.
Thank you. Mali, 10 votes. Proposal by Pakistan?
Alors, on a 10 voix.
10 in favor of Pakistan and 1 abstention.
Malta, 1 MP.
All our votes.
Abstention on the proposal by Chile. Malta, you have 8 votes on the proposal by Pakistan, please.
8 votes against Pakistan.
Proposal by Chile.
8 votes in favor.
Thank you. And Mauritius? Mauritius, you have 10 absent. If we can go back to Madagascar with 12 votes, please let us know how would you like to vote on the proposal by Pakistan.
Pour Madagascar,
For Madagascar, Chile, or rather Pakistan, we are all in favor.
In favor of the proposal by Pakistan and on the proposal by Chile.
pour le deuxième.
Chile. Abstention.
Abstention on the second proposal. Thank you. So I would like to ask now if all the delegations have voted. That appears to be the case. Mr. President, I believe the vote is now closed.
Thank you, Ambassador Philip, and thank you, dear colleagues, for your participation in this process. As I told in the beginning, that's why the Secretary General repeated 3 times the rules, because it is not as usual. But I ask you the attention to the presentation of the Secretary General. Now we are awaiting the results. I ask you just a few seconds, and I will give you the results of the votes that we have. And I can go forward. If we have one emergency item, the discussion will happen tomorrow morning between 9 and 10. Only if we have, if no one passes, we will go directly to the general debate. The rules because it's easier, and please try to hear and to memorize the rules before I give the results. It's necessary to have 2/3 of votes in favor. Okay? If both proposals has more as the 3/4, the one with more positive votes will be adopted. Clear to everyone? Okay. So, the first proposal of Pakistan. Positive votes, 645. Negative votes, 433. Abstentions, 120. Total of yes and no. On base of that, we will see the two-thirds. 1,078. Majority, two-thirds of votes, 719. So, this but don't have the two-thirds of votes obtained. The proposal of Ukraine. I'm sorry. Proposal of Schill and Grulak, to be more specific. Positive votes 717. Negative votes 119. Abstentions 362. Total yes and no, 836 votes. Two-thirds of votes from these 836 is 557.
You have to declare.
Yes. So, I will repeat. They obtain votes 717, negative 119, total yes and no 836. Two-thirds means 557. The proposal had more than the two-thirds. So, yes, respect, and will be included as emergency item, the point 7, and the discussion about this issue will be tomorrow morning. And all of you are invited to participate at 9 a.m. And we'll divide the time of inscription, the time of speech. It will depend on the number of speakers, because we have 1 hour to discuss the issue. If we have 9 inscriptions, we'll have a lot of time. If we have 90, it will be another one, and we need to share 1 hour reserved for this debate to so many people that wish to discuss the issue. Finally, I will give the floor to the Secretary General that will explain how we will have. Please, I ask the delegates of Ukraine to wait a little bit more. It didn't close the sitting already. Please, colleagues, please, now is time to ask to the colleagues of Ukraine to help us to finish the session. Please, because everyone understands the situation is not easy, and so it's better always to explain the rules very clear. Otherwise, people do not hear and came asking questions. Please, the Spanish, may you let me finish, Ignacio. I will give the floor to the Secretary General to explain how is the composition of the draft committee for tomorrow morning.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Again, I reiterate what you have said.
We have set aside time tomorrow morning from 9 to 10 for the general debate on this item that has now been placed on the agenda of the IPU Assembly in Kigali. After the general debate on this item, a drafting committee will be appointed by the Assembly, and it is usual practice for each geopolitical group to submit their nominations for that drafting committee. The drafting committee normally should not exceed 11, and there is a formula for identifying how many seats each geopolitical group is entitled to. That drafting committee will then meet tomorrow afternoon from 2:30 to 6:30 to prepare a draft resolution for consideration by the Assembly. You will take up this matter again on Friday at the beginning of the Assembly sitting in the afternoon at 2:30 with the purpose of adopting or rejecting the draft resolution prepared on this item. So I hope the procedure is very clear to all of you. Tomorrow, general debate 9 to 10. In the afternoon from 2:30 to 6:30, drafting committee, and then you reconvene for purposes of adopting the draft resolution on Friday from 2:30. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Everyone understood that the debate will begin at 9, and all geopolitical groups should nominate the members of the drafting committee. Allow me, before I end the session, just 2 points. First of all, to say something that in my visit to the different geopolitical groups, I felt that something may happen to our rules, and maybe we should study if we are beginning one change of the rules, because we should have another mechanism when we have a lot of relevant issues to address. I believe that the big majority of the Assembly will be able to show the solidarity with Pakistan. And just the fact that it's not possible to approve was the case, not absence of motivation to show the solidarity with Pakistan. And we need to reflect, not decide nothing now, but we need to reflect. Maybe we need to change our status on this issue. And finally, I received the indication that we, because I will be there tonight as well, the jantar, I mix Portuguese with English now. The dinner organized by the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and there is bus waiting to take you directly to the dinner. And so please, madams, you are welcome, and I will join you this dinner. I will be very happy with that. And so it will be okay. Thank you, madam. We'll be at Serena at 8 p.m. And the ballroom protocol will guide all of you. Is close our session for today. Thank you, dear colleagues.